That's okay.
Technical errors happen.
Let us know when it's live, and we'll go ahead and okay, we're live. All right. So we're gonna start over. We're gonna do. We're just gonna rewind time a little bit and do a quick intro. So
That
Sarah
was just a
Streams.
practice run.
That was just
Yeah,
a
there we
practice
go.
run. Yeah. So Sarah Streams, do you want to kick us off with who are you and what do you write?
Yeah, so I'm Sarah Streams, aka Alex, also go by Saris, published under both pen names, Alex Economy, my real name, and Sarah Streams. I write fantasy and sci-fi. My biggest series are Dark Matter Ascension, which is my bestseller currently, and then Ruinous Return, which is my second bestseller. But I've got several series in the works, one signed with Aethon that's going through the process, so yeah.
Yeah, great. And Apollos, why don't you take us off?
All right. So I'm Apollos Thorn. I am on the wrong question. So I am best known for Underworld, and I'm currently writing Heaven's Laws Book 3 and Rise of the Body Cultivator Book 3. They're in the same universe, so.
Yeah. All right, Kaz?
My name's Cosplay, once again. And just chiming off what Sarah said, I'm with Aethon. Go Aethon. I have 3 series, or 4 series, but 3 I'd like to talk about. Accidental Summoning, Start Menu, and the new one I'm working on, Craft the Planet.
All right, and Ryan, something vending.
Yes, something machine. Again, name is Brian Maxwell, author of Grand System Vending. I also have a new series on Royal Road called Clerical Error. Book 1 Mend is dropping now, and I do have a completed other book on there called Dungeon Grand Prix, which is kind of like a Mario Kart dungeon course story. So quite a bit of fun there too.
Yeah. KT, take it away.
KT Hannah is my pen name. Katie is my name. I'm probably best known for Somnia Online, System Apocalypse Australia, and Library System Reset. I will be posting a new one on Royal Road called Alchemical Imbalance shortly.
Yeah. And I actually forgot to introduce myself. I'm going to be the moderator today, so I'm not going to be doing many question answering, but I am on Royal Road and published 2. Stumbling Up, A Loser's Guide to Progression is my main series. So our first question today in this published author panel is, what event or person sparked your writing journey? And Apollos, I really want to hear more about Dragon Warrior, so take it away.
Sweet. So role-playing games started everything for me. My first one was, I was probably 6. On the NES was Dragon Warrior. Basically, Dragon Quest is the biggest, I think, RPG series ever in Japan, and Final Fantasy kind of competes with it. So that was the name of one of the first Dragon Quests that came to the US. I think it was the first one. I don't remember all the details though. But it was Final Fantasy VII whenever I was a teen that really got me into storytelling. And after that, I couldn't read enough. In college, I read a fantasy novel or science fiction every week. And it wasn't until I was older, climbing the corporate ladder, that I just posted on Royal Road something that I was doing for fun. I didn't even consider publishing at the time until it took off. And then I think I was 3 books in, published on Amazon before I went full time, just because I had a family. There's no way I was going to start doing it without, or, quit my job. And that's how it happened.
Oh, thanks for that. I think some people just, think that they, the risk factor when you've got a family and it's more than just you, that path to full time is maybe a little bit different. All right,
Yeah.
Kaz, you're up. What person or moment sparked your writing journey?
Well, I can't list the name because I don't want to do that. But the primary reason for my writing was revenge. I was in this creative writing group back in 2020, and this person told me I would never be a writer. I could never be a writer. I was disrespectful for talking to her as a writer because she had a published book, and it was totally out of line for me to talk to this person. So I swore that day that I was going to write a book that was better than her book and outsell her book. and so far I've done about 1,000 times better. So I'm pretty satisfied now.
There you go. Yeah. Spite writing. Yes. Love it. All right, Ryan, what sparked your writing journey?
Well, I have to admit, I'm now a little bit jealous because spite is so much better than love for positive reinforcement. Uh, but I've been writing since I was in like junior high, high school, just on and off things. Never really thought of doing anything with it. Just kind of a fun storytelling thing. Some of my friends enjoyed some of the stuff I would write on occasion. But it was in 2018, where I got my biggest inspiration, which was from Alaron Kong, who would have these live Ask Me Anythings. And he would do it like multiple times a week where people would just come in and talk to him. And then, especially when like 2019, when 2020 hit and we had COVID and we were kind of locked down, it really gave me a chance to sit there and do some of the extra stuff because we didn't have anything else to do at the time. So I attribute most of my influence to him specifically because I got to ask a bunch of very deep questions about just writing in general, and he was able to answer those, and that was a big inspiration for me that somebody like him would be willing to take the time to sit down and answer these questions about some basic things like, what do you do when you're writing, what do you do with this process, that process, the other thing. So I attribute a lot of that to them, and then some of the other authors I've talked to as well, Jez and James Hunter and several others, people who I've become pretty close with now, have also been some pretty big inspiration for me as well.
Awesome. That's awesome. There's two sides of that coin, spite and love, right? KT, what about you? Are you a spite or a love? What was your
Well, given my relationship with my mother, probably closer to spite. Um, so mine started when I was like 5 because I learned to read. And I realized that the books that my mom had been reading me weren't about me because she had been inserting me into the books. And so I got the book and I went to read it. And it was just about these kids, Michelle and Michael, and there was no Katie in the freaking books. And I was like, are you kidding me? Mom was like, oh no, I just put you in the books. And I was like, I can put people in books. And then that sort of just snowballed. I wrote my first story book, whatever, when I was 8, and it was called Ghostly Deluge because I just like learned what the word deluge meant because 8. Um, and I killed I had ghosts in it, and then the people in the story repeated what the ghosts had done, and it killed like one half of twins, and yeah, so my third grade teacher was slightly concerned. My mother was not. And since then, I write lit RPG now. I met my husband in a computer game, and he handed me a lit RPG at the end of 2017 and said, "This is us." And I read about 10 books, including Ascend Online and Awaken Online, and I went, "Oh my God." And I wrote Somnia Online, and here I am.
love it? All right, so streams, what sparked your writing?
Yeah, so I'm actually going to drop my high school teacher's name here. So Scott Foran was my senior English teacher. He's a published author, but he mostly does like mechanical, technical writing books, and now teaches as a professor at a university. But he had us do my first ever creative writing unit. Never done one before in my life because, back in when I was in middle school, high school, which was early 2000s, graduated 2011. It wasn't really a focus. And he said, you know what? No, we're going to do a creative writing unit here at the end of the year for fun. And I brought all my world building for a Dungeons and Dragons 3.5 campaign I'd been running since I was 12. And in class, I was using the world building, making short stories, figuring out which adventure I wanted to tell. And he said, "You're a writer. You need to go to college for this." So I went to college, got my English degree in open credential, but I mostly chose creative writing classes. Then became an English teacher because I love English. And then I just kept writing, writing and writing and writing. Just all started back in high school, though, with one teacher who actually connected with me and said, "Oh, you're into this and you're not half bad at it. You should go and actually pursue this." So
Nice.
if you ever see someone who's new to writing but you see they're passionate about it, encourage that because it's a huge motivator to just do it.
Either encourage them or tell them they're wasting their time and, spur a revenge
Yes.
journey.
Okay, sure. If you want to do it Cass's way, sure.
Yeah, no, I like your way better, Saris. All right, next question, and this is going to be for Cos. A pantser or a plotter or a discovery writer or somebody who outlines? Where do you fall on that spectrum?
I'm a pantser, discovery, however you want to word it. One of my favorite things about writing is I'm just like the reader. I don't know what the hell's going to happen next, so I have to just write some words and see what happens. Stephen King said it one time: you just make a situation and then see how your characters react, and that's what I do.
Yeah, thank you. How about you, Ryan?
Well, I started out as a pantser. Book one of Grand System Vending was completely pantsed, and I got to what I thought was supposed to be the ending and felt completely lost. So I changed my strategy up for starting with book two a little bit. Now I get a general outline of the entire series and then break that down into smaller points they need to hit for the book's climaxes, and then I go from there and I can pants into the plot points. So I'm kind of a hybrid of both because you never want to take, or at least I don't ever want to take away the full exploration that comes from some of that pantsing for your like Kaz said, for your characters to react to a situation, because the way that you write what they react to that in the moment is usually the most relatable way for somebody else to understand what they're going through and the decisions they would make with what's happening. I mean, so you've always got people who are going to tell you, oh, they should have done this, and I was like, well, I didn't think of that in the moment, and I just wrote this, so that's what they did.
Yeah,
So
sometimes those moments are pure gold too. So
it can
yeah,
be for sure. There's a lot of comedy moments I put in there that were just absolutely an intrusive thought that I had right then that I was like, screw it, we're gonna put it in.
yeah, yeah. All right, KT, how about yourself?
Okay, so I started out when I wrote the Domino Project, which is actually just post-apocalyptic, no lit RPG in 2015. I had a very detailed outline, and the thing was the chapters didn't really survive, so I'd have to keep redoing the outline, which took extra time and was actually really annoying. But I did that. I did that whole series, but I wrote the first book in 9 days. So I mean, like, yay outline, and then I edited it 12 times. So now I don't do that anymore. Now I know where my book is going, and I know what the end point is going to be. And I generally will sketch out a few points every day of what I'm writing and what needs to happen in that chapter um, to get to the end that I've got. So I have kind of bullet points, I guess. My characters don't always do that. They're like, well, I like this idea, but this idea of getting to it on a train, no. How about we use a canoe in whitewater rapids? And but I get there. I still, I hit my points, and sometimes they extend into the next chapter. But yeah, I hit my points to get to the end. So I follow. It's like a breadcrumb trail. Sometimes I miss a breadcrumb and have to like detour to find the next one. So I'm a planter. I do both. I vaguely plan towards an ending, and I just wing it the rest of the way.
Love it, love it. Fuzzy planning. How
Yes.
about you, Sarah Streams? Where's that go for you?
So,
Sarah
do I have permission to share my screen to show an image that helps explain?
I don't. If you can figure out how, sure.
There's a button on the bottom.
Yeah, go
So,
for it.
so I was making sure it's okay
Green.
first. Okay, so hopefully you can see this. Writing style alignments. One of the authors in my chat posted this, and it's wonderful because it has all the different types, right? Pantsing, planning, plotting.
Yes,
I am a
that's me.
lawful plancer, so I know the end of my story. That's the first thing I start with: is what story do I want to tell, right? And then I world build, and then once I built the world, the system, I make the characters, and I go deep on character creation for a story that I'm working on Patreon right now called Gravebound. I spent 12 hours making the character, going through his history, interviewing him as if I was the character, and then just doing that, making him as deep and grounded as I could be. And then I treat it like I'm a sandbox game master in D&D. Here's my adventure. Here's the end point of the campaign, way off down over here. Here's a starting scenario. Throw the character in, and since I know so much about the character, what do you do? And then what are the consequences of what they do? And I just naturally follow the consequences. And drawing on years of experience as a game master, I pepper in various plot points as necessary, red herrings, redirect if the story starts going off course, as anyone who's played D&D knows. Your characters can go off course so much. So I'm a lawful plancer. That's where I lie.
Love it. Yeah, very, very. I love it. We're gonna have to share that graphic after the con so
Yeah,
people can, yeah, see
I'll
it.
send it to you. I'll send it to someone. I don't know. I'll send it to Milk.
Drop it in
Yeah,
chat.
that's
If
fun.
you drop it in chat,
I
we can
can't.
download it.
Not allowed. There's no
Oh,
images.
Oh, okay. Paulus, where do you fall on this spectrum?
That lawful plancer is like me to a T. Although I started more of a plant. Basically, I've always loved characters. So whenever you kind of do that whole, development of them and just let them go, that's the fun part. That's, as an author, I can't even imagine being a full, like, plotting everything. Although I definitely plot the end. I spend a lot of time just pacing back and forth, imagining the end scene and where the characters are now and how they can get there. And I don't know exactly how they're going to, but I will say though that I plot more than I used to just because I've written enough that I understand plots better and like things while I'm writing are red flags to me now that I never would have noticed before, and so I'm kind of forced to a certain degree. But yeah, that's a awesome diagram.
Yeah, yeah, love that. It's interesting. I've done a lot of interviews of authors, and I would say 98% of us are some form of pantser. There's just very few pure outline writers that I've met so far. So if you are an outliner, I need to like do a psychological study on you,
James
because yeah,
Hunter. Talk to
yeah,
James.
okay,
Seriously,
yeah,
talk to James
all right,
Hunter.
we'll do.
Yeah.
Okay, our next question, and Ryan, you're going to start us off. In those moments when the words aren't wording and the plot is stuck, and you just hit a brick wall, what has kept you from giving up?
You included giving up. I was going to say rage quitting is usually on the table for those things, but uh, typically I will look at something different. I am also, on top of being a plancer, am a terrible ADHD writer. So at any given time,
Mm.
I'll have like 7 different projects happening all at the same time that I'm writing on, and a lot of times going back and forth between those two will help, or going back and forth between some of those will help. But another big thing that I like to do as well is I'll usually go watch some kind of fantasy TV show or movie. Like if I go watch Lord of the Rings, or I go watch some anime, or I go watch um, you know, well, I just forgot what I was going to say for the next one, but I go watch one of the fantasy things that are out there, and usually that gives me some more of that inspiration because you see somebody else taking a story, and then you can and the things that you adapt to it, and once you spend enough time writing, you can see how those stories kind of were developed and what thought processes somebody probably had into linking things together. And a lot of times that gives me an inspiration to go be like, oh, well, I didn't think about linking what happened here in book one to what happened here in book five, or whatever the case is, that of where we're met. So finding inspiration somewhere else, or again, just putting a little more passion into a different project, because sometimes a certain thing doesn't grasp you every single day. I can't go write grand system vending every single day, or I would rage quit then. So just switching to another project that I had a little more passion for. I'm still writing, I'm still getting words out, and that's kind of the bottom line for those.
See, it's like you rage quit in the moment for just
Yes.
a short period of time. Yeah,
Yes.
love it.
Temporary rage quit.
Temporary rage quit. KT, how about you? How do you deal with hitting a brick wall?
Um, I, hmm, I, I don't know. I kind of just don't. I don't not hit him. I just don't deal. I just like leave it and move and do something else and come back to it. So I don't like I don't generally in the middle of a book, I don't generally hit a brick wall. Um it's it's when I'm in between projects that I have trouble starting projects because if I don't get the beginning right for my brain, so like the beginning I read you the other day for my new
Hmm.
one, okay? That is the 16th attempt at writing the first chapter. So until I get that first chapter down exactly the way it is in my head and I need it to be, I can't even start. Once that's gone, all bets are off. I'm good. I can write. But yeah, dude, you don't even understand how much trouble I had getting that beginning right, because I've had the scene in my head for so long that like every few, like I would try, I'd do like three 500 words and nothing was working, and it was wrong and it was wrong, and I would just throw every single one of them out. And then I finally, I said to my friend, I don't have my opening line. I need an opening line. And he goes, here, I'll give you an opening line, but you have to use it. And now it's in first person instead of third person, but it works so much better. Like it was, that was it. That was it. I got that line and I opened it with it and I'm like, oh my God, this is perfect. And now it works. And now I've written like 8,000 words on it. So, but it took me a long time to get it. So I don't hit a brick wall during a book. It's at the end of it, unless you call lack of sales a brick wall. I have like a series called what is it, Last Chance, and I wrote Rise and Rebel, but dude, nobody wanted to read lit RPG in a urban fantasy setting at the time, and so I think like 1,000 people at most have read that book. So it just didn't warrant me writing the third one yet, but I will eventually get to it. I just haven't. So
So
who
Casey's
loves
like,
me?
I just bashed my head against that brick wall 16
Yes.
times, and that's how I get through it.
Yeah. I'm like, try. No, wrong. Next
Right.
one.
Yeah.
She thinks I'm bingo. I'm really confused.
All
But
right.
okay, thanks.
Sarah Streams, how about you? How do you get through that brick wall?
So first off, I need to preface this by saying that I set myself writing goals every day. So Monday through Friday, I have to write at least 5,000 words for Black Flame Mage, and that's because I want to set myself to hit my deadlines way before they come. Because the worst thing is like I have to write a book in a month to meet a deadline. Oh no! And my books are chonky. Like each of these entries is 250K, so I have to keep on it. But the short answer is I Pavloved myself. So the way I did that is with music. So let's say, I know it is a little humorous, but I'll explain. So let's say I want to write an action scene. Well, I Pavlov myself into action scene, listen to fantasy power metal. So like Gloryhammer, Powerwolf, Windrose. Then I'm like in action scene mode and it just comes out, it just flows. If I need to write something that is more like soft and kind of like romance leaning, or, subplot stuff that leads into character moments, then I go with like a very soft symphonic rock. And I basically just Pavlov my brain into writing certain types of scenes depending on the music I listen to. So if I do hit a wall with a certain type of scene, I just switch the music to a different track within the genre, and that kind of gives my brain a nudge of, oh, do this. And
Nice.
to be clear, to make this even more insane, because I know it sounds insane, I don't actually listen to multiple tracks when writing a chapter. I put the same song on repeat for that chapter. And then if I'm stuck when I switch to a different song, it's like re-kicking my brain into that mode, but it starts thinking along different tracks because it's a new song. So that's how I get through
Cool.
my moments. It's been years of just training my brain to write when I hear certain things.
So you're like +3 to bardic inspiration effect.
That's a
But
way to look at it. Yeah,
yeah.
I hate bards, but I guess I am one.
But yeah,
Damn it.
yeah, dang it. All right.
That's funny.
So, Apollos, what's your method to break through that brick wall?
Well, I definitely used a similar thing with music. It's amazing how that works. Now, I will just put something on repeat. I'll look for something specific that has a certain vibe. I don't care if it has lyrics. After you listen to a song 2 times in a row, you don't hear the lyrics at all anymore, anyways. I bet you there's songs out there I've listened to 1,000 times and I couldn't, sing you a single line. But there's a few other things. One of the things that usually stops me is distractions, um, where I'm listening or reading too much. So a lot of times I won't um, read novels. I won't play certain games, that kind of stuff, because just the way I work, it um, sometimes it's just the opposite, but a lot of times I'm just too distracted. And then finally, if I'm just overstimulated altogether and just need a day off or whatnot, I don't know if it's a dopamine like overload. I will not listen to anything, not do anything for a couple days, and then just come back. And then one of the problems with listening to music all the time is it's like this constant small stream of dopamine, and it seems like just sometimes I get it's too much. But if I come back after just relaxing and it's almost like change all the stimulus, then that's generally those two things are what bothers me in the music. I've I don't even know if I can write consistently without the music because it just it's an easy tool to get you in that vibe of whatever scene you're writing.
Yeah. Yeah. I love that. All right. Cause you're up. What do you do to get through your blocks?
Well, first off, I'm going to have to take a leaf out of Saris's book here. Now, whenever I read book reviews, I'm going to have to start playing "Let It Go" by Taylor Swift. Because I always struggle with that when I get a bad one. Anyways, going back to the actual question, I've never really had a problem giving up, but I get stumped a lot. So I have a rotation, and I just want to say if the IRS ever audits me, I'm going to use this video as proof. Whenever I get stuck or I have a problem, I like to go and like let's say I'm trying to figure out a contract in my book, I'll go watch Suits. Or if someone gets sick, I'll go watch House. Or if I need like some cutesy ideas or something, I'll watch anime. Or if I'm trying to figure out a system for my book, I'll play a video game like Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy Tactics or any number
Mm,
of things like that. And I rotate. Oh, also, the biggest one, whenever you're stuck, like trying to figure out how to make your words word, read a book. Pick your favorite one. Any of the books that you guys write are great inspiration. I read what you take, use you as a muse, steal your ideas, and put them in my book.
I love that. I actually have this thing where if I'm feeling unconfident, I have a book that's my go-to, like terrible book that's made money. I'll just read a chapter of it. And just
that's awesome.
so whatever if you've ever picked up a book and you're like, "Oh my God, this is the worst," and it's somebody who's successful at all, keep that in your back pocket. Yeah. All right, Katie, you're up for the next question first. How did you choose what genre to write?
I met my husband playing EverQuest 2, and the rest is history. I don't know. I always so I when I first started writing, I grew up reading the famous Five, Enid Blyton, which nobody outside of the UK or UK settlements that aren't that are still colonized will understand. But I wanted to be a mystery writer. I wanted to be a mystery slash um, thriller slash horror writer. But the thing is, aliens kept popping up, and magic kept inserting itself. So everything I wrote ended up being sci-fi fantasy, and then I just went with it. Um, so I originally started writing fantasy. My first book I got my first agent with was a post-apocalyptic book, The Domino Project. It's a trilogy, and it's basically X-Men on Genosha Island era meets Blade Runner. And so I wrote that. And like I said, in 2017, my husband for Christmas gave me Awaken Online in a hard copy. And then I read Ascend Online, and then I dug deep and found anything I could find because back then it was slim pickings. And then I wrote Somnia Online because I met my husband in a computer game. So I chucked EverQuest 1, 2, and Vanguard, if anybody is old enough to remember Vanguard when it came out, all in a blender, whipped it up, and made my system and my story. And that is why I write lit RPG.
Yeah, the rest
I'm
is
a huge
history.
Vanguard fan, for what it's worth.
Oh,
I love it.
Psionicist, hello, like Blood
I like the
Mage, literally in the,
the
yeah.
healing monk.
Oh my God, the Disciple, yeah, he was awesome, dude, yeah.
Yep.
But the Blood Mage, I loved the Blood Mage, was awesome.
I had one of those too.
Yeah, but I was a Psionicist because I played an enchanter in EverQuest 1, and like I would go to Sebelis and mez like 9 mobs at once, and it was such a power trip, mate. Like it was fucking awesome. So.
I remember that.
Love it. All right, Sarah Streams, you're up.
Right. So I have to do a little bit of the history of the writing journey, but I will make it brief. So been writing fantasy since I was 12, and I started playing tabletop games. Went through high school, went through college, kept writing. Queried trad agents a ton. Had a couple different series written. Kept querying trad agents. Nothing was panning out. Back in 2020, end of 2020, early 2021, I had a really rough patch with a really horrible like breakup, just nasty stuff. And that got me into the rabbit hole of distraction via crappy anime. Like the worst trash you can think of. I found one that I really liked, and then I finished everything that was available, bought the light novels, finished everything that was available, found the web novels, ran out of stuff, and I said, I need more web novels. Then that led me
Everybody
to
wants to
Royal
know what the
Road.
title is.
Oh, it was Ara Ferretta from Commonplace to World's Strongest. So, crappy
Oh, I
anime,
did know
right?
that. Yeah.
Anyways, so I was just reading that to the end of what was available, and then I said, okay, I need more web novel stuff. So I looked around Reddit, saw the Royal Road was a thing, went there, saw all these stories being posted, and said, huh, let me post my story. Because at that point, I had written a story to get out of depression, like a way to fuel my angst. So I wrote Echo's Evolution, which, yes, very much self insert character, but horrible cannibalism with a happy ending. It's weird. Go read it, it's fun. But that was got me into the genre space is I went down the anime to light novel to web novel to running out of web novels to read pipeline, and then I saw that this genre space allowed for people to succeed with publications without an agent. Since I've been querying agents for literally 9 years at that point to no avail, I said, you know what? F it. F it. I'm just going to throw my work up there. And it did okay. And then I got mentoring from Neon Dreams, and I did even better. And then I ended up writing Ruinous Return, and I got a publisher, and that's where I am today. So I wrote the genre because I followed the anime pipeline. It's a dangerous pipeline. I do not recommend doing the anime that I did, but that's the pipeline I went down.
Love it. Love it. All right, Apollos, you're up. How did you find your genres?
So I can't say that I had any choice in the matter. It's just the one that I liked, and honestly, I write what I like. Starting with video games was probably one of the root causes. And even though I've read so much epic fantasy, so much science fiction and whatnot, um, I've always had this thing for coming of age stories, um, and just progression. Even if lit RPG wouldn't have been a thing, I probably would have ended up writing progression fantasy in some fashion, or sci-fi. So it just, yeah, didn't have a choice.
Just so like I didn't choose the genre chose me. Love it.
Yeah.
Yep. Amen. Yep.
Yeah. Cos, what's your story here? How did you choose your genre?
So when I choose a genre, basically, I like to take whatever I really love to read, and then you know how if you have an itch and then someone tries to scratch it for you, they always miss. So when I'm reading a book, like lately, I'm into crafting books, and I keep reading these books, and they keep going all these weird, wonky directions. Like I want to read a book about someone making things, but then he goes off in a dungeon and he starts fighting with the adventurers, and I'm reading like 200 pages, and we haven't crafted a single thing, no innovation, no growth, except for at the very end he does something neat, and it's like why? So I was like, I can do better. So I wrote a book, and some people like it, so I think I'm doing a good job.
Write what you want to read.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like the genre chose you too, just in a roundabout.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. Keeps grabbing the steering wheel. Ryan, how about yourself? How did you find your genre?
Um, I uh, I used to write in like some fantasy stuff in junior high and high school because that's always been my favorite thing. Lord of the Rings and Tolkien are like my original inspiration for any kind of writing whatsoever. But I also spent a lot of time in my later high school years, early college years, writing Dungeons and Dragons campaigns because there were only so many that Wizards of the Coast put out, and so that got boring to run the same ones over and over again. So I found some people online who had been writing some, and I kind of just took a note from their writing and went and wrote my own a bunch of those. So I've probably written 80 to 100 different campaigns over the years, ranging from level 1 to 5 to up to level 1 to level 20 in the past. So I started there, and then I accidentally bought my first lit RPG book back in 2015, 2016. I think it's been about 10 years. I was listening to a series, and it was doing that whole if you uh, if you check out the book uh, from Kindle Unlimited or whatever it was it back at the time because it was brand new. You could buy the audiobook for like between $5 and $8. So I would just buy the audiobooks and listen to those. And it was The Land by Elron Kong was the first one I ever read, and I was like, oh God, I did not mean to buy this book. Fine, I guess since I have it, I should just listen to it. And then there were stats, and I was like, oh, this is what has always been missing from my life up to this point until now
Unlocked. Yeah.
is the progression of that fantasy. So that's where I kind of got inspired to move into this, and now I can't see myself not having numbers in my books. If you read my books, you'll understand why I'm crunchy to my core. So uh, it's just it's just like you said, or like people are saying, when you find what is really speaking to you, that's where you end up going and where you land on. So
It's fascinating because none of you were really like, I did analysis on what genre was going to be six. None of you did like the businessy thing, really. It was more of what inspired you all, which I think is really fascinating. Yeah, yeah. On that note, we're gonna switch gears here a little bit, and Saris, you're gonna talk to us a little bit about a moment that you've written that you're super proud of and why.
Apologies for the delay. I retyped the question so I have it to reference. Um, so probably the moment that I'm most proud of, it'd have to be narrowed down between two. And I'm saying I'm most proud of because they got the best public reception when they had the Royal Road run. The first one has to be Ruinous Return when Lynn ends up like abandoning her idea of reclaiming Old Glory because she knows she can't now. Little bit of spoilers. Spell was done. She can't undo the spell, so she's got to drop that old plan. But she embraces her identity as like trying to conquer the world. Happens about halfway through book one. Um, so that was one of the good moments where readers were like, "Yeah, this is fucking awesome," and I was like, "Yes." The second one has to be from my recent release, Last Lord of the Fae. I believe it's chapter 18, maybe 22, somewhere around there, where Tristan confronts his father. And the reason why it was one of the best scenes for me to write is because it was this character, Tristan, a half elf, who's been basically discriminated against his whole life by his own dad. Not disowned because he can't do that, but abused, manipulation, all types of horrible things that horrible parents do, right? And Tristan has a chance to lash out and like really beat the shit out of him, but he doesn't. He takes the moral high ground and still shames him in front of the entire royal court. And I got a lot of praise from readers because they said I was expecting something really violent, but this comeuppance was better. So that's probably my second most proudest moment. And it's all because of the reader interaction and readers saying, we like this stuff. Like, me personally writing it, I have different favorites. I have different favorite moments for me, but the most impactful are the ones that the readers get hyped about. So
Yeah,
there you have my answer.
love it. All right, Apollos, how about you? What's a proud moment that you've written, or a moment you're proud of?
That's hard. The first thing to come to mind isn't probably what everyone's maybe isn't even directly answering the question, but um, before I went full time, the most uh, the thing that bothered me the most was okay, I have one series that's popular. Um, as soon as I'm done with this series, is my career over? Because at the time, after, through research, that's what I saw. So even though the um, my audience may not like me as much for it, um, I published a second series to see if I could be successful long term. And it was something that I kind of needed to do for me to actually take that step. And after publishing, well, Codename Freedom, then Underworld, and then another Underworld, everything was making enough money where, okay, I can do that. So my proudest thing was just like, um, being wise, kind of taking care of my family in regard to it, because I wouldn't even be here um, if I didn't. So
Yeah. Thanks for that insight. How about you, Cos?
So I'm not going to tell you what the scene is, but I'm going to read the comment that I got that really made it hit home for me. This was a comment on a book when I released Start Menu. This is a comment about the System School book. He says, I have to finish the Accidental series first. About Melted, when Melvin and Callie declared their love to each other. That one line from Callie just seared into my brain, and I had to stop what I was working on to acknowledge what had just happened.
Nice. Nice. Yeah. When you affect your readers like that, it's hard not to be like, yes, I did a good job.
Yeah.
All right,
Yep.
Ryan, what's your proudest moment here, or a proud moment?
I think I would lean more towards Apollo's idea with I think my proudest moment, specifically in writing, was having done a bunch of writing before, including almost 2 full books in a series that just were awful, just terrible. I mean, the worst. People threw up when they read it. I'm sure of it. Um, and uh, and I got to this moment where I was like, okay, clearly I'm not doing something right. And some people gave me some advice, and the 2 things that stuck with me is write what you know, because then it doesn't sound like you're forcing something, and write it as though you were speaking it. Use your own words, use your own thoughts, use your own things. And as soon as I did that, I scrapped that whole idea and started over. And Grand System Vending was where I started with that. So that's the first book that I really was like, this is me. Everything that I'm writing here is as colorful as it is is who I am truly deep down inside. So and then I noticed that it started taking off and people really started enjoying it. And so it was a proud moment for me to be able to say I finally put myself into the book. And that's what made it more successful, because people could really feel when a writer's being genuine versus trying to force something into place.
Thanks for that. How about you, KT?
Um, so not to spoil, I have two. One is Somnia Online. There is something that happens at the end of book 6 that I spelled 6 freaking books foreshadowing for. And for the most part, it hit a point, and I'd say 90% of the audience was like, oh, finally, oh, this is wonderful, this is great. And I was like, yes, it worked. But 10% of them were like, oh, I didn't see that coming. And I was like, how? How did you not see that coming? But I was really happy that most of my audience got that point. I don't want to spoil it because it's like a whole arc of the book, so I don't want to. And the other, I can't spoil this one again, but book 6 of Library made a lot of people cry, and I take damn pride in that.
I
So
was one of them. Yeah.
I think I got a few nasty little messages. You made me cry, you bitch. I'm like, good. At least I hit that emotional resonance I was aiming for. And that was always supposed to happen. That was like my big trump card, and apparently I pulled it off. So that felt good. So, Keith, you'll hate me. You'll hate me so much.
Yeah.
It's
Keep
okay
reading,
though.
Keith. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay though. It's hey, you'll hate me for a moment, I think, not eternally. I hope. I don't think I've got any death threats coming my way, but
Yeah.
yeah. So that one was very good because I was in my dad died last year. I've had so many people die on me in the last year, like just so actually being able to finish it the way I wanted to when my headspace wasn't the best writing space made me pretty happy because I actually managed to tie off all my loose ends and all of my 75 fucking plot threads that I managed to put into the book, which is always my problem because I put like 5,000 plot threads into every freaking book, and it's just then at the end I'm like, oh my god, this braid is just not working. But yeah, so that was it. I like what do you call it? I like making people cry. It's fun. Yeah.
There you go.
I must admit, the language, somebody just said language, and dude, I literally, before this, as this started, I asked if I could swear. I'm from Australia, and it's really hard to break unless I'm super thinking about it. So,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you're doing a pretty good
the
job so
only,
far.
yeah, I was pretty
All
proud
right.
of myself. Yeah.
All right, you guys, we've only amazingly got 10 minutes left. So some of these questions we're going to fly through, and I'm going to skip a couple if you had were on the list. So just know. So if you don't have a great answer, just be like, meh, I'll leave that. Or somebody just said what I was going to say, go ahead and pass. But my next question is going to be for Apollos first. What was the hardest lesson you had to learn about actually getting people to read your work, and how did you get around that?
The hardest lesson is I'm an entertainer. How did I get around it? I entertained.
Perfect.
Is
I
that
love it.
quick enough?
Yeah,
I,
yeah, no, yeah,
okay,
yeah. Um,
that's hard.
Cost, how about yourself?
I had to stop being an idiot. System School I released as I summoned a hero from another world to be my girlfriend, and had no cover, no shouts, no nothing, and it somehow blew up on its own. I've learned a lot since then, and now as a mentor, I have to actually teach people how to do it the right way. So I've, I'm still cheating. Like when I release a book, everybody says release 20,000 words on day one. I don't do that. So
Yeah, yeah. Okay, all right. Ryan, how about you? Hardest lesson?
Um, hardest lesson for me is social media. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm too old for this. I don't understand. But I guess the biggest thing that I've learned from that though is that one of the best ways to one of the best ways to get your name out there as to people to see you is to become friends with the people who are out there, and don't always be posting about your stuff. Post about what you're reading. Post about uh, what you what you've enjoyed, what you're looking forward to next. Interact with the interacting with the community is one of the things that has been really good for me. I just did it naturally because I'm a fan first and a writer second is what I consider myself. So because I've been a fan for 10 years now of the genre, but only been writing since like 2019, 2020. So just being part of the community and present and sharing in the love that they experience from the books that are around there. Leaving a review of somebody else's book you read or listened to later so that other people know how it comes off to somebody who writes as well is always a great way to get in there. And then again, just making friends with people. I have had so many people ask me to be places and show up or jump on a live just because we were friends and I showed up to their live to support them. I was like, I don't want to get in tonight. I have to say that sometimes because I'm already laying down in bed and I'm just watching you for fun. But making those friends and connections and networking is really what it is a big part of getting your name out there because then people see you for more than just somebody pushing their books.
Yeah, 100%. And they see you as a genuine part of the community, right? Yeah, love that. All right, KT, hardest thing and how you overcame it.
I haven't overcome it. I still feel so weird when somebody says, I've read your books. And I'm like, you read my books. Did you hate them? And they're like, no, I like that. Like I've read them all. Oh, okay, great. That's great. And then my inner monologue is going, somebody's reading my book, somebody's reading my books, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. And I can't get rid of that. Doesn't matter. I love sharing them. I love getting feedback. I have learned to laugh at my 1-star reviews because obviously, why did you read book 5 if you
pick it
hated book
up.
1? You utter moron.
Yep.
Like I'll go through. I'll be like, this person has commented on every one of my books with a 1-star review. Why are you wasting your life like that? Like why? And they've read them, right? Like they've read the freaking book because like they know stuff about the book, and you're just like, I don't understand you.
Light
like,
reading.
or yeah, or like I'll give people they them pronouns, and I'll get like reviews that are like 200 words of how they them isn't a pronoun, and I'm like, do you realize what else you could have accomplished in the time it took you to write this review, let alone keep reading my books? Like, dude, seriously. So I have learned to laugh at my like 1 and 2 star reviews, because I'm just like, mate, my books are not for you. Stop giving me money. I like your money, but really, you've got to stop doing that because you have problems. But other than that, I still find it amazing that people read my books. And I keep wondering if the next series nobody's going to read. So it, I guess I just don't deal with it very well,
Yeah,
apart from
yeah.
finding my own entertainment in aspects of it.
All right, Sarah Streams, how about you?
So actually, Hannah, they're just like perfectly dovetailed into what I was gonna say. So one of the hardest things for me with getting people to read my work is knowing when a series is not going to work and knowing that I have to kill it in the crib. Now, me personally, I'm always of the mindset that I need to at least finish book one entirely so that there is a stopping point. So to just give two brief examples, right? Brief examples. The first one, I wrote this story a while back called Redemption Through Reincarnation. Got 960 followers on Royal Road, so okay, not very great for me, but it was a full-on reincarnation story, and I had to stop after book one because there's no commercial viability. There just isn't. It's not going to be able to sell. I know that because it doesn't hit anything on the lit RPG marketability concept test, which I'll link later. Same thing with Dragon System Adventurer. Did decent, made it all the way to Rising Stars, never went above slot like 32. Sitting at 669 followers, wrote book one, not going to write anymore, new project. Because the reality is, now as a full time writer, you have to realize, I have to realize, and this is a good lesson for anyone else, you need to know when you're writing on market, when you're not writing on market, when what you're writing is hitting the market to pursue it, and when to just stop something, even if your fans might hate you for it. Like, I have people who in my Patreon who were saying, I want you to keep writing this story. And I'm like, great. Tell like 80 other people to join my Patreon so I can say to a publisher, look, people are paying for this. And then I'll keep writing it because I can then get a publishing deal. Because publishing deal equals advance or revenue stream down the line, which means I get to eat. Um, and that's really the hardest thing is knowing when you need to stop a story or stop a series, getting it to a okay conclusion, and then saying, I got to do something else.
Love it. Yeah, that kind of brings it back to the business side of things. If you're trying to eat, you got to pay attention to that stuff too, right? All right, we have a bunch of questions that we did not get to. Maybe next year we'll just have to do the bottom half of the questions. But I do want to let everybody do a sign off here, and I think the last question is maybe one of the most important ones. Stories, no matter how serious or crazy, zany they are, they take a piece of an author with them once you hit the publish button. What part of you or your ideals or what message or what do you want, what are you hoping comes through in your writing? And Kos, we're going to start with you. And while you're doing this, I want you to do just a sign off. Remind everybody who you are, what your top series or two that you want people to go to are, and where they can find you.
I'm Cosplay. You can find me in my profile, or you can go to the website cosplayauthor.com. The thing I want for any book that I write is to take readers to that place where they can kind of escape whatever they're going through in their life and go on an adventure, have a fantasy, put themselves in the shoes of the characters that I'm writing, and basically just be entertained. I mean, that's what we're all trying to do with the people that we're writing for. And if I succeed at doing that with even one person, I'm happy.
Love it. Thanks, Kos. Thanks for joining us tonight too,
My
or
pleasure.
today. Ryan, what is the piece of you that you're trying to put in your stories? And make sure you tell everybody where to find you.
Oh, the piece of me that I'm trying to put in my stories is usually my heart. I think the only thing that I ended up putting into Grand System Vending was penis. So I need to be a little bit more careful with some of those things. But a big thing that I try to put into each of the books is specifically um, the character themselves as a person, as somebody you can relate to, as somebody that has done things you have thought about doing or saying or have done or said. So a realistic and relatable character is one of the biggest things that I really try to relate into my stories from myself for those. And again, I write Grand System Vending. The first three books are out on Amazon. Book one and two have Audible out now. Book three Audible drops July 7th. Done by the fabulous Steve Campbell. He did an amazing job on those
Did.
books. And then you can also find me on Royal Road still with book four of Grand System Vending has been dropping on Royal Road now. And um Clerical Error Book One Mend is dropping, and Dungeon Grand Prix Book One is fully out to read still on Royal Road.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Ryan. KT, what are you trying to get across in your books?
Okay, so when I write a book, I build the world first. I have everything. I have from history to how the magic system works to creatures that live in it to everything. I have like pages and pages of written. I write by hand to keep it in my head of written words to so that the world is alive. So that when I go to write the book, when I place my characters in it, it's barely a second thought to put them in that world and keep it alive. I want people to experience that, to like witness worlds of like wonder that I just have had so much fun in. And I want them to realize that, you know, you can, these characters faced with these insurmountable odds, like just, and us as authors faced with insurmountable odds, like you, you share this and you just have to fight enough to do it. So I guess I just want people to live in the world and experience it and find joy in it, like I do. So
Right.
and you can find me pretty much anywhere. I do have katiehanna.com, like kthanna.com. And I will update it, but it has all my links to Discord and to Patreon and Amazon and stuff on it. So, um, and I have multiple finished series out. I have Somni Online, Library System Reset. Although Tao keeps trying to get me to write books 4, 5, and 6, System Apocalypse Australia has a very good ending at the end of book 3. So we'll see. I don't think so. Yeah, so voila, that's
All right.
me.
Thank you. All right, Sarah Streams, what part are you to put in your books?
Right. So the message that I hope comes through in my writing, because that was the question, I typed it out, is it changes based on the book. Because I very intentionally go into each book, since I'm that lawful planter, what is the end goal of the story? And that end goal carries with it some type of message, right? So the message really changes from story to story. There's not a single part of me that is left in a book to writers. Like Echoes of Evolution, you can survive through any adversity with enough willpower and determination and grit. Right? Last Lord of the Fae, even if you come from a shitty background, you can still make something of yourself and make the world a better place for the people around you. There's a variety of messages for every single piece. I can't just quantify it down to a single thing that is shared because each story is different. Each story shares different ideas and themes. I don't write the same thing over and over and over. I'm not like cranking out System Apocalypse after System Apocalypse. I gotta change it up. So sign off when done. Sarah Streams, Alex Economy. You can find me on just literally Sarah's Streams, all one word, .com. That's the website, and it's got a link to all my stuff. And little plug for myself a little. Black Flame Mage was signed by Aethon, so it's coming out in the near future. Keep your eyes open for that because that's going to be awesome.
Great. Thanks for joining us, Sarah. Saris, Apollos, you're up.
All right. So, Paulus Thorne, I'm going to start with signing out because I'll forget. So I have Heaven's Laws Book 3 coming out hopefully in the next month or two, Rise of the Body Cultivator right after that, and then Underworld hopefully out this year. So I think that's Book 9. But to answer the question, I mean, each book has a lot of different just purposes behind it. So mainly as a writer, I like live in these worlds and in these stories, and I really just want someone to come along with me. Hope you enjoy as much as I do. and it's been a blast. So
Yeah,
appreciate it.
love it. All right. Well, I'm Ruckwell. If you like conversations like this, I actually do a podcast bi-weekly, Beyond Quest with Ruck on YouTube. So I talk to authors about their process and their books and their passion, and I love it. Thank you all for joining me. A great, I mean, like one of the best panels I've run. So thank you guys. You had great answers. Appreciate your time, audience. Thanks for joining us. The next panel up. Let me just look this up. So we've got a 15-minute intermission, so it's 1:15 Eastern. There's going to be the publisher round panel is going to be up. I pre-recorded that with Jez and Rhett earlier this week because we had some time zone issues. But it's a fantastic discussion. So if you're looking to get published, a lot of your publishing questions, we go into pretty in depth if you weren't there when we recorded it. So check it out at 1:15, and then at 3 o'clock we've got the Tess Irondale narrator interview. So also a lot of fun. We've got more coming all day, so stick with numbers going up. And thanks to everybody who's organized this con. It's been great so far. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you, everyone, for an awesome panel. If you want to stick around, it's all right. I will kick you all when it's time to start the next.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
that
It
was
was fun.
Before I sign
Now
off,
I'm
I
like
want to see
all
if there's any chat questions.
yeah. Now I'm
Yes,
like
feel
all
free.
what do you call it? Now
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and send you guys back to audience. Bye. Get this all ready. So I will, unless Rec, if you want to be in here to give a little bit more commentary. No, we're not going to change stages for this since it's pre-recorded. So it's only going to run for the exact amount of time it's already pre-recorded for. There's not going to be any more chatter beyond that. Get this live. How does it look? There. Uh-huh. So we'll give it a few more minutes and then we will start up. We could start a little bit early. That would be just fine by me. I think we'll go ahead and get started. 5 minutes early, but yep. Let's get this rolling, yeah? So, welcome back, everyone. Who's on YouTube. We are live again for the pre-recorded author panel. Let's see if I can get this to play.
So let's get started. So I'm Rec. I'm here with the Numbers Go Up convention to be the moderator for this panel. I've got Jez here and Rhett. Thank you too for joining us. I want to start off by just giving you a little space. Maybe I don't know who wants to go first, but just a quick introduction of who you are and which publisher you're with.
Is the audio not coming through? Sorry.
I'll go first. Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to. I haven't.
Sorry. Is audio's not coming through? Let me troubleshoot. I am. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. It says playing in VLC. Now, it might not be. It may be because I might. Let me try unmute it.
Done this app before. I'm seeing full screen. Ah, there it is. Okay. Yeah, so I'm Rhett C. Bruno.
Do
I'm
you
the
hear
co-owner and CEO of Athon Books. You guys, I'm sure, have seen us around. We've been doing this genre for a while.
One second. There we go. Share stream audio. I don't know why I was ticked off, but share stream audio was off.
So let's get started. So I'm Rec. I'm here with the Numbers Go Up convention to be the moderator for this panel. I've got Jez here and Rhett. Thank you too for joining us. I want to start off by just giving you a little space, maybe, I don't know who wants to go first, but just a quick introduction of who you are and which publisher you're with.
Right, go first.
I'll go first. Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to. I haven't done this app before. I'm seeing full screen. Ah, there it is. Okay. Yeah, so I'm Rhett C. Bruno. I'm the co-owner and CEO of Athon Books. You guys, I'm sure, have seen us around. We've been doing this genre for a while. He Fights with Monsters, Defiance of the Fall, Primal Hunter, are some of our biggest. And yeah, Jez, you take it away next.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jez Cadgio. I'm a lit RPG author, first of all, then started out as publishing, mainly due to the fact that Rhett was hiding still hadn't been big on the scene. We were just discussing that, and I was saying if Athon had been as big as they are now, when I started out with Legion, I wouldn't have had to. I would have stayed hidden. Would have been a much more relaxing time for me. But I'm one of the directors of Legion.
Thanks for both joining us. Obviously, Legion and Athon, big names in the genre. I appreciate you giving us your valuable time today. I'm going to start us off, and I'm going to just go bounce back and forth. So the next question is going to be for you, Jez, and then we'll go Rhett back and forth with the questions. But Jez, I think you maybe have already answered this question, but why did you start a publishing company?
Right, that's so convenient. I've already answered. No, in all honesty, we were discussing this before, and I was just saying that when we first set up Legion, it was literally a case of I was primarily in the Facebook side of things, very little on the Discord and Royal Road side, and so I wasn't aware of Athon. Mountaindale Press and Shadow Alley had both essentially closed their submissions path, and we had quite a few of the sort of Spectrum ones that were coming out that were offering some very dubious contracts. So we'd done well enough out of my own stuff that we decided that what we would do is we would set up and try and help some people. And we partnered with Geneva Agnos, who is very famous as the VA for the entire group. For the entirety of Lit RPG, she is the mother hen. And now, obviously, we partnered with Soundbooth to run and produce Lit RPG Con, which is very, very manically busy. So we set up to try and help people, and then, like I said before, Athon exploded out of nowhere on the Facebook side as well as everywhere else, and I was like, oh, well, there we go. There's now a much better alternative. We're not all bad, though.
Thanks for that. And Rhett, how about Athon? How did Athon come about?
Yeah, I don't think we came out of nowhere, but yes, we were kind of running in different circles. We didn't really hang in the Facebook groups as much. But yeah, so I was an author too, myself and our other owner, Steve Boyer. I wrote for a long time, published a lot of science fiction back then, which is actually the genre we started in. I wound up kind of going full time and quickly realizing that I don't write fast enough to be full time, especially in science fiction, right? Like a lot of the authors in here in Lit RPG are used to a different earnings potential than how hard it is to do science fiction. But I had worked with traditional publishers like Random House and stuff and learned a lot about publishing. My partner, Steve, got fired from his job. And we both were like, all right, let's just start a publisher. Sort of, it was going to be our side thing in addition to writing. And then that sort of changed. And now this is our, full-time.
Yeah, no longer side gig.
24/7 job. We write sometimes when we can, but yeah, we went full on into publishing. And have grown, but really stayed on science fiction and fantasy.
Yeah, thanks for that.
And I should apologize for my background. We're mid-move. It usually looks nice and stuff, but those are just like nail holes from posters.
I thought it was just a really weird background picture.
Yeah. We're moving like next week, so I had to pack up my whole office.
Yeah, it's the office under construction background.
Yes.
Yeah. It sounds like you both had similar paths in that you maybe didn't start out in life dreaming about being a publisher, but went about it in different ways. Yeah. We're gonna go to Rhett first for this question, and this is really, we've got a bunch of authors that are going to be watching this. What is the most important thing to you in a business relationship with your authors?
Which one first?
You, Rhett. You're
okay.
first.
Yeah, I mean, our big thing has always been like, I'll say brutal honesty, but we try to be really, really upfront with our authors. I think that's super important. And we're not the type of publisher where if you're talking to us about a submission or something that we're going to be like, don't worry, we'll make you the next Charlene. Like, we will tell you upfront, like how this works, how publishing is, the different risks associated, all of that. I think that's really important because odds are you're not going to be the next Sherloon. Like, nobody probably is, just like nobody's going to be the next Cinnamon. That sort of stuff is beyond control. So I do think that level of honesty about everything is the most important thing. And as big as we are, something we've always tried to do is everything runs through myself and Steve. So the authors are always directly talking to us who can solve the problems instead of anyone you know, working under us or anything like that. It's probably crazy of us at how many authors we have now, but it is something that we've tried to maintain. Is that you deal directly with us? You should see my DMs on Discord, and
Awesome.
that's
Yeah,
fun.
you don't get that kind of personal touch out of a lot of businesses these days. That's amazing. What is it that you look for in your authors from that business relationship as well?
I mean, same thing back, right? Tell us about any issues. Be upfront with us, and we'll be the same. Really, our goal is to build careers, not just not one series at a time. So we try, we want to retain our authors, build them up, have them want to stay, address any issues, stuff like that. There's nothing worse than when an author's letting something fester for months, then brings it up, and you're like, oh, if you just told me, we would have solved that.
We would have fixed it. Yeah.
And in like a second, right? Like, we've replaced entire covers or got rid of an editor and put a new editor on and stuff because keeping that relationship positive as long as it makes sense is a very good thing to do.
Yeah, I think that's a good message for authors because a lot of folks go into getting published with maybe feeling like there's a power imbalance that they don't have control, but
Yeah, no,
publishers are more willing to work with you than you
that's
think.
true.
Yeah.
And definitely there's can be some like, oh, I don't want to bother them. I'm like please bother us. That's the whole
Yeah.
point, right? Like, this is our full-time job.
All right, Jez. So to you, and I know you're going to be like, I want dishonest. No. How do you follow up Rhett's response here?
Tell me you're lovely. No, no. Honestly, one of the first things, that's camera moving there, one of the main things that I tell people when we do choose to work with them or when they choose to work with us as well is that as long as they're honest, we can fix anything. So it's a case of the way that we normally work is we work in 3 rounds of editing. So we have, for example, dev editors, comes back from the dev editor, author works on it, moves on to line edits, comes back, moves on to science continuity edits. Then it comes back again, it's off to beta, it's off to ARC. With this, because Rhett will definitely back me on this, I'm sure, good editors are always busy. If you can find an editor who's got space for you tomorrow, it's because they're not good, generally speaking, or something terrible has happened because they're just a nightmare to find a really good, reliable editor. So we book our editors well in advance. So if you're writing a book and you know that we've agreed that it'll be ready by X date, and we add an extra 3 or 4 months onto that, and then the Sunday night before it's due to go to that editor, you message me and go, oh yeah, it's not going to be ready for at least another 3 months. You know that you've had loads of time you could have told me that. So
Yeah.
we always ask for people, we say we can fix anything as long as we know. So tell us in advance that you're not going to hit that deadline. That's fine. We can fix it. But leaving it the Sunday night when it's due Monday, I oughta.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. The oops, I've tripped and just happened to need 3 more months is a rough,
Yeah.
rough slog.
No,
It's going to have 2 or 3 days. It's like, oh, it'll be 3 months. And you're like, really?
that's part of why we try to have like um, book 2 done right even before we schedule is
Mhm.
Yeah.
for
It's why
that
we
reason.
do three now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it happens sometimes an author even thinks they're going to be faster than they are, right? They're not even planning that. Um, there's always life stuff that could happen too. We used to be a little more liberal about publishing, putting up like a book to pre-order, even if we didn't have the next book yet. And now we try to be a little more careful because we want to make sure that it'll actually be there, as people know. But your whole account could be frozen or shut down if you have a pre-order of it that don't.
Yeah. Well, the chat is hopping. We've got a bunch of questions related to, so a lot of our audience is Royal Road writers, right? And so the questions are coming in about, at what point do people have enough of an audience to generate interest from a publisher in what they're doing? So people are throwing around like 3,500 followers. It sounds like there's more to it than just followers, though. You need a book 2, 3, maybe 4 pre-written. But can you talk a little bit about maybe some of the things that you're looking for from your authors when they put in a submission to both of your companies?
Who goes first?
This one would be you, Jez. Yeah.
From my side, when you submit to ourselves, we're generally a few weeks before we get back to you, primarily because there's 3 of us reading the manuscripts. And the first thing we'd always say is that while your following helps, and honestly it does, obviously, it makes a lot of sense, it's not necessary as well, because we want to see the writing itself. We want to learn about the story. We want to see if there's good bones to it, because if there's no good bones to it, there's nothing we can do. You could spend an absolute fortune on advertising it and build up some interest. But if we read it and none of us go, oh, I love this story, then it's just not going to work. So if it comes to us first and we read it and go, oh, I love this, but it's not up anywhere, it's not on Railroad or anything else, we would still sign it if we really like it. But I would add the caveat that what we do as well is we have 2 extra things you need to get through, which is first of all the submission process, where we ask for a cover letter and a couple of details from you. And the reason we do that is just because if you don't read and see that you need to send a cover letter and you need to actually respond to those details, then you're not paying attention. If you're not paying attention, this doesn't bode well for the future.
100%. That is, if your submission looks ridiculous, it's like an automatic no, because what does that say about working with you, right? Like, and that's not that you need to have some perfect trad pub style cover letter, right? Like, the cover letter should very plainly say who you are, what you wrote, and move on. If it's really rambling or crazy, or like you're saying you're based, if an author is so arrogant and they're comparing themselves only to the biggest, most famous things out there, like, those are sort of red flags. If it looks AI generated now, which
Perfectly polished.
the more formal and perfectly polished and like breaking down every aspect of the story and what tropes it hits and stuff like that, right? Like, that's not really something people are usually doing. But yeah, I mean, that submission is the first thing, and it sucks. But I would say, we get like 100 a week. Probably half of them aren't even looked at. Of course, half of them are just not even in the right genre. Like, people are messaging us asking if we'll be their agent and stuff, and we're like, we're not agents. That's a totally different thing. So yeah, that's super important. And again, what Jez said, like, the following count, it's just a number in the end. Even as far as numbers, your Royal Road following is far less important than your Patreon following, right? Patreon are paying readers that support you. Royal Road are free readers. They're not necessarily going to spend money. They mostly will help if they subscribe to KU and could download it that way, or with reviews and stuff in general. But especially now with Amazon cracking down on like reviews in a lot of ways, even that's a little bit less valuable. So yeah, I mean, it has to be good. It has to be sellable, right, in the right genres that we do, or whatever publisher reaching out does. And frankly, like, we're also really, really busy, so we can't sign everything, even if we would want to. So we need, if there's two stories and we love them both equally and one comes with a following and one doesn't, like we're probably gonna have to choose the one with the following just simply because we can't do that many books, which is why it's good that there's plenty of options out there. For people that don't just want to self-publish, there's Legion and Mango and Moonquill and all these other ones that are still going to do the job of helping you get published. Because again, some authors don't want to do anything but write, and that's fine.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
often feel that way as well.
I just wish I could write. I love it.
I get it. It's a full-time job once you decide to to publish.
There's a lot of moving parts. Yeah. Yeah. We've got some specific questions about, like, real specific things about the industry, and I'll try to save some of those for the end. So I'm going to go back to some more general questions. After publishing a book on Amazon, what is the most helpful thing an author can immediately do to help promote themselves? And Rhett, this question goes to you first. Is there anything that you, like, your wish list, your top 3 wish list that you wish your authors would do after their book?
This is sort of for us and for self-publishing in general. It seems pretty broad, right? Or was this just like for specifically our authors?
I think this is more broad for anybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the first thing I'll say is if you haven't thought of that before clicking publish, you're already too late. The best thing you could do is actually plan what you're doing. Like that. This is why pre-orders are valuable. It's not necessarily to get pre-orders in Kindle, but it's to see if your data and your cover and everything are working and converting into sales. Align shares and ads and get all those things running because Amazon is a super competitive market. You're coming out alongside thousands of other books per day. There's an onslaught of AI right now. Like you're coming out against a lot of things in the same genre space, like beyond just lit RPG and science fiction and fantasy in general, sharing all the same categories. So that's part of the reason to build up that reachable following, that Patreon and all that stuff, is so you have people to support you that others might not have. But planning ahead is crucial. After the book comes out, ads and shares and all those things help push the book. I know for myself, like having done this for a while, I could usually tell how a book's going to perform, on our dashboard well before it comes out, just by looking at the numbers and the organic pre-orders and how it's tracking, and assuming Amazon's working correctly that week, right? That's been a big issue. Since June of last year when they redid the ranking system, is Amazon just breaking a lot. Their ranking system was broken because they were changing it. Now it's changed, and it is different. Now you don't get that sudden peak rank rise. It's weighted more long term. So you have to be able to sustain those shares and ads and everything for a longer period. But all that has made it a lot harder for people that don't have an existing following to come in, whether be that from Patreon or being already a bestseller on Amazon and all that. So I do think planning ahead is the best thing you could do to have a good launch. Because again, once you come out, if it's been 3 days and you have nothing planned and your book isn't selling because you didn't get anything going for like 3 days, your base will be already sunk. You have to hit the ground running on Amazon. It's not like Royal Road where you could get that rising stars 21 days in and that'll like boost you back up. Like there's no rising stars on Amazon. You have to hit the algorithm as fast as one could hit the algorithm.
Yeah. And it sounds like the main way to do that is through ads and publicity and getting your readership that you already have involved.
It is. My side of things there would be to add that if, as Rhett said, if you haven't done anything before the launch, you're missing a massive opportunity, and it's going to be 10 times as hard. But mainly because if you're going to try and launch through social media, you're going to try and reach these people before anywhere else, because what are the chances they're going to just randomly pick you up on Amazon? You've got to reach out to these people. So if you haven't already built a presence on social media, you're knackered straight away, because a lot of groups will only let you post once you've built a certain following. a lot of groups won't pay attention to you until you've got that. I mean, while if you start in there 6 months or so before you launch, you've built friendships. Those
Yeah.
friendships, those people will then go, oh, my mate John, his book came out today, you should try it. And it'll help. And it's all these little bits. Think of it as the death of 1,000 cuts, but it's actually giving you life instead. That's what you want.
Got to get the snowball rolling down the hill. Yeah.
Yeah, and just remember, like almost every author is using all those groups, right? Like that's just baseline. Is doing the Reddits and the Facebooks and stuff like that. You know, it's just
Yep.
sort of like a hidden requirement, but then there's plenty of stuff beyond that because you're competing with everyone.
Yeah. I think that's one of the complaints that I hear the most out of authors is like, man, I wanted to be an author. I didn't want to do social media. It's like, this is the world we live in, right? To that point, though, is there like a vehicle of advertisement or promotion that you are just like, that is a waste of time? Like, should we have a yard sign? Like, stand at the street
Um,
corner? Like, is there anything that you would just be like, no, don't bother?
it depends on fully like the format you're focusing on, right? Like if you're doing a Kindle Audible release, you don't need to do like the Instagram, TikTok stuff really. The influencers, that really is only supporting a retail launch, right? Like you'll even look at our Instagram now that we're doing some retail stuff. Like that's the stuff being featured there. If only because those are people who are going to the store and they're going to see a cover in person that they remember from an ad. They're also, you know, the retailer, somewhere like Barnes and Noble, they get excited by seeing influencers with tens of thousands of followers. They're looking at that follower count and everything because to them that means extra reach. In general, those people aren't like going and buying it online right away like would help on Amazon, right? If you're really into it, like doing it, cool. In general, it is more beneficial toward print, and that's just the case of it, and it's a lot of extra work. So yeah, I would focus on your digital right to consumer ads, Amazon, Meta, like things that are bringing people right to your digital page, not influencer stuff, which can be really expensive too.
Great advice. How about you, Jess?
But I would add a caveat that if you don't have the money to spend, when I first started out, I certainly didn't. So if you don't have that money to spend on it, then your only option is the social media side. And I'm not suggesting that you hire influencers. I'm saying that if you do it yourself, build those friendships, constantly post, be going. Remember that the various algorithms change on a very frequent basis. At the moment, Facebook is 10 times worse than it was 2 years ago, where it was actually usable. Now it's basically an ad platform. So
Yes.
migrate, follow where the people are, and then talk to them. Running adverts is great, but if you think of you're throwing the plan basically is throw enough shit at the wall, some of it will stick. And if you're only throwing just adverts, and this is a week where Amazon changes the adverts or Facebook changes their algorithms, you have now wasted all that money because they're not going to work. While if you've got 6 different avenues all working, when Facebook goes down, when they change it and it needs to be figured out, pivot to the other sides, and it'll keep you going for longer.
Yeah, I mean anything you're doing like bootstrapping, grammar, building relationships and stuff is valuable, but it definitely wouldn't use all your money there.
Oh,
Yeah, there's tons of other things, right? Like Twitter is not really effective at selling books. That tends to be a place where if you're a celebrity, you could get traction. If you're not, like, cool, you got 1 million views. That's just people scrolling past it. It counts as a view. It's not really going to be that effective. I think for authors listening in here, if you're writing, like, there's a reason why this web serial to publishing platform work. It's because web serial leads to like a Patreon or paying followers, right? It used to be as authors we would build a newsletter. Then email services cracked down on all of that. It's really hard to get a newsletter that's effective, and it's really hard to get a newsletter that will sell full price and not on sales. And you're launching at full price at this point, so it doesn't really help. Building that reachable following, that Patreon, is like your own personal newsletter, but narrowing it down to the people that actually want to spend or have disposable income. stuff like that. So that's why it's so valuable. And there's nothing you could build that's going to be more valuable than that. Is finding your people with disposable income and putting them in a reachable place that isn't hindered by, email services not letting you get out to people because everyone wants to accuse everything of being spam. And now with AI, that's only going to get worse, right? Like we get tons of emails from fake publicists and stuff. We had people being emailed by our editors offering them deals that's not really our editors. You know, like all these big four editors in chiefs on Royal Road messaging people offering like the big four doesn't do that. Like the major big four imprints that are doing a full rights publishing plan aren't going to reach out like that. Everybody they need full editorial staff agreement before they decide to offer on and sign something. So all that email stuff is going to get worse. So controlling where you can reach your audience, there's nothing more important than that.
Yeah. No, thanks for that. All right. We're going to switch to some of the local questions in the chat here. We've got a question from Alex about how there's a lot of conflicting information that bounces around about advertising. Is there any merit to the idea that Amazon seems to be punishing titles that have a large amount of off-site clicks with a lower conversion rate? I don't know if that's something you guys have done analytics on or can speak to at all.
It's certainly not something that would be anything except for anecdotal evidence. I tend to actually think it is a thing, right? Especially if you're not being careful about where, like, if you're releasing a lit RPG book and you get a ton of horror authors to share it, you're gonna, screw up your entire algorithm. The people clicking on your page are gonna go to your page and not buy or read sample. And I think that is where the issue comes, right? If you over send people to your Amazon page in a not targeted way, you get 1,000 people that go there from a poorly done ad and none of them purchase or download the book. Amazon's going to say, people don't want this book and recommend it in their algorithm less. So it is a thing to watch out for about sort of, it's not actually spam, but like spamming people towards your Amazon page and getting it overshared and everything. You want to be super targeted, especially early on in the launch process.
Remember that Amazon's platform is there exclusively to sell. They want the customers to come back. They're not interested in our side of things except as cash cows for us to give them money. So they're not trying to help us at all. They're trying to get the best customer experience, which results in a sale for them. So if you spend a fortune on your adverts, but they're not converting, then they will take your money, thanks very much, but they will use the spaces to plug you into that aren't likely to convert because they already know you're not converting. While people that are converting are going to get boosted. So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Another audience question. There's been a lot of changes with Audible and Audible's pricing structure, and folks are starting to wonder if it makes more sense to try to go non-exclusive with Audible. Any thoughts around exclusivity as the market changes here recently?
Yeah, that's a bag of worms, isn't it? Honestly, the situation at the moment is that we're all getting a lot less earnings from this situation. We're starting to see some things coming through. Sure, Rhett's seeing a lot more than I am, where it's a case of people are earning more by going wide. We're getting people like Spotify coming in and they're offering better percentages. But at the moment, the vast majority of our customer base is on Audible. So it's like when you look at a KU and you go say, oh, well, I don't want to be part of this. I want to go wide to have a better reach. Yeah, there's a lot more people wide, but if the readers aren't out there, if they're all coming to KU, it's not worth it. At the moment, there's a lot less earnings to be had at Audible, but I wouldn't recommend taking yourself off it, certainly. Spreading
Yeah, I
wide
mean,
would be a good idea, though.
I know this is a hot topic. I mean, it's pretty clear, I think, from the outside that we're exclusive to Audible. I think a lot of the conversation is genre dependent. In this genre, going to any other market is silly. No one's reading on them. Even the lesser stake at Audible is multitudes higher than going wide for most people, right? Like, if people want to point to outliers, that's not really helpful, right? When we look at data and stuff, like I throw huge fights with monsters and all those huge things out the window because it's not relevant to the average author. Um, but you are going to make more of this genre on Audible because Audible has not only cornered the market, but they've cornered the science fiction and fantasy market pretty hardcore. And Spotify really hasn't caught up there. I don't think their service has caught up. Their inability to sort of be recommended directly, link author pages, have data, doesn't align well with what indies do. And this is an indie genre where you have that reachable following and all of that. So, if you're Pierce Brown or some huge traditional author where Spotify is going to put you on the front page, yeah, go wide. If you're indie writing indie style genres like lit RPG, military, sci-fi, like the stuff that we do and focus on because we're indie, Audible is still your best bet. And the exclusivity is not binding. It's no different than Kindle Unlimited. You could just come out and go wide at any time. So yeah, it sucks. There's a lot of reasons behind Audible's change. Some of them are Audible being greedy. A lot of it is outside sources. You know, Audible existed without a competitor for 15 years. Then all of a sudden Spotify came. Spotify's offering a higher percentage. Brandon Sanderson's complaining about a percentage. Audible has to meet it without bankrupting their system, create an entire new system because there were some exploits being used on their credit system, which was just not, frankly, a good system, right? Like, why does a 40-hour audiobook cost the same as a 10-hour audiobook? But that's their system, so they made some adjustments to that and to the percentage, and yeah, we're all getting less from a higher percentage. But that doesn't mean that less still equals that huge, huge gap between the other markets. And so, like, again, that's why we're pretty focused on Audible because our goal is to make authors the most amount of money, not fight some battle against a monopoly that we're
You're
not
not
going
going to
to
take
win.
on the gods of
No, I mean
capitalism.
Spotify is not some hero company either. If anything, they have a record of treating creators way worse than Amazon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And unlike a lot of places, we're not very anti-Amazon. If not for Amazon, Jez and me would not be sitting here. There,
Yeah.
basically no author in here earning money off of retail would be sitting here. So, we there's no reason to fight it.
Yeah. I
What's
mean, as much
the old saying that democracy is the worst form of governance ever invented, except for all the others? It's like it's the same thing with Amazon here and Audible. It's shit,
yeah.
but it's how we pay our bills and it's what we've got. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to get back to some general questions here. When a author submits let's say they send in their cover letter, you guys come to an agreement. What's the process that happens once you decide to make an offer on a manuscript or a series, and what should they expect once they submit their cover letter and you're interested in it? Um, think I think we're in Rhett maybe goes first this one.
We have so many different processes because we get authors from all sorts of different ways. Um, through the submissions portal is probably the longest, right? It's not a rec or anything. It's a slush read. Then we're gonna do offer letter, contract, and all of that. If it comes via recommendation, it's gonna go a lot faster because we we know the person. It's likely in a genre we actually do and focus on. But we move pretty fast. Our contract is pretty straightforward. We've tried to make it very author friendly. Once we get through that, which again can just depend on the author. Some authors review them fast. Some, get a lawyer and all sorts of stuff, and that's fine. But once we're through that stage, our goal is to get ahead. So even if we're not going to publish your series for like another year, right? Whether it's because of our schedule or a certain narrator or editing, like we'll get started on editing and covers and all that right away if we can. We have a lot of editors who are full time with us, a lot of artists who are full time with us. If there's an opening and and you're lucky enough to submit your book when one of our editors is open, like you're gonna get right into that stage because again, getting ahead is super important. And honestly, a lot of that comes because we do all our own audio for the most part, and these narrators are booked super far in advance. So the further ahead you get, getting the book edited, getting a cover, the easier it'll be to sync with audio, which is something else we've always done. So I can't give a specific timeline because we do tend to defer to the author. If the author's really fast, we'll get ahead. Like I said, we want to have 2 books at least ready to go before we start the schedule because we want to hit those optimal times to launch on Amazon. Um, but we'll also be happy to get as ahead as we possibly can. And a lot of the biggest guys, like look at Primal Hunter. We were so far ahead when we launched that because he was so far ahead that we had like 6 books logged and we're able to space them out and do it fast without you know blowing through the backlog. So yeah, it really really can depend on the speed of the author, what they're looking for. But we tend to go as fast as we can, even if that doesn't mean we're going to publish it next month.
Yeah, so does getting ahead just have more confidence in the original release date, or do you move dates up to publish them sooner as well?
We don't sign and set a release date.
Okay.
Right, because we're digital. It's not like if you sign with the big four, it's because they need to plan out their catalog like 2 years in advance, and so they're picking a date that hopefully they could hit. With us, like I don't really schedule out further than 4 to 6 months in general, and we can always move things up or back or anything. So we try to keep it flexible this way. Again, I don't know how fast an author's actually going to be when I sign them. I know how fast they want to be, but then you see it,
Yeah.
and we'll schedule based on that and try to keep our schedule fluid because we do also try not to like have 2 new series competing on the same day if they're in the same genre, stuff like that.
Yeah. It's a thing that I think authors lie to themselves the most about how fast they can write. Maybe less so on Royal Road because they've got more practice. But yeah. All right, Jez, how about you? What's the process at Legion once you get
All
through the
right.
front door?
So once it comes through the front door, once we've read it and you've actually paid attention, you've submitted a cover letter, which doesn't have to be fantastic. It just has to be clearly actually human done and
Yeah.
written with a bit of attention paid to it. Then what we generally do is we have a read through. The 3 of us have a conference about, okay, we like this, we don't like that, we think this can be done, we think that can be done. And then what we do is we have a look at you. So what we do is we look at your social media. And the reason we do this is that for Legion, we're very small. We're more of a family base that we want to do because we also, as well as the publishing side, we contract on the VA side, so the virtual assistant. Geneva runs that side of the business, doing all the various sort of things that you ask us to do as a publisher, but doing it on an hourly rate. So she does that side. And then we also run to Lit RPG Con and Jordan Con's Lit RPG side, help with stuff at Dragon Con and a few other places. So we're primarily based at the service economy side on there. But what we do is because we're saying we really want to work with people we really want to work with, rather than this the next big thing, but actually we just looked at your background and we think you're a dick. It's a case of we look on social media and we'll see who you are a little bit or who you portray yourself to be, because we've done a few times where we've found a book that we thought, this is great, this is going to do wonderful. And then people have been essentially just screaming abuse into the night on their social media sites. And when you think, you may well feel like doing that at times. God knows I do. There's about a lot of times that I really want to just scream at the world. But if that's what you're doing and we've got to then present you to people and say, this guy's great, hey, look at him, or her, or them, they're them, and all you do is just scream abuse at them, it's not going to sell. It's going to be a waste of everybody's time. So we very much do look at who you are on the backside. Then we have a meeting with you, generally a live call, just to find a little bit more about you, just to meet you. And if that goes well, that's the point that we'd make an offer. from that stage, we asked that we wouldn't start the process until we have 3 books, which we were happy to sign well in advance for, oh yeah, it'll be 6 months, it'll be a year before we get to you. Fine, no stress. We'll check in with you regularly, but when it comes to us as complete, that's when things start going. And obviously, as we get a bit closer, we're booking editors to make sure we're ready. Then it's a case of the 3 rounds of editing, as I said before: dev, back to yourself, line, back to yourself, and then science and continuity, which is very, very basically, it's John is 6'1" in book 1, he's 6'2" in book 2. Okay, a little bit strange. He's 6'7" in book 3. Is there a reason for this, or does he just wear heels? It's, I'm not judging, but it's a case of we're looking to make sure that it's continuous all the way through, that certain details are good. And then move from that point, really. It's getting to know people, having fun with them.
Oh, thank you for that. Yeah, there's some chatter going on about is a lack of social media hurt somebody in that regard? It sounds like you want to make sure people aren't screaming into the void, but if they don't have a large social media presence, does that inhibit them maybe getting a look?
If you have a large social media presence and it's not detrimental, then it's a very good thing. If you don't have a social media presence, some of our authors don't, and they just don't want to interact on social media, and God, do I get that. That's fine. We can help with that. And, we can coach, we can just say, look, okay, just do this, do that, do the other. It's things like we post a lot of memes on our channels. The reason we post the memes is just to keep people interacting with your page. It's not because we're just bored and we're just going to post memes all the time. It's if there's been 3 memes posted this week, as a random example, and then you post on a Friday, the people who've interacted with those memes so far will be shown your post, because the algorithm is saying, I really like this person, I like what they're posting. That way you only need to post once a week. You only need to do things less than you would if you're doing it all on your own. But yeah, I totally get not wanting to be social media. Good God.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it depends on what you're looking for, right? Like, if you want to go that traditional publishing route with like a big 4 where print is going to be a focus, you need to have a social media. Like, they basically require it, the retailers basically require it. If you're focused on Kindle and Audible, no, it doesn't matter at all, right? Like, half our authors are mysterious people without a real name, right? I think it will become important, if only because if you could show you're a real person, people can easily separate the AI slop from the real people.
Connect with that, yeah.
There's that element of connecting with a person. But yeah, no, I don't think there's any requirement to have social media. Honestly, most of our authors in the lit RPG space don't have even Facebook, right? We handle those groups for them, stuff like that. A lot of them aren't even on Reddit. We have to handle that for them. And so that's just part of the honesty up front. Like, tell us what you have, what you don't, so we know where we have to post for you if we can, stuff like that. But yeah, that is
I think
not.
they don't have Facebook because they're younger than the 3 of us.
Yes. In general, Facebook is dated, but it's also Meta is like the best advertising platform, right? Like, outside of Amazon ads, which are direct, but also really, really tough and not always consistent. Like, Meta is the one where you can actually control spend and reach and stuff. So it's important for that aspect. But that's what, if you're signing with a publisher, that's what we're doing. And that's not even a social media following, right? Like, that's ads. We're picking targets and spending money, stuff like that. So yeah, it's a different thing.
Yeah.
It is, but as I said before, from my side of things anyway, I firmly believe that social media activity, positive activity, does help to augment the adverts. If you don't do it at all, that's totally fine. But if you do it badly, please, for the love of God, don't do it badly. Just do it. Don't do it at all, or do it well. Just don't scream into the void.
Yeah. Just don't do it badly. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We've got a question. How do you guys do ARC readers? How does that play into the ecosystem of a launch? Giles, why don't you go first on this one?
Readers are very important. ARC readers are very important to us all, I think, from my point of view, because this is, first of all, these are people who are putting in some effort beforehand. This is people who are buying into the process. They're saying, I want to help. Yes, they're getting a free book out of it. Let's not be silly about this. That's part of it is they're getting ahead of everybody else and they want to read this book right now, not in 3 months or whatever. But they're reaching out and going, I want to see this. You're just saying, okay, I will give you this, and in return, you will give me a review. And they're like, yeah. Now, there's always going to be some people that don't do it, and there's always going to be some people that just take the mick with these things. But it gets you an opportunity to get ahead of the game for launch. I think it's vitally important.
That's one space we'll disagree. Um, I think for traditional publishing, yes, it's important because you need them on Goodreads and stuff for retailers to see. For Amazon, Audible, especially if you're coming from Royal Road, you already have your ARC team. It's right there. Um, if you're not coming from Royal Road, the problem with ARC teams is the crackdown on ratings. We used to have a great ARC team. Every single reviewer gets banned eventually from leaving reviews because they all get linked together via social media scraping and stuff, and it goes away. But yeah, and the non-verified reviews on Amazon in general just don't help as much. So I think as verification of the quality of a book, if an author wants and feels value from that, that's great. As far as selling, they used to be important. And Jazz, if you're wasting a lot of time on ARCs now, I could straight up tell you from loads of data, you could kill the whole program. It won't affect a thing because Amazon is looking at those readers and knows they're fake. And all they want are the people that are actually reading it. So if you have a loyal team that's also going to read through the book and on Amazon itself too, then it's valuable. But if they're not reading that version, you know, it's just not going to matter anymore.
See, that's definitely somewhere we'll disagree on it because I've discussions with the author experience team. They're wanting to really push that side of things to try and combat the AI side. So we've had discussions literally last month about it with them, and they're saying that they are willing to keep an eye on things to a point where when we can say, look, we've posted these reviews. This is the example. This is it. Here are the screenshots. Here is the account. Where the hell has this gone? This is genuine. Then they've asked for examples of that to try and combat it. So
They might want to, but unfortunately, they're so separated from the people actually doing it that I don't think it's going to go through right now. There's always like with our rep because we have like a human rep and we've talked with her and I've gotten her even to get us to talk to the person who makes the algorithm and all of those people are non-client facing for a reason. So I think that potentially in the future, what you're saying, it might matter because it can prove its AI. But then the problem was, as a lot of these AI books are coming out, and it's a very clear circle of authors that are reviewing and pushing each other. And like we've even seen recently, the reviews and rating system all came back to normal, and then they quickly cut it because it's too easy to manipulate. So no, that's always been the problem with ARC teams. Is just eventually, if they follow your publisher on Facebook or any social media, it's all public info. Amazon links the emails together, basically says you can't review, and then the ARC readers run away and yell and crap about Amazon. The problem is Amazon's entire existence is fighting piracy and people trying to take advantage of the algorithm. And so that's where I'd say it's just not worth it. If the book is selling, you're going to get genuine reviews and ratings really fast anyway. And it's not a situation, right? The reason TradPub needs ARC reviews is because these stores have to decide if they want to shelve a book, 4 months before it's out, and they're not all going to read it, so they're going to go look at the reviews on Goodreads and and blogs and places like that to know if should I put this on the shelf. But for us, it's just coming out. I think the only time we ever really call for ARC reviews is if you get like an early 1-star pirate kind of hit, and you don't want that 1-star showing on the page itself. But otherwise, the value towards selling is the genuine organic readers. And again, that's another part of where having that Royal Road or Patreon following can help because they'll often buy it first and do it. Whereas a publisher arc team, like you said, they really are just in it for free books in the most part, and aren't going to go forward and spend the money to get that verified rating as much, which Amazon is, it's so crucial to have that little verified mark.
Let
I
me just
agree provisionally on that one. Just that I think that if we can train the ARC teams to make sure that they leave that review, that they do that work, that they do verify and go
Yeah.
through, I think then it can be massively helpful. Sorry, you were going to say that, right?
Yeah, it also sounds like there's maybe like if you're self-pubbed, having your little team of ARC readers is different than having being a publisher with a team of ARC readers where there's an algorithm connecting everybody
Yeah, yeah.
together. Yeah.
No,
So
I think
just
that's
saying that out loud for the audience. Yeah. Yeah.
Watch this space.
Yeah. Okay, I've got a couple last questions, and we've had some questions in the chat. You guys, I'm trying to scan and get to some of yours. Bean is asking, essentially, should you spend more on like advertising on like a book 1 or a book 5? Like what makes sense from a spend perspective? Yeah, Jez, did you want to go first?
I'd always say book one, because book one's always going to have the most reads. People aren't going to pick up a series at book five if they didn't like book one enough to continue through. Yes, you're always going to have a certain amount of natural attrition. That's just the way the life is. But book one, I would always spend money on, and I wouldn't personally. While we run adverts for book one straight away out of the gate, I would spend a lot more once if you're doing it personally and doing it on your own rather than from a publishing point of view. I would recommend not doing it until you have at least 2 books out, preferably 3,
So
because
spend the
that's
money
why you
on book
start
1
noise.
once. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. So spend the money on book
agreed.
1 once you have 3 books out ish. Yeah.
Yeah. A little bit, accept a little bit to try and help to try and get it boosted and rolling, definitely. But accept that as lost money entirely. Don't expect to spend 100 on this and make 150 back. You haven't got a cat and hell's chance. If you look at book one launching and you go, I'll spend 1,000 on this just to get the ball rolling, but it's a sunk cost.
yeah. ROI on launching a series doesn't exist. ROI on like long term, yeah, ROI on like long term ads when you have a full series and you're like pushing people with page reads and stuff is a different story. But yeah, if you have a 5 book series and book one didn't sell, like it's dead, right? Like that. Unfortunately, that's the nature of a market of a Netflix type readership that are moving on really fast, and a market like Kindle, where again, like part of Amazon and Audible is you're not selling to people, you're selling to their algorithm, and you can't restoke that if you've already failed to hit their recommendation engines and all that stuff. Outside of going TikTok viral or something, which you can't control. So yeah, you're always going to want to funnel people through book one and hit it really hard. That's just where people start. Like it used to be with TradPub, people might pick up a sequel. Every book in a series had to stand alone. That was part of the model, because if you want people to then read the next book and because they didn't see the first one. But nowadays, like people have embraced that a series is continuous. And if you don't start on book one, like unless this is, not a real series, right? Like a Jack Reacher thriller type situation where each book is its own thing. That's not really what we do in science fiction fantasy. So you always want to funnel people through book one. And like Joe said, it's always going to get, right? Like, average read through from book one to book two is like 70%. So book one is always going to make the most too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah. All right. Are there any trends that you'd be willing to talk to us about in lit RPG or progression fantasy markets? Yeah, it's a general question. I'm leaving it general on purpose so you can talk about things you want to talk about or not. But where do you see the genre going? The genre's going. Rhett, this is a you first question.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't think much has changed in that over the last few years, right? Like I think VR kind of fell off, and since then it's really the hottest thing is going to be male-led power fantasy of sort of any form within progression fantasy or lit RPG space. There's room for all the different tropes and Magic Academy and all these different things. There's always readers for that. You know, as long something that's super badass power fantasy is going to win, because this is one of the few genre spaces out there that is primarily male read, right? Like in general, in the market, readership is 70% female, not in this genre space. And so like, that's just the stuff that does well because it's not catered to in any of the other genres. Um, I think I'm sure you've all seen the Archmage craze because a few big Archmage books on Royal Road, but Royal Road's also not going to be always indicative of what does well in the market, right? Like Monster MC is a tougher sell in the actual market compared to Royal Road, where they can do really, really well. So it just depends on the market you're looking at, but yeah, I mean, it hasn't changed. I think this genre space is now mature enough where the readers kind of know what they want. A little bit of comedy in there is always good. I think Dungeon Crawler Carl taught everyone that they like that. But you know, at the same time, Dungeon Crawler Carl becoming this global phenomenon does not mean that all of a sudden this genre space is in a different place than it was a few years ago. When you're an outlier like that, it can become a little separate. Now there's now exposure into the traditional markets and stuff like that, but when it comes to Kindle and Audible, where most of these places are selling, it's still that it is the same stuff that was popular a few years ago.
I think that partial agreement again. It depends on how things are going with it, because when I first launched in 2020, again, Facebook side rather than the Royal Road side, so it was different markets. I saw that it was very, very heavily harem. It was very, very popular across the board, pretty
Yeah.
much. Not so much. I mean, also VR was very, very popular. So when I wrote my first stories, I wasn't willing to do the whole harem side of it, but I've always believed that sex is part of life, and that when you're under immense stress, when everything goes hideously wrong, the end of the world and so on, or you've just had a massive fight, afterwards you do feel full of adrenaline, and you are feeling, there's an opportunity here. Hey, I'm very interested in this, and I've found that it's approached different ways. So a lot of people seem to split my market straight away into that. In that half were like, "Oh my God, there's sex in these stories." It's always fade to black, and it's never harem. It's always one person that the MC with their significant other. But I found a huge number of people went, "Oh my God, there's sex in this," and wouldn't have anything to do with it. But that happened after about the first 2 years, so around 2022. Up to that point, heavily on the Facebook side of things, totally loved it. On the, oh yes, there should be some sex in it. It's real life. It's meant to be, obviously. And then it became very much a thing from 2022 onwards of, oh, let's stick away from the harem side. Let's lower this. And I will say, my mother reads my books, which is hilarious. She had no idea I was even writing until one day when I went, ta-da! And with the intention that knowing that she would read my books, I deliberately made it all fade to black, because I don't want my mother reading that kind of stuff from me. I don't know about you, but
Yeah.
it was a case of I saw a marked difference from heavy VR side and heavy harem into no VR and a lot less sex. We don't really approve of sex side of things. It's from my viewpoint being outside of America, I noticed a very, very strict America didn't like the harem side or didn't like the sex side unless it was full harem. So I would say that if you're looking at patterns there, either pick one or the other. Don't try and straddle the two. And I would say that we've noticed from our looking at our numbers that the female readership has massively increased. Personally, I'm at something like 76% now female readership. When I first started out, I was at 1 to 2%. So there's a massive marked change there. Is that indicative? I think a lot of it is from the dungeon crawler side
Yeah.
of things. And will that stay? Genuinely, I don't know. We're seeing changes, but what they'll be, we won't really be able to identify, I think, for another year until we look back then.
Yeah. No, thanks.
Yeah, no, we definitely separate that. I mean, I don't even consider harem in the same genre space, so it was never anything like we looked at it as sort of its own genre in science fiction too. So yeah, that makes sense if you're looking at considering that part. of the space. It's just not something Athon has ever done.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
found it
we've
very
got.
amusing that people are like, it's so dirty. I'm like, it really isn't. I'm judging you on your sex life now, not you judging me. I feel so sorry for you.
Here live, Jez says Americans don't like sex. That's the.
Oh, no. Some of you, dirty bastards, and I highly approve. Some of you, yeah,
Yeah.
I occasionally get people that send me messages saying, things like, you're a pervert. And I generally respond with, thanks for noticing.
Yeah. All right, we've got time for just a quick question. Um, I want to look ahead in the next 5 years. What's a trend or what's something that you hope will happen? We're going to start with Rhett, just because I know you have to drop here in a second. But what is kind of the hope for Athon in 5 years from now for the genre?
I mean, our goal in general has always been to be able to take IP anywhere. So we would love to see this print market for this genre and other indie genres actually grow to what they can be. We're have a lot of properties we're bringing out, including Age of Stone, that we're taking to retail onto shelves, and so I hope that it can grow in that way, and that will take that hopeful growth of readership that we hope sticks and isn't just a trend from Dungeon Crawler Carl, but that we could get the women readers into this genre, because that's really crucial for print. At the same time, being able to take people into comics and other things. But yeah, the ultimate goal, like all of us, is anime, movies, and hopefully some of those doors really start to get open beyond just option announcements and stuff, but greenlit real stuff on the screen. So that's always the ultimate goal. But yeah, we just want to see all this stuff grow, and its legitimacy as far as the whole industry viewing it.
Yeah, love that answer. All right, Jez, to you, what is your hope in the next 5 years?
I would agree with that. I've recently been to my local Waterstones, which is sort of the UK equivalent of Barnes and Noble, and going into there and seeing they have a Dungeon Crawler Carl stack, and saying, "Oh, do you have any other lit RPG?" And they were like, "Oh yes," and showed me a few, and that was wonderful because until recently they just sort of look at you very very strange and go, "I don't know what you're talking about, mate." So having people that can identify this as we spread out, I think that at this point we've grown very very much from where we were sort of 6 years ago. But with Dungeon Crawler Carl exploding the way it has, I don't think realistically long term we're going to have a huge number of those fans staying in the genre. But I do think we're going to have a good percentage of that, say 20%, 30% of that finds this and loves it. I think that the rest are going to spread out, and they'll bring in more. They'll bring in more. People have said before, like, "Oh, Matt's your competitor." He isn't. He isn't our competitor at all. He isn't any of our competitors. Hopefully, we're all friendly competitors to some degree. But it's a case of he's broken open the door and he's bringing all this in, and it's fantastic because I get a chance at all those readers.
Yeah.
And I might not get a huge percentage of them, but every single one I get is an opportunity for me to sell every other book. I've got 30 odd books behind me now, and the opportunity to sell all of those to a totally new audience is wonderful. I see it as it's slowly expanding, it's slowly feeding out, and hopefully it continues.
I love that vision of the future. May our audience grow, right? Rhett, what would be the best way for folks to contact Athon and get in your pipeline or, contact you?
Yeah, through our site, submission form, always easy. Discord, I'm always on there. Those are sort of the two easiest ways to get right to us. Again, if it says my name on it or at Athon Editor, that is me or Steve answering the stuff. So yeah, that's always easy.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thanks so much for joining us. I know you've got a hard deadline, so appreciate it.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank
Good
you.
seeing
And
you.
Jez, can you just give what's the best way to just shove them off stage? What's the best way for folks to get a hold of Legion and talk to you about publishing?
Honestly, you can come to us through our website, legionpublishers.com. You can reach out to me on Discord. You can hit me up on Facebook. I'm easy. I'm generally willing to talk to anybody. Please do understand that if I don't respond, it's just because it's gotten caught in the spam filters or whatever. we do always respond to submissions. It might not be the response you want, but we will always respond. It can take us a few weeks before we get to you, that's all. Beyond that, if you come to Lit RPG Con, as I've said before, I'm one of the organisers, and I will be on a stage panicking as I realise that I'm on a stage and wondering if I have pants on, because that always flashes back to your mind, doesn't it, when you walk out in front of other people. I
Every
will be
stage I've
about.
seen you on, you've got pants on, thankfully. So yeah,
It's one of those things of do I? Do I not?
yeah.
I will be there. I'll be running all over the place. I'm generally absolutely manic at these things, but it's good fun. When I've said before, when I sort of jokingly say things about the publishing side, we tend to work with people we really want to work with. That's our aim, is that we're here to offer an alternative, but we're primarily here to grow our little family and work with people we really want to work with. So if you want to know who I am, if you want to know anything about me, please ask me, ask anybody else. Brian J. Norden of Quest Academy is very big in the Royal Road side of things. I know I'm really not so much. So reach out to Brian. He will tell you I'm an absolute bastard and to avoid me like the plague, because that's Brian. He'll probably tell you to die in a fire as well, because that's his style. But you'll be able to catch a hold of me. I'm easy.
Well, thanks for being on the show and the con, Jazz. Really appreciate your time. Everybody, this is the first panel for Numbers Go Up. The rest of the con starts on Friday, so join us. We're going to have a lot more panels, live discussions. I've got, I think, 3 more panels I'm moderating, so I hope to see you this weekend. Thanks, everybody, for joining, and have a good rest of your day.
Okay. Well, we will be back for Tess's interview. I am not going to rap. No, not happening. The interview starts in 40 minutes. So yes, now is the time to get up, stretch your legs, get your circulation going, take a little break, maybe grab a snack, grab a drink, catch up on anything you missed while you were watching the panels. This is break time. Yeah, if you have any hold music you have, I can toss you up on the panel so you can play it. Otherwise, we will probably have dead silence. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So it's my responsibility to entertain you guys, huh? No, quit asking for rap. That's not happening. Never. I'm not a rapper. I'm not going to come on. Not my style. No, I did not. You deserve the bully. Ah. Okay, so we'll be starting again shortly. Just waiting for Tess to get in here. And live stream will resume shortly on YouTube. If you could get Tess here, Yuffie.
Working on it. She is aware, and it is posted in her server. She'll be over here, so I'm sure she's on her way. Yeah.
There's Tess. Okay. I will leave you
Can you tell me when it's streaming live in the YouTube channel? Then we'll start.
to. Oh yeah. It is live now.
Oh, great. Okay. Hi, Tess.
Hi. We're starting a
Hi.
couple minutes early. We can
Oh,
gab
yeah.
for a
It's.
bit.
Uh-oh. I don't have anything prepared. No, I'm just kidding.
How's writing?
This week it's a little slower than the normal slow. I've been doing these things on Discord and, just I have a son
Uh-huh.
and he wants to listen in, but he's also 9 and he's also screaming about Fortnite. And I feel like hearing a lot of 6, 7 and brain rots and everything while you're trying to talk is going to be counterproductive today. So yeah, not even Minecraft I see in the chat, no. So
Hey, let me futz with my sound just for a sec because I want to, because right now you're coming out of the wrong speaker and I want to make sure that your audio isn't getting sucked into mine. Hold on one sec.
okay.
Okay, will you talk to me?
Oh, yes, I'm here.
Okay, all right, that's better. That's better.
And somebody said I thought Fortnite was for 13 and older, so my son plays as Bugs Bunny, so it's okay. So all ages as the Bugs Bunny skin, Space Jam, cartoon violence.
It's so nice to hear your voice.
I do exist. Here, I don't want to turn on my video for the actual 3 o'clock, but I will actually pop on camera just
Oh my God,
really.
can I see it?
I'm so sorry, but yes, you have to now.
I'm sorry that I can't repay the favor, but it'll be
No,
nice to
no.
see your face.
See,
Oh, it's you. Hi.
yes, I have a high hairline and it's going higher every time I turn this camera on this weekend, but it's very humid.
Oh, you have the best background ever.
I know. Weaver got it for me for my first book, and I'm like, that's
It's
the background.
amazing. So good.
Yeah, so I'm just hanging out with my buddies.
How's it been going over here with the panels?
Nobody's cursed me out in DMs, so I think it's going great.
Great. It's such a. This is the first time you've all organized this, right?
I think we did something, I want to say almost a year ago. We had a lot of gaming as well as author stuff, but this is like the first time doing this across 3 servers, and we had a wonderful group of volunteers, just writers, publishers even came out for this. You came out for this as a narrator. We have people getting together. Actually, tomorrow there's this Here to Improve in the Weaververse where people are going to read other people's works live, and
oh my gosh,
and it's for Here to Improve. So it's people working on becoming narrators. It's people working on their stories and actually hearing it spoken aloud for the first time in the voices that they imagine and sharing it with people. So I think it's going to be a really great way to like cap this off is just bringing the community together and helping lift each other up.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah,
Yeah.
a couple of the server members, Code Sunrise and JS Avon, were over on my server listening in, and they were talking about doing that, I think.
Oh, okay. I wasn't in there, so now you heard the pitch twice.
Yeah.
But they're
Yeah. No,
they're,
no,
they're
no.
in,
I didn't
yeah.
realize that's what it was, but they said they were reading together, so that's so cool.
Yeah, and somebody's going to read something else I just started writing. I got really angry in April. My day job, the company split, and then they fired a bunch of people on the HAP that we stayed with, and I, internalized that. I still have a job. I'm one of the lucky ones, but
Uh-huh.
you know,
Right.
midlife crisis villainous just sort of hit me that day, and I'm like, I
Yeah.
could lean into that a little bit. Anyway, time check, and it is
All right,
3
we're here.
o'clock. All right. So hi everyone. I'm going to actually turn off my camera because I really want you to listen rather than see, because this is about narrating audiobooks. So as soon as I figure out my video settings and turn this off, which there we go. For those who don't know me, I'm Euphridia. I'm a self-certified adult and irresponsible author. But today, I'm just thrilled to be here to host this interview. And with me is Tess Irondale, who has probably recorded more fictional arguments, magical disasters, and emotionally devastating plot reveals than most of us will ever experience in a lifetime. So if this is your first time hearing her work, Tess is an award-winning narrator of over 300 audiobooks across genres with a special love for fantasy and lit RPG. She's worked with Penguin Random House, Simon and Schuster, Audible, Macmillan, Harper, Hachette, Spotify, and Podium, alongside countless indie authors. Her honors include an AudioFile Earphones Award, a Sovas finalist nod for Best Fantasy Narration, an Audie finalist nomination, and spots on LitHub's Most Anticipated and NetGalley's Best of the Year. So she's known for her character depth, lightning fast adaptability, and uncanny ability to make you laugh, cry, and forget that you're even listening to a recording. She even narrates live in her Discord community, bloopers, breakthroughs, and all, so her audience gets to watch the magic happen in real time. So please join me in welcoming the one and only Tess Irondale.
Oh my gosh, Yuffie, that was the best intro ever. Thank you. It's also worth noting that I have now narrated 2 of your books, so I do think we have to point that out.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I was allowed to say that.
And
Two.
thank you. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to be part of this.
And for those listening in live and can see the chat, I just dropped the link to the Discord where Tess narrates. That's where I met Tess. And the moment I walked into her servers, um, not figuratively speaking, didn't walk in, but the first thing I heard was a blooper with some words that I can't repeat, and I'm like, "Oh my God, this is the best thing ever," because I was just thinking, how can you do this live? And the thing is, you can do this live and still make mistakes, and it's okay. But that's just it was the greatest thing to hear because I felt like, "Oh, this is great." So I made that like I'm here for it choice in like 5 seconds. So check it out. Um, So, Tess, if it's okay, I have a couple of questions. I'm also going to try to watch the chat too if there's any like questions that come up, but I did come a little
Sure.
prepared more than I usually do on any given day. But and now I just lost it. Ah, there we go. Um, so if it's all right, I'd like to start off with, could you tell us what first drew you into the world of audiobook narration and what keeps you passionate about it?
Yeah, well, it all started a long time ago. I've been an actor my whole life. I was a child actor. I went to acting conservatory, and in 2013, I was appearing in a show, and someone who was affiliated with Audible saw it and invited me to audition. I went out to their headquarters and had an in person audition with the head of their audiobook department. These were very different times. I don't think you don't really do that anymore. And I sat in this dark booth with a stack of books, and he had me read from each of these books cold, all different genres, and that was it. And I started working for them off and on pretty slowly for the first 2 years, and it wasn't really something I had actively pursued. So at first, it just really felt like a lark. It was just something fun to do when I got an email inviting me to do a book, because in those days you didn't audition, they would just offer you stuff. Um, but over the years, it began to sort of snowball, and I really began to explore my enjoyment of it and my appreciation of it, to the point that now I do about 400 finished hours of audio a year. Um, and the thing that keeps me so engaged with it, I think, is there are so many different factors involved in that. Part of it is that the job changes week to week. I'm doing a new book every, I don't know, week or 10 days or 2 weeks. And I have a really wide range. I do focus a lot on fantasy lit RPG. That's probably the majority of my catalog, but I work in every genre. I love thrillers and just straight romance and fiction and literary fiction and nonfiction, comedy, all kinds of books. So the genres really keep me on my toes, and the experience is different every time, because sometimes I'm working on a New York Times best-selling book, and sometimes I'm working with someone who's never made an audiobook, an author who's never even written it, who this is their very first book, and it's a really tender and exciting and vulnerable thing, I think, for an author to put their work out there in that way and to trust someone else to interpret it. So I really value my experience with my one-on-one authors, and I really value the experiences working on these, mammoth projects in the studio. Sometimes I'm in person in a studio at Audible or Penguin, and sometimes I'm at home. So there's just so much variety, and I could never get bored.
That's awesome, because some of us who might be not as big as others get really scared, and then it's really cool to work with you because you just make it seem so easy. So, now I'm going to ask this next question for a friend who certainly isn't me. Many indie authors write wide-ranging casts, and sometimes those people might not show up in the next book. There might be 2 or 3 books out. So I have to ask, what strategy do you use to maintain consistency and clarity across multiple character voices when the authors make it, like me, might make it a little harder to do that?
Yeah, this is specifically applicable to genres in the fantasy world, obviously. It's part of the job, and it's something I really got good at after a lot of trial and error. I definitely didn't realize sometimes when I was accepting a contract for a fantasy book, because often you just get the one book from the publisher. And early in my career, I didn't realize that it meant that one book was going to turn into 17. So I treated it just like a fiction book where, I can remember the character voices over, the recording of a few days. And then, you find yourself on book 9, and as I've said frequently on my server, all of a sudden the author decides to surprise you by pulling out the chef character who was in one scene at the end of book 2. So I've come up with a lot of strategies to keep track of this. So when I'm prepping the book and reading the book, I take a lot of notes. When I'm recording, I record voice samples and a pronunciation guide for myself. And I've used a lot of different strategies over the years to manage that. I've finally found one that I'm really in love with that works for me. So at this point, it's pretty easy. I mean, I guess my brain is sort of tuned into that frequency, of remembering voices and characters. I can do it quite well, but I certainly, especially with these books where I have 500 or 600 characters, um, have to utilize my database. I think, part of my job is sort of done for me, because most authors write these characters beautiful, with such beautiful descriptions that they're apparent on the page. And I don't have I so, most of the time I don't have to remind myself who's who, but yeah.
It's great because there's authors out there that sign contracts that may say that a series will wrap up in, oh, I don't know, 3, and then they're going back to their publisher and saying, well, 3 was 5, but no more than 9, but
Yeah.
5, yeah.
I've learned from my errors in the past. Early on, I was quite confident. I was like, "Oh, yeah, I'll remember this." But some time can pass in between narration sessions from one book to another. For our book, it was over a year, and so I actually really did have to dig around in my database and remind myself what was what and listen to some of the audio. Yeah, I definitely needed it in that case.
Nice. Um, since we're talking about a wide cast of characters, those people need names, and some sci-fi and fantasy authors who shall remain nameless, at least on audio, tend to create names and terms for people and places that don't really exist anywhere else. So, how do you tackle the pronunciation of those invented vocabularies to make it seem natural?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really unique challenge of fantasy genres, but in a way, I sort of prefer it to nonfiction or fiction where you're referencing real places. Then I have to do a whole slew of digging on YouTube and everywhere to, find out how this small town in Armenia is pronounced and to try to do it accurately. So, in a weird way, having made up words takes a little bit of the pressure off. Um, some books, authors have a really strong feeling about how every name and every place should be pronounced, and they provide me a pronunciation guide written out and audio. And then I will upload those audio samples to my own database, and it'll all just live in there. Most authors don't do that, and that's sort of what I'm most accustomed to. And honestly, it's a little easier for me if I'm not constantly um, having to, look up a million different words, and I can sort of go with what was most instinctual. On the other hand, like I work on such a variety of projects. I'm so used to all of it. I generally, when I do not have a pronunciation guide, just go with what feels the most natural, like the way when I read the book to myself during my prep, the way I heard the word. Because if I go with that, I'm more likely to remember it time and time again without having to reference my database. Um, yeah, and sometimes I'll do a thing if there's a made up world where with vowel sounds, I'll make like a rule for myself. Like whenever the A is the second vowel, it's an ah sound. Which will just again is another little secret to help me remember the pronunciation without having to consult my guide. But it's part of the job. I love it.
Has an author ever changed the pronunciation midway through a series because they forgot? Because that's my biggest fear.
Well, I never get the pronunciation from them. I wouldn't get the pronunciation a second time for book two. I would just have that pronunciation in my database.
Okay.
Um, yeah, I think sometimes an author forgets what they've requested, or, the pronunciation they write on the sheet is actually really different from the pronunciation they give me when they make the recording, in which case I'll just ask them. There have been a couple times where I have an author with a pronounced accent, and I have to ask, especially with vowel sounds, like, is this the accent, or like, how do you actually want it to be pronounced? I'll send a recording to them, or they'll be there in Discord with me, and I can figure it out. More often, I'm the one who makes the blunder, honestly. I'll be so confident I've remembered how to say this one really hard word, and then, realize halfway through the book I've fucked it up. So it's usually on me.
That makes me feel a little better because I don't sometimes even remember how I was pronouncing it in my head if I have to go back. That's because that's the way it is. So before recording, can we ask what your preparation process looks like? Are there like particular things you look for in the manuscript? Because I know you read over the manuscript before you say yes to, people like me who the first book, there was nothing before that. So I just wanted to ask if there's anything you look for in particular before stepping into the booth with that manuscript.
Oh gosh, yes. The prep is so important to me. Really, a really focused prep can make the experience of narrating so much more pleasurable if I've made some decisions in advance and done my research. Um, so yes, I do, before accepting any title, I do a cursory scan of the script. I'm not reading it closely. I'm really just doing a fast forward scan through, and not even of all of it sometimes. I just want to understand what I'm signing up for before I sign the contract. I mean, you could tell me it's a love story between two butterflies, and then it turns out to be something totally different. I just want to know what story I'm telling. Um, so that's just a quick cursory glance at the script. Once the contract is signed, about 2 weeks out before recording begins, or a week or so, depending on how organized I am, I do read the whole script. I have to do it. There are a few instances where I won't. Those would be things like when an offer comes in out of the blue and it's a book I have to do, which happened last year, and I truly have no time to prep the book. I will send it to an audiobook prepper, which is exactly what it sounds like. They read the book for me. They create a spreadsheet. They break it down into chapters. They tell me who appears in each chapter. They give me a breakdown of characters, what they look like, what they sound like. They give me a list of names and words of real places. I wouldn't do this for a fantasy book, but I've done this for fiction. Of real places, names, things. They'll send me or put links to those pronunciations in the spreadsheet. Okay, so that happens very infrequently. So when I'm doing my own prep, especially if it's a book one in a series, I'm reading it very closely. If it's a book later in a series where I'm already very comfortable with the protagonist and the world and the writing, I'm doing a sort of a quicker scan, but I have the same protocol for every script. I go through and I highlight every descriptor word for someone's voice, which usually happens when you first meet them, he said in his gruff Russian accent. Um, I'll highlight things like all through the book, any descriptor of the way someone performs a line of dialogue. She whispered, she screeched, things like that. I highlight in really long sections of quick back and forth dialogue. I just highlight the character's name so that as I'm reading ahead in the script while I'm narrating, my eye is sort of catching who's coming up next, so I don't have to stop and dig around and figure out who the hell's talking. Um, I also record every physical descriptor for the character in my database: tall, short, brown hair, because you never know when you're in a scene and the author will say something like, the brown haired woman said, and you wonder, wait, who had the brown hair? I learned that through trial and error. Also, physical descriptions play so much into the way a person sounds or the way a creature sounds, if they're tiny, if they're large, if, if they have 7 arms. Um, so I'm writing all of that down in the database. At the same time, I'll be transferring the pronunciations if the author has given me those. I am also really looking when I'm reading the book for the first time for the sense of the style of the book. Like, what is the author's voice? Is it what is the narrator's voice? Is the narrator very straightforward? Is the narrator sort of snarky? Does the narrator seem to have an opinion about what's happening? What is the sort of overarching world of the book that I'm encompassing? I will also, at that point, once I've done all that with the script, compile a list of questions. Those will either go directly to the author or to the author via the publisher, because I'm not always in touch with my authors, depending on how the publisher operates. Then I do, and for any people who are hoping to start in the world of narration, pay attention to this. I do a quick word search for the words accent, dialect, voice, older, younger, because those are things you can sometimes just miss that word in your prep. And then you'll be in a scene with two soldiers and it'll say something like, the older soldier said. And you hadn't even noticed that, and you've pitched him way too young. So things like that. I have a list of those words that over the years, as I have run into issues, I've added these words to the list. I also have friends who, for example, when they're narrating something spicy and they're deciding whether or not to take a script, they'll use other words to search for, like tongue and things like that, just to get a sense of the level of spice they'll be performing. Um, let's see, what else do I do? Research any real world place names, stuff like that. That's pretty obvious. And then also, if a primary character has an accent that's not sort of in my toolkit, I'll have sessions with my dialect coach for it. I think that for the most part, I'm pretty comfortable with a lot of different accents if they're supporting characters, but if it's a primary character and you're performing emotion, emotion appears in vowel sounds, and those are the ones that you really, really have to study if you're learning a new accent. So I always want to be really, really, really on top of that. Um, yeah, I think that pretty much covers it. I mean, I'm still sort of fine tuning this process. I've been doing this for almost 14 years, and I'm still working on it, and still implementing little tricks that make it easier.
Well, how much do you charge the author to get back that database you've created on their story that they might not have themselves because they're just
Wow,
flying by the seat of their pants?
no one has ever
You
asked
should
me for the
ver-
reciprocal database. Um,
what is that called? Vertical integration of product? Because I'll tell you, you have a market to the person you're talking about going, wow, somebody could tell me what I'm doing, maybe?
holy moly, you
Yeah.
pretty No,
And my
I've never had
publisher's
an
in the audience, so yeah.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
at this point, I use this program. I'm sure we'll talk about this, and anyone who's been in my server hears me talk about it constantly. But I use a program called Positron now to keep track of all my characters and voices. But yes, I can very, very. I think I can link someone to that database just by adding that by like making them a user for that project. So yes, I could easily do that, I believe.
You're going to have a subscription model very soon because there's people in the chat saying, wow, sign me up but I think that's just, um, it's just evidence of how much you prepare before you step into the role. So I think that's really great to share because I don't know about you guys, but I can back her up and say that she absolutely did ask me questions. Some of them made me think about well, what are the answers? I don't know. I have to think about this for a minute.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Sorry, one other thing I do that I totally forgot about that you're referencing is that I give my authors when I'm working directly with an author, I give them a character and pronunciation like spreadsheet where I ask them to answer questions like age, what is this character's sort of overarching journey in the book? Anything I should know about them? Are they going to come back as the villain later on? Stuff like that. And that's not required by any means. I'm so accustomed to working with no information. It's really just if the author has strong feelings about that stuff.
Yeah, Tess knows at least some things way before anybody else did because she just happened to ask the right questions because all it existed was in my head. So on book one, were some of the really good questions that really make um, it come across as connecting in the future and foreshadowing even before it's written. Um, so started to answer this next question a little bit. Um, And really, it was what's something about the day-to-day life of a narrator that people might not expect. But I almost am afraid to ask that question that way because we started off by saying no day is the same. I mean, I think you
Well,
said, you might be in your home, you might be going to a full studio, and I'm not saying your home isn't a studio because I believe you work out of the
yeah.
house in a really good setup, way better than the headphone sets I have on my head you know. But
No, I can answer this. I will say the thing that people might not expect about the day-to-day life of a narrator is that frequently your book is narrated by a person who is only partially dressed. Because we're in these tiny little padded rooms, and I know a lot of narrators who are either, I mean, I'm definitely in my pajamas for a lot of the day. First of all, because you can't wear clothes that make noise. And so, a t-shirt, sweats, like it's really comfy, but sometimes it's hot. Sometimes people aren't wearing pants. Sometimes people are not wearing a shirt. Sometimes I know people do it naked. Um, so I would definitely say that's something that people don't quite realize. And the other thing is that the voice changes so much on a daily basis. And this is something that I wasn't really so conscious of. It took me years and years and years to link sort of lifestyle factors, which is so dumb of me, but to link lifestyle factors with how my voice felt and sounded every day. Um, And, I'm coming from the world of acting. I'm very comfortable with vocal warm-ups, and I know the importance of that. But there was something about like just walking into my booth at home or my booth at the studio that never really felt like it because the stage of a microphone is so tiny. It never really felt like it needed that. But over the years, I've definitely become so much more assiduous about taking care of my voice and warm-ups. The thing that really affects it the most, and this is, I mean, everyone knows this, and then no one ever pays enough attention to it, is water. The amount of water I drink in a day previous really affects my voice. And then for women, I know a lot of narrators whose voices change depending on where they are in their cycle, frankly. Um, and so we're sort of faced with some interesting challenges day to day, and sort of have to just go with the flow. And sometimes I have to stop narrating before my session, before my ideal session end time, which can be frustrating. And as many of you know who've come to listen to me record, I often will stop and start and move ahead and not narrate the book in a linear fashion, depending on my vocal needs for the day. That's a trick I didn't learn until years in, and I don't know why. I don't know why it took me so long to figure that out. Like, oh, this chapter is really hard for me because I'm doing 7 angry orcs fighting. Why don't I skip ahead to the easy chapter, you know, where it's just really simple narration? So that's something else that people might not know is that it's not always recorded in sequence.
So the more I'm hearing is hormones, temperature, location, what you're wearing, it all affects that. And somebody actually asked in the chat um, a little bit about a warm-up routine. And I was just wondering, do you find that it's the same every time? I'm thinking maybe not if because you were just mentioning the 7 orcs. I mean, I feel like you'd have to do something a little different versus,
Hmm.
a young female protagonist who's being sassy. So,
Well, I sort of take my voice temperature every day depending on, I'll just start talking and just sort of see how it feels. And depending on how much I slept or what I ate the day before or what I drank the day before or how much water I've had, it'll feel a little different. And so I have a pretty standard warm up, and I'll just tailor it a little more to my vocal needs for the day. A trick that really works for me that some people may hate is that a run in the morning really helps open up my head cavity, my nasal cavity, gives me a lot more resonance than I would have otherwise. And so there's something about it that really grounds and relaxes my larynx, and it really sets me up for a good day of recording if I have time to get a run in advance. Steam, so important, especially in the winter, stuff like that.
oh yeah, yeah.
And I
Wow.
will say, sorry, I should chime in. For anyone who has got like specific narration questions, please come over to my server. I'm happy to answer them while I'm narrating. I also have a narration questions channel. So I love answering questions for people who are just starting out in the business or are trying to sort of move their careers further forward. So come over, hang out in the server, and I can help you out a little more.
Yep. And for those listening to the Discord live, I just put the link right into the narration questions because I know there's that Tess is really active in there and will answer those questions. So There we go. Um, so I think the next one on my list, I think we actually already answered in the previous questions because I didn't follow my list of questions because I don't I make a plan and then I break it. Um, so the big question I have is, are there small things that authors do, no anxiety, that make narration harder? You know, some things that they may not even really realize are obstacles that you'd really love to gently, or maybe not so gently, warn them about. Like, this is the, this is no names or anything, but if there's anything that we might be doing that we don't even know, um, so that we don't end
Well,
up on a list on like the internet, a secret narrator internet
uh,
that we're doing these things, or in a meme.
I
Um,
mean,
uh-oh.
well, yes, just bad behavior. I mean, not, bad behavior, especially if you're working with an author directly. Someone, a lot. This has never happened to me, but a lot of narrators who work in the romance sphere have experienced inappropriate behavior from authors. Things like that's going to get you on the list. Um, you know, uh, we love authors who are quick to respond. It's frustrating when you reach out to someone and they don't respond to you for a few days but you're, in the middle of recording something, but that's all like that happens so infrequently and that's all minor stuff. I mean, I think what you're asking about more is in the script is textually. I will say that there are things that authors do that make my job harder, but I will never say what those are
Oh no,
because
I've done them.
I know because I never want an author to be thinking about that while they're writing. I mean, write the book you want to write. It's my job. Like, this is my job. My job is to figure out a way to make it work, and I will do that. So the author should write whatever they want. I think the only thing that I ever encounter authors doing that truly does make it a little trickier for me to do my job. And again, I should say, this is just my personal opinion. Other narrators may feel completely different. When an author is incredibly prescriptive about the way every character should sound, if they send you an info sheet on the character and and it's like every character is written out, she has a high pitched voice, she's soprano, she's breathy, she's this, she sounds like this. It can make my job harder because I find what an author is doing is they're casting the movie, but I'm just one voice. And so it is my job to figure out a way to take all of these characters and make them feel authentic and make their journeys and their wants and desires clear, but also find a way to differentiate them. And, in the movie, yes, like those 6 teenage girls in that scene could all be blonde sopranos with breathy voices. But if I'm doing those 6 teenage girls, I have to find a way to differentiate them, to add a little grit to someone's voice, to make someone slightly more nasal, to give someone more of an alto voice. So that's the only time I do find a bit of difficulty. I mean, I always take whatever an author gives me and try to work with it and try to run with it. Um, and I don't think I've ever gone back to an author and said, "You've given me these 3 voices, and actually, I think it might work better otherwise." I try to make whatever an author gives me work, but I do sometimes think it um, reduces the richness of the sort of my vocal vocabulary, if that makes sense. That's not to say I don't love the input. It's so helpful to have that input. But when it comes to the way each character's voice sounds, especially with like smaller characters, I totally get it with the big characters. It can be a little difficult on my end. But my job is to take what you give me and run with it. So I do.
Nice. And I've learned to start using tags a little more than since when I first started writing, especially when there's more than 2 people talking, because then you've got a third person in there. And if you don't say who's talking, it makes it really hard for the narrator to figure out which line is which, right? Because we don't always take turns when maybe we're fighting or arguing. I know I don't take my turn, so um, I want to talk a little bit about recording sessions live in your Discord community. So, how does actually having an audience present when you're doing your performance, how does that shape it in terms of focus or energy in the booth? Um, does it help?
Yes. Just social media in general for me has been a new step. I really wasn't on there at all until a few years ago. Um, I've really enjoyed Discord. I will say that the reason I got on there was because a few years ago, when virtual voice started coming out as more and more prevalent, I began to see the value in reminding people that I was a real person. I'm definitely an introvert and really liked being in my little bubble with no contact on social media with people. And it took a lot of thinking for me to finally end up on Discord. But I'm good friends with Andrea Parsnow, and she's been on Discord forever. And Discord really felt like the right medium for me. A lot of narrators work on TikTok or Instagram Live, and I was not in any way interested in, feeling like I had to perform or wash my face before work. And Discord feels really appropriate for the medium we're working in. And it was I took to it pretty easily at first. The thing that I really love about it is the community that forms around these series and these books. Um, in a way that wouldn't if I think I was on TikTok or something streaming. Um, I find that it is really useful for me in terms of my performance most of the time, unless I'm really tired and really just feeling as though I can't interact with anyone. I do find that having individuals in the room with me, even if they're talking about their favorite breakfast foods, I know they're listening. Um, it helps remind me that I'm telling a story to someone. When you're recording for hours and hours on end in the booth, sometimes it's easy to lose sight of what the job is, like who this is for, that um, you're really telling a story. So it's really lovely to have people there to remind me of that. It does, on a practical level, motivate me sometimes to stay in the booth longer than I would otherwise. I used to do a lot of short sessions with lots of breaks in between. Now I do a couple long sessions each day. Um, I think one of the things that I have loved most about being on Discord is having people in the chat popping in to listen to some random book and saying, "Oh, this sounds really good. What is this? What is this series?" And then I get to, spread the gospel. This is Euphridia's book, The Last Ray of Hope, and here's the link, and this is where you can get it. That makes me really happy. And on another level, it can be incredibly useful with projects like Millennial Mage, where there's such a deep, ingrained, obsessive fan base that know way more about the series than I do. Um, it's really helpful when I can ask them questions. Wait, when did we last see this person? Who are they? Which book do I have to look in to find their voice? That's been a real surprise and really valuable in the end. Yeah, I then I've met so many lovely people on there. So as hard as it was for me to make the decision to finally get on there, I'm really glad I've done it, and now it's an integral part of my workday.
So I've actually sat in on a few books, and I just have to emphasize the amount of the fans knowing what's going on. And I'm like, did they read the book? Did they get the book? Did they have an advance copy? Because not all of the books that Tess does us on Royal Road, a lot of it is, but I'm like, wow, these people know this book. They come to listen to it live too. So it's just like the most positive thing because Tess does actually really promote like live while she's doing it, which is crazy. I don't know if I could have the spoons to split what I'm working on and sharing about it too, but she's really good at it. So um, I um, since we're talking about um, things like recording live and in the moment, are you seeing anything, any trends with the audiobook world right now, whether it be the genres you're recording, production choices, your listener expectations, who again are live? Are you seeing anything that indie authors should really be paying attention to in 2026 right now?
Well, gosh, the audiobook world has changed so much since when I first started, just in terms of the volume of books and the appetite people have for listening to them, especially, from 2020 onward. There was a really sharp increase in the number of audiobooks being consumed, and it grows exponentially every year. I see the data, and I think it is now over a $3 billion industry. It is crazy. So I think there is an incredible appetite for these books. Obviously, I think we're all quite aware that fantasy genres are also booming. I'm doing more now than ever. I mean, and the niche genres within the world of fantasy are becoming more and more specific. When I first started narrating, no one talked to me about romantasy or lit RPG, and now those are huge, huge sort of elements in audiobook production every year. But that's all stuff I think we all know. I'm trying to think about things that are changing. Well, this is a thorny and complicated subject, but as the changes have occurred at Amazon and Audible and ACX, I have noticed more and more authors investigating other avenues and ways to release their books. Um, I don't think I ever had an author release their book not via ACX until hmm, J.L. Mullins with Millennial Mage like 3 years ago when he started releasing via BookFunnel, um, selling his book individually on his website before moving it to Audible. That was the first time I think I'd ever experienced that, and now I'm definitely noticing more authors doing that. I think it's great. I mean, it feels like the Wild West right now. There's so many there's so many unanswered questions about what's going to work and what's not, and I wish I had advice. I just don't, but I think that researching all the different platforms is worth the time. Yeah. And I'm still educating myself about what all of those platforms are and how they all work and how you get paid, and um, it's been very interesting. I mean, ACX is still really useful for a lot of reasons, but yes, the way the royalties are shifting is we're in a bit of quicksand. Not sure how it's going to pan out.
Yeah, and these and new platforms are coming every day, and something to pay attention to all the
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
Oh wait, one other thing that just popped into my head, which is there is more of with this growing appetite for fantasy, it's appealing to a broader audience. It used to feel as though the fantasy books I did were very, very for a very niche audience. And I have noticed that in recognizing that people who are unfamiliar with fantasy have begun listening to it, I have noticed some changes in cover art, the way authors are um, marketing their books to a wider audience via updating their cover art. That has been that's been fascinating to watch. That's just a tiny thing, but I have been aware of the changes in that.
Yeah, I think we had a panel yesterday about, I'm trying to remember which one it was, but somebody talking about um, not only investing in that cover art and having cover art, but then making sure it hits the genre tags and also
Yeah.
going back and tweaking it after it's published because yeah, we had
Yeah.
some fun giggles about some that were misaligned and it was not intentional. But we also talked about, that as a strategy too, especially when you have a larger library that you're working towards.
Yeah.
So yeah. Um, So for authors planning their first audiobook ever, what's one piece of advice you wish they knew before they stepped out and started planning that? Or I don't know the words producing because
Yeah.
I don't want to use the wrong word.
Well,
Working on.
yeah, some authors are working with publishers and some are obviously doing it independently. I think the thing I would say is about casting. Um, do your research. I think there is too much emphasis put on the audition, and it's worth remembering that when narrators audition, we have no information. And sometimes I'll be approached by an author, will you audition for this? And they'll send me the script, 3 pages, but they won't tell me anything about the ages, the genders of these people, how they feel about each other, their personalities. Most of the time I go back to them and ask, or I'll go back to my publisher and ask. Uh, but sometimes I don't have time for that. Sometimes I just got to bang it out that night because I got a crazy recording day the next day and I'll just, take a stab at it. And I'll get a note back. That's not how she sounds. And I'll say, well, I don't know how she's like, is she like quirky? Is she snarky? Is she like is she sort of like a fairy princess? I don't know. I don't. So I think when asking narrators to audition, give them as much information as you can about not how the person necessarily looks or who they are. She is a princess. She lives in the town of Etheria. She has horses. Tell me how they feel about what's going on in the scene. How does she feel about this confrontation she's having with the wizard? Is this someone she looks up to? Is this someone she hates? Give us the tools we need to do our best work. And on top of that, there is a plethora of information about us on the internet. Go to our Audible pages and then sort the books there to newest versus oldest, or newest oldest. So you're looking at the most recent iteration of their voice because narrators get better as the years go by. Um, and listen to some of their samples and go to their website and listen to their samples there. I think you want to get the whole picture. Don't just click through and listen to audition, 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 and rule people out. I think that's pretty important, especially if there's someone you're interested in, but they don't sound quite right. You can always go back and say, I like this, but I think she should sound younger. That's our job. We invent voices and we invent worlds and we can do whatever you want. So you just have to ask.
So is it all right if I just share one of the things you said was you do whatever you want, and I wanted to say that Tess, um, and Weaver's not in the audience, right? He left. I don't see him. So good. Okay. Weaver's gone. He may listen afterwards, but that's okay. But I just wanted to share because I think it's really important for smaller authors in the audience listening. Um, Weaver asked me to come up with a list of people for my audiobook, and I told earlier, I said I popped into Tess's server. I had listened to Tess's audiobooks before this was all a thing and before I was even writing. So um, I didn't pop into the Discord because I didn't have Discord until I started writing. But when I gave my publisher Tess's name, and he said, "Oh, I don't know. Tess is like Tess Irondale." Um, and I was like, okay, but I had been in the server already, and somebody encouraged me to just to encourage my publisher. Why don't you just ask, okay? Um, and you know, he's like, okay, I'll ask for you because we, just did a contract. And lo and behold, it did work out, even though it was Tess Irondale. So
Oh
the
my
neat
gosh,
thing.
that's so silly.
You didn't know? Oh, BMOT knows. BMOT knows.
Just
BMOT's in the
ask.
chat.
Just
Yeah,
ask.
because actually the first thing he's like, oh, I don't think we could do that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so Tess works with big and small. So if it's really like what I wanted to encourage people is just ask, like, right? It's like don't ever assume that, yeah,
Yes, and
Tess is the.
also you never know when, yes, there are plenty of us narrators out there who have pretty packed schedules, who book up, 6 or 8 months in advance sometimes. However, you just absolutely never know. You never know when we're going to have a cancellation, when we're going to have a project we finished early, when, I've had projects come in and I'll just say, this is way too good to say no to, so I'm going to find a way to fit it in and make it work. You never know unless you ask. Also, everyone has very different rate structures. Don't ever be intimidated and think someone's out of your league. I would say definitely say that.
So we also have some aspiring narrators in the audience. And so I wanted to ask on their behalf, what's one practical piece of advice you wish someone had told you when you first stepped into the audio booth?
Well, again, it was so different back then, but I would say find your community. Uh, it's so key to have, I mean, I think this conference is a really good example of that. And obviously, like this Discord server is a really good example of that. It's so imperative that you have people both who are at your level in the industry and then also people who are maybe a few years ahead of you or 5 years ahead of you or 10 years ahead of you that you can go to when you have questions. It's so important. It has never been harder, frankly, to break into the world of narration, especially if you're endeavoring to make it your full-time job, if you really want to just be narrating. It's really hard right now. But there are ways in and you need people to support you and you need that knowledge base. A lot of that comes through classes. I do truly believe that classes are so important as well for narrators. And I know a lot of folks, that's where they've met their community is in those classes. So I would say find your people.
Thanks. So there's been two questions in the chat, and I've been marking them with a green checkbox. And the first one, if it's all right to ask, is would you be able to estimate for some of the narrators what I have to go back up because I want to make sure I ask this right. So
Sure,
I'm
sure.
looking.
I haven't been looking at the chat only
No,
because
no.
I would be so distracting. So but yes, please tell me.
Yeah, it was about finished hours versus work hours.
Uh-huh.
And I'm probably saying that wrong because I
Yeah.
have no aspirations to be a narrator. I can't do voices. Even my young son yells, says that's not how it should sound. So what is the ratio of finished
Yeah.
hours to
I
work
know what they're
hours?
asking. Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. So it really depends on the book I'm doing. You know, there was a chapter of this last book I did that was like a 45-minute chapter, and I did it in 53 minutes. But it was a really simple chapter. There was not a lot of dialogue. The narration lives in a really easy part of my voice. The script has a nice big font, and it's double spaced, so I wasn't making a lot of errors. But most of the time, I'd say like 2 hours in the booth for 1 hour of finished audio is what I calculate when I'm planning my recording day, when I'm building my calendar. That's a pretty standard for me.
The other narrator question was, are you a member of SAG-AFTRA? And
Yes,
is
I
that
am.
something an audiobook narrator with no interest in doing other voice acting should look into? And that had a
Um,
lot of
yeah. Well, here's a really short answer because I also know we're running out of time, and so I want to get to any other questions, and I'm happy to talk about this more over on my server.
yeah.
It really depends on what it's not a requirement. Um, you can get hired at all the big companies without going union. However, there are some tremendous benefits to it. For me, the things that I mean, I was already in SAG before I started doing audiobooks, but one is you can get your health insurance. You have to earn a certain amount every year doing SAG after books, but you get your health insurance. So to me, that's a huge part of it. Um, I think and you can get health insurance for your family. I mean, you're with, you know, uh, Anthem Blue Cross. Uh, the other element that I truly appreciate is the level of protection provided in contracts. If anything goes wonky, if something, if anything is weird, you basically have a team there to protect you and take care of you and deal with it. There have been some um, audiobook studios that have been faltering in their financial situation and have not paid their narrators. And with SAG, those SAG actors have advocates. They have a whole team of lawyers working for them. And also, well, along with the health thing, you're saving up towards your pension. And so for people who want this to be their full-time job, to me, it really, really makes sense. Um, but also one of the lovely things about sorry, this is probably so boring for people who are writers who are listening. Um, one of the great things about being an audiobook narrator is once you're SAG, you don't have to work SAG contracts. You can still accept non-SAG contracts. You're still paying your annual dues, but you can work non-SAG. You can still take a job for $150, or you can take a royalty share job or whatever. You can do anything. When you are in SAG and you are a movie actor, TV actor, you can't work non-SAG. So there is flexibility when you're a narrator. Let's talk about it more. I'm sorry, I'm probably boring people.
No, no, and in fact, people were warned that we do have narrators in these servers or aspiring ones. And then number two, we'll plug that link right into the chat and on yours end too. So not boring. So many people are saying not boring in the chat.
Okay, good.
The last question I have written out, and it'll be quick, is without incriminating anyone, unless you want to, is there a moment in your narration career that was particularly meaningful, surprising, or fun that you'd like to share?
Oh, this is such a hard question. I mean, the whole job is meaningful. Um, Particularly fun is when my server members find ways to really make me hysterically laugh when I'm trying to do my job and they're making jokes and I cannot stop laughing and I'm hysterically laughing and I have to stop recording because they're making me laugh so hard. Those are delightful moments and I really appreciate those. Um, Meaningful, um, it's always really sad saying goodbye to characters in a long running series. I mean, I'll be wrapping up Millennial Mage book 15, recording in December, January, I think, and that's that. And it'll be really sad to say goodbye to Tala and Rain and all of those characters. They've sort of lived in me. This isn't my longest running series in terms of years of working on it. I've been working with another author for over 10 years on the same characters. But these books are so long. I have spent so much time in the booth with these people. And yeah, that's always really bittersweet to say goodbye to those characters.
And those characters have emojis in her server, so they they
Yeah.
have they are a part of the community too. Um, there's only about 3 minutes left, but I was watching the chat as we went
Yeah.
through. If I missed any questions, I was trying to like aggregate them into what we were going over. But if there's any burning questions that anybody wants to ask, or I missed them because I can't scroll and talk at the same time, I don't know. No, I'm not asking that, B mod. You can ask. We're not doing that to her. Not,
Uh-oh.
no, just
PMod is one of my mods in my server, so I know they're just trying to stir up a little something.
I know. And come on, man. Um, how long how long are your recording sessions? Was one question.
It varies day to day, sort of depending on what I've got to do, but my ideal day is like a 2 hour session, a break, and a 2 hour session. So I'll do one before lunch, have lunch, and then one in the afternoon. It doesn't always work that way depending on life, depending on how my voice feels, depending on, what noise is being made by my husband. um, so it varies day to day, but that's sort of my ideal. I can record longer if I need to, but at that point I stop enjoying the job and really start hating it, and that's not a good place to be in. So for me, the sweet spot is 4 hours a day total.
Got it. Um, there's a question about do you do your own audio editing or do you outsource it?
Great question. I do not, and I never have, because I began narrating with publishers. I didn't get into working with indie authors until years into my career. And when you're working with publishers, everything's done for you. I didn't even want to touch that when I got into it. And frankly, I was recording so much, it wouldn't have made sense in terms of my time usage. So, no, I have a great stable of fabulous editors that I love, that I work with. I always send it out. I'm quite impressed by narrators who do it themselves. On the other hand, again, if it is something where you're trying to build your stable of books, it can, because it takes so much time, it can sort of slow you down from getting those credits. It's tough though when you're first starting out with royalty share and all that. I completely understand that many narrators out of necessity have to do their own, but I'm very impressed by those of you.
I know there's questions I didn't get to. There were some questions about financials for new authors.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Well,
will ask that
yeah.
maybe if it's all right, again, one more time, we'll put a link to your server if there's narration questions for
I
test.
Yeah, I think I know what you're about to ask about, like, what does it cost to make an audiobook? Is that sort of the question?
Yeah, I
Yes.
was
No, happy to talk about this. First of all, I just need to plug someone. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the lovely narrator Paige Reisenfeld. She has created on her website a really great indie author guide for audiobook production. So I would definitely suggest you. She's an awesome person, but I would suggest you visit her website and take a look at that guide because it's very informative. In terms of money, it can cost $0 to make an audiobook. It can and again, depends on how long it is, and it can cost upward of $5,000 to make an audiobook. It really depends on the book and the fee. Um, what I will say though is you are living in a time of narrator plenty. There are more narrators out there than there have ever been. I mean, when I first started, there were like such a tiny group of us, and so many people are narrating now. So if you want a book made, you can get it made for whatever your budget is. It may take a little more time and research for you to find the right person, because a lot of the times the people who are working for the smaller rates are newer to the business, and so it might take you a little more time to nail down that voice and make sure you're finding someone that you really believe you're going to have a great long-term working relationship with. But I would definitely say it is so worth it to find an individual to make your book and not just go with virtual voice, especially if we're talking about the world of fantasy and lit RPG. I mean, holy moly. But yes, overall, there are so many fabulous, wonderful humans who really want to narrate your book for, whatever rate they're working with. Yes, so I will that's the end of my soapbox.
thank you on behalf of our community here at the Royal Writers Guild, the forum, and Weaververse for talking with us as a community, because we know that you spent an hour with us. We learned so much. Um, I learned things. I hope everybody who joined us and who is listening on the stream and continues to reach out and work in our community with our writers and our narrators and editors and publishers. We really do thank you, because this is one of our spaces where we can get together and talk about these things and learn from each other. So thank you so much for
Thank
joining us
you.
today.
It's such a pleasure to be here, and I honestly feel like I could talk about this job for so long. So I definitely encourage people to come over to my server. And for anyone who's listening to the recording later and is not seeing the chat, it's just discord.gg/read my lips. So come over there, and I'm always happy to answer questions. It's really scary and vulnerable to put your work out there. I totally understand. So I think I'm happy to help arm you with the information you need to make the best book possible. Oh,
Oh,
great.
okay.
Fabulous. Amazing. All right. Thank you, Yuffie.
Thank you.
All right. See you all later. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
My pleasure. Talk to you guys later. Bye.
Can everybody hear me okay? All right. I wanted to take a moment here because we have a little bit of a longer intermission to go over tomorrow's schedule. Can someone throw a link to the Weaververse in the chat so everybody knows what server we're going to be on tomorrow? And then I will also throw a link to the schedule. You guys can open that up if you want. All right, so tomorrow, first panel, Rec is moderating. He's been doing an awesome job. He's going to be doing a panel with professional editors. They're going to talk about what they have learned through their journey into that. And then next we have a community panel. It's called Panel Roulette. They are rolling to determine who gets to answer questions first. So it's a bit of a mini game panel. Then after that, we have our community tools panel. We have invited the creators of a bunch of different author tools and some newer serial websites that we think they're very small, but we think they're decent. And then they are going to just talk about their products that they've created. Then after that, we have Here to Improve. So 4 authors will have their work read by an ensemble cast. Let me see if I can find that. Can somebody help me out? Where is that list of who we are reading? It's okay, Milk. All right. I will find that list and I will post it here in a moment. But so what they do is they will do an ensemble cast, live narration of a chapter or two, and then they share feedback with the author as a group. This is a special crossover edition of Authorholics Anonymous being held on the Weaververse. And I just personally, I think it's cool to hear your stuff read out loud. It kind of gives your characters some life, and I found that it helps me catch stuff that I have missed in the drafting and editing phase. So it's very helpful. I highly recommend checking that out. Then, Yuffie, are you still here? Can I have you talk about the comedy satire panel?
So it's weird myself. All I know is he's going to try and mansplain to me what's that satire is the same as comedy, and I'm bringing infographics to prove otherwise. So I don't know after that what that's about, but it's definitely talking about comedy and satire and writing and how they both overlap but are not the same thing. Um, so that'll be interesting because it'll be me and Weaver. So.
Thank you. All right, and then final panel of the event, Weaver will be talking to Sarek and Sarah. They are 2 professional ghostwriters, and they are going to talk about their job and what it entails. So I think that'll be pretty interesting to hear some details about that. And that's it. So yeah, join us tomorrow. First panel starts at noon EDT time. This is our most packed day. We've got more events tomorrow than we did today or the day before. So, and we will see you then. And we're starting our next panel here in about 20 minutes.
Okay, we will be live again shortly. Stay alive, people. Just waiting for the last couple of members.
Look what we have. It's a whiteboard.
Sarah's never seen a whiteboard.
Hey, that's a deep cut. I use a chalkboard, sir.
We are
Okay?
live and good to go.
You did not.
Yeah.
My
First in my first classroom, I had a chalkboard.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because I was put in the crappy science room that hadn't been overhauled yet. That's what happens when you get hired in the middle of October.
No, my wife's first high school that she worked at is considered a national landmark, so they don't update it, and so it still has the original blackboards from literally World War II.
Oh my god. Okay, well, I saw Saivan say start in the chat, so are we live now? Saivan, are we live on YouTube?
Oh, are we starting already? Oh, we have like an hour.
Oh, no, we're live, so I guess we'll start with introductions first.
Not our time, so.
Oh, we're starting earlier.
Yeah, so I'll introduce myself while they're getting set up. Hi there, I'm Sarah Streams. I also go by Alex Economy. That's my real name. You can find me on sarahstreams.com, which is my website. I'm the author of Ruinous Return, Last Lord of the Fae, Dark Matter Ascension, Black Flame Mage, and another project that is getting ready to come out. Close, not Economy with a Y, it's with an E. Gentlemen, why don't you introduce yourselves?
Go ahead.
Hi, y'all. I'm Fiddle Soup, or JF Lynch. I got my start on Railroad a few years ago, and originally owned a Discord called Immersive Being. Very, very long story there. But anyway, I have a recent hit called Lazy Loops. It was #1 for the past 2 weeks on Rising Stars. And already talking pubs, so wish me luck.
I'm JD Molinary Sr. I used to go by Abnormal The Average. My first series published as Symphony through Podium, with Jonathan McLean narrating the audiobook. My second series is Quest Right. Both of them hit main Rising Stars. Symphony hit top 10, Quest Right hit top 5, and I'm about to finish Quest Right Book 3 and begin my next series called Lit RPG Tycoon.
And y'all, it sounds really good. Like, I'm really excited to read it.
Yeah, it's a little while.
All right, Yak.
Hi, I'm Yak, or Levi. I'm one of the organizers of the event. I'm the author of several unfinished projects at this point, but we'll get there eventually. But I am subbing in because Saga had to drop out, unfortunately.
He cares more about his mom than he does his online friends.
Hey, I can't blame him. If my mom called me right now and said there's an emergency, we need you to drive up to us, I'd have to in a heartbeat.
You guys are going home.
Because I love my mama. All right, so let's get started, I think, while they're unpacking their whiteboard back there. So for those who don't know what's going on, this panel is called Let's Make a Story, and it's where you have a couple of authors in here who I believe, Fiddle, I know you have teaching background, JR has teaching background. I think we all have teaching background except for Levi, right?
Yeah, no. I work in construction.
There you go. So we are all, most of us have an education background, and we're all authors who have either been published or have income coming in from our writing. We're going to be making a story today. We're going to make up the system, the world, and if we have time, probably a main character, I think. But the intent is that anybody can take this story and they can write it and take it whichever direction you want to. So I just linked in the chat a Google Doc with viewer permission. Anybody can access it. And yeah, I think we should just get started. You guys have a whiteboard back there for charting stuff. But I think the first question we should ask ourselves, what is the genre we want to write in? Are we doing isekai? Are we doing system apocalypse? Are we trying to write something that people can use as marketable or just for funsies?
Yak is instantly going to say harem. She has to have harem.
And I don't write harem, so
harem can be a lot of different things.
I'm with Sarah so that I don't like the genre, but I feel like we should do something marketable because not trying to be mean to anyone, but I see a lot of people saying it's so easy to do an off-meta story or an on-meta story, and I could hit number one on Rising Stars. But it's like I put 1,000 hours of work into Lazy Loops. It wasn't something where I was just I'm going to write this and did it in 5 minutes. I spent time and effort and planned my story to make it.
And to add to that, Royal Road, I think we should clarify something as well. Royal Road is good for starting your writing journey, getting some free commenting in the form of line edits, engagement, people giving you feedback on your story, building a reader base, and starting to build Patreon conversion. But ultimately, Royal Road goes through waves of trends up and down a lot quicker than the main moneymaker for people in our space, which is Amazon through Kindle. Yeah. So just keep in mind that when we say on market, I think we should look at what is going to sell on Amazon, and to that end, System Apocalypse is probably going to be the safest bet, just because it's solid and easy to do. And for those who are interested, I also posted in the chat my Lit RPG marketability concept test. So when we're done planning the story, we can check it against some of these items to see if it is valid or not.
Stuff on there.
Well, erase stuff. They have erased.
You erase stuff. You're supposed to show at the end
Okay,
like this total package.
They can't even see it. Look.
Yeah, there we go. System Apoc. I love it.
It's backwards.
Well, no. It looks correct for us.
With it.
What's wrong? Oh, but you got to write it backwards. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You can't. You
got to write it backwards. That's annoying.
I mean, I can, but it'll be even more illegible.
Okay, yeah, Leets. Harem will always be on market, but we are not harem writers as a majority, so we're not doing harem here, okay? I don't write harem. I don't think anyone here except Levi maybe writes harem, because I don't know what you write, Levi.
I've got...
Let's take harems.
I want to clarify something real quick. I got quest right to number 5 on Main Rising Stars, and I didn't plan a damn thing. So I'm a pantler. Pantler. So I figure out the ending of each book, and I figure out the ending of the series, but then I just throw shit together. And
right. You still put effort into it.
Well, you're an author. You're not an idiot. But my point is that I'm writing with RPG Tycoon, and I have a lot of beta readers now. And we were bouncing back and forth, and I was getting lost in what they were saying, where it was like there were so many different world building ideas that it was messing with my head. So what I ended up doing was just writing the first 2 chapters. And that ended up being the impetus for the rest of the story coming forward. Now it's a lot easier. So you don't always have to be the guy that sits and, no offense, plans for 1,000 hours. You can be like
absolutely.
Story as you go. I just don't want that to be thought of as the only way to do well on Royal Road.
You can plan or pants.
Yeah, and then there's Yak, and he just picks a guy and like 5 girls.
I don't only write harem.
All right,
it's half and half.
So if we're doing System Apocalypse to get us started, we're doing System Apocalypse, right? So if we're doing a System Apocalypse story, one of the first things we should decide is how does the system come into being, right? Like, what is the history of the system? At least that way we have a framework to go off of as to why the system is doing whatever it does to Earth, our main character, humans, whatever. So what's like the system origin?
10 years ago, at a little place known as Area 51, aliens invaded and the government kept it secret until all of those idiot kids ran into Area 51.
Naruto style.
What if it actually worked?
So young adults raided Area 51. So they broke containment.
Before you dive into why the apocalypse starts, you have to decide: is this universal? Is this multiversal? Is this omniversal? Is it dimensional? Because if you're going to be diving into the impetus of a system apocalypse and the reasons within, you have to come up with the background that's going to actually imply like the broader range of the theme.
So system scaling, normally people start at small scale and then they grow over time. So if we're going to have that...
Star story on Lit RPG, you got to have the adrenaline rush.
Yeah, so what is the end goal? Since you write as a planter, and I'm also a lawful planter, what is the end goal going to be? Is it destroy the system? Is it make sure humanity's back on top? I mean, humanity FDS stories do well for a reason.
Yeah.
I
So
want
that
humanity to be on top.
Is he going to
Okay.
say, oh, that was so awkward. Is he going to stop stretching and then he punches me? You see the abuse?
All right, so we need end goal, right? So we need an end goal. So let's say that our go ahead and add something new. End goal. So the end goal of the series, right, is that humanity is on top of now the scale, right? You mentioned scale. Are we talking multiverse, universe, omniverse? What is the end scale? I honestly think like just universe wide is probably big enough. Going multiversal is a bit too much. What are your thoughts?
I'm fine with not going multiversal. I think the fad's starting to fade away anyway.
If you go multiversal, it implies certain dimensionality to it. If you go universal, it keeps the scale understandable.
Okay, so let's do
I agree.
humanity. The end goal is humanity is on top of the universe, not actually on top, but you know, the top dog, right? So in that case, it makes sense that whatever system apocalypse is unleashed decimates the human population, right? Because then that would mean that there is a struggle. Because if we had all 10 billion humans on Earth suddenly understand, oh crap, there's aliens, we all have a system, eventually humanity would get together as a group and it would turn into like, you know, a humanity conquers the stars type of scenario. I think if we have a system that enables going throughout the universe, because universal scale, right? It would make sense to have every sentient species, once they unlock the system or get access to it, however they do, like population gets cut down a ton.
Mhm.
What are your thoughts on that?
No,
Yeah, I just read a book by the guy who wrote I can't remember the name right now. It's a super famous sci-fi series, and when the aliens took over in his book, they called 1/8 of the population just
Is
as like a
1/8
control measure.
Well, why don't we just do the snap? Like, one of the things that really annoyed me about the Marvel movies is they didn't do enough exploration of what life was like when the snap happened. Because it is an amazing idea. And then we get like 2 moments, one in a TV show and one in a movie, of what it was like when everyone disappeared.
How many people were driving? How many people were flying?
And just all the chaos that ensued just naturally creates a plot without even aliens showing up yet.
Right, so that would be like arc 1, right? So for system origin, what I have down is the Area 51. Aliens did invade, but the government kept it secret. They were able to contain it. My idea is that the system is a nanovirus-based plague from a progenitor species made billions of years ago. It landed on Earth, and the entire idea behind it, right, is that the system plague lands on a planet, decimates the population, but gives people powers, and then they can go on like interplanetary wars with one another, but only in their small groups. So it's a population control method by this progenitor species, make sure no one gets too out of control. And it also stokes interstellar conflict, which stokes innovation, which stokes possibly doing something they want, right? We leave that open to interpretation. But how does that sound as a setup for like the idea of the system's origin and why it's on Earth that's author facing?
I'm fine with it. The big thing that I've seen that a mistake that a lot of younger authors make is they lean too deeply into the system itself, where it's not just another character or a plot device in the story or a motivation. It's like half the story. And I feel like people are burning out on that a little bit. On my new series, I'm writing it as like a symbiotic force, where it's more like Primal Hunter. You know, it's like gravity. It's just there.
I got a bad review because of it, but I've literally done very little explanation of the system other than mentioning that it arrived like 4,000 years before the start of the story, and no one else has complained. Maybe it'll be bad for Amazon. I haven't been on Amazon yet, so I don't know, but like, I am getting burned out as a reader. So
yeah, it feels like the meta is starting to shift away from like the system architect style, you know, like Tao Wong's System Apocalypse, where he gets to be this coder and all that. I mean, Tao Wong jumped into that early before most other people, and so he gets to claim that. But if we focus too much on the system, we don't focus enough on the MC, be they male, female, or anything else.
Absolutely. So here's an idea just to have it just on the table because it also gives us room to expand later. So, like you said, too much in-depth on system, I agree, but most of this stuff, system origin, is us facing, right? So as we're writing, planning, we keep it consistent. So what about this setup? The system itself, right? Because once people have access to it, the system itself can be unlocked by visiting these progenitors' old research sites or whatever. That gives us new means of progression for the main character. So it rewards them for being an intrepid explorer, which always that's fun for any author to use because they can come up with all types of places, right?
Are we going to have the main character be one of those idiots that ran on Area 51? Maybe he's the one who made it through.
The Naruto runner?
Yeah.
I mean, that is very popular right now.
Definitely, possibly. All right, system scaling is going to be universal scale, planet hopping adventure action into
Have him wear a yak onesie.
So that's main character stuff, right? So we can get into main character stuff
What song is running?
right away if we want to. If we're talking on market, we have to do a male character. We have to, because the female, unfortunately, it's just a fact. On Amazon, in our genre space, the majority of readers are male, and male main character for System Apocalypse does far better commercially than female main character.
Although you have to, Lit RPG's female readers has been increasing a lot recently. I think I saw some statistics there that said the percentage of female readers for Lit RPG is going way up.
Yeah, DCC is reaching a bunch of new people.
Yeah.
I mean, my wife won't read any other Lit RPG, and she loves that series as much as I do.
Can we call him John Saga?
Yes, John Saga. It's a great name.
Yeah.
John Saga. In honor of our missing companion.
So running in Area 51, he was a pizza delivery.
All right, hold on. Career, pizza delivery.
Yeah, he was a pizza delivery boy.
100%.
Delivery man.
So education level, what are we talking education level?
High school.
High school with some AP classes.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. Origin, where's he from? Inner city, rich kid who did drugs in high school and parents disowned him.
To have a reason to be in Roswell, right? Roswell? Yeah, New Mexico.
I've been there.
I mean,
escaped from a cult?
What?
I don't know. That feels too personal.
Oh, he's going to be young then. It's probably like, what, 20? We want to say 20, 21?
I want to make him Canadian.
Origin?
Canadian.
I'm fine with that.
And you don't have to see anywhere else in Canada. He's just Canadian. That's enough.
Yeah.
All right, so Canadian moved to U.S. for job opportunity?
Yeah.
Oh no, he moved here and they were like, "Oh, sorry, that position's closed," and so he's stuck
and
here.
then he had to get a pizza delivery job. Yeah.
Oh, poor John.
I loved that. The F is a placeholder. K-Mac in the chat. I use the letter F after every bullet point just as a placeholder. Okay, so had a good job lined up. Didn't get it. Stuck in, where is Arizona, right? No, Nevada.
New Mexico. Yeah, it's New Mexico. It's I used to go there all the time because I was in the Air Force there.
All right, so what's
there?
Yeah, it's crazy.
So what's a city with pizza delivery near Area 51?
Roswell has it.
Yeah,
Roswell.
Roswell's a big city.
Yeah. Perfect.
I'm pretty sure they have a Pizza Hut, Domino's, and a Little Caesars.
And like 5 McDonald's. I don't know why.
So Canadian, had a good job lined up, didn't get it, stuck in Roswell, New Mexico, had to get whatever job he could.
The good job could have been at the Air Force Base, and that's why he's mad at them.
Lined up at Air Force Base. Now, hold on. Would that make sense, though, to have Canadian be at the Air Force Base?
Oh, yeah,
US military base? Yeah. No.
I think it's perfect. He was delivering a pizza and got caught up in the Naruto brothers.
Delivered a pizza to the Air Force Base during the raid. And he just got caught up in the moment, or did he just get caught in the crossfire? What are we doing?
Do his damn job, man.
Okay, so he got caught in the crossfire.
Yeah.
Of the nanovirus plague. Survived when all the others died because it's going to be a tiny portion of the population that survives, right? Like we want this to be like literally decimating humanity, or what you say?
Let's do 50%.
Yeah. That's an easy, digestible. People have seen it in other stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about his core skill set.
Well, you got to talk. So before we get to that, the big question for me right now is stats.
Yeah.
Are we doing stats?
Good question. Do we want to do stats?
Because I feel like, and this is just looking at the meta. A lot of stories aren't doing stats anymore because when you look at things like Primal Hunter and you look at Defiance of the Fall and especially DCC, Dinneman himself said in an interview he started with stats and then he just kind of stopped. They start out as this big important impetus for the character, but then
I prefer skill-based system or like a level-based system, but you don't really talk about the stats.
Yeah.
Like,
I like to have the stats in the background, but I don't reveal them to the reader.
Okay. So do we want to have stats in the background for us to use, or do we just want to leave it as bleh?
That's what I'm doing, but I know other people do it differently.
I mean, if we want to save time, removing stats is the way to do it, along with derived statistics, and then we just dive into, archetypes, classes, abilities, passives, basically what I did with Dark Matter and Black Flame. There's no stats for those systems.
I feel like the stats are pretty standardized, and most people can find that information.
Indeed.
Yeah.
If you're not going to do stats, then to some degree it's always going to be a form of cultivation where they're just trying to enhance their strength or enhance their whatever.
Okay, so let's do a vote. Yay on stats or nay on stats? All right, we're not doing stats. I'm going to delete all the stats section, which means I'll have to renumber this, but it's fine.
Yeah, skills are good.
Oh, yeah, skills and abilities and stuff. Yeah. We need that.
Oh,
you need that.
yeah.
We need to write Stephen Paul. He's the author of Monsters and Legends. He has the best system design I've ever seen. Like, it doesn't come close for anyone else.
What does he do?
It's hard to explain. It's like
I've read the first one. It is very hard to explain.
Oh my god! Every step in his story makes perfect sense, but there's no way I could have thought of that. Like, I'm a pretty smart out there dude, especially when I'm drunk. But this guy.
Hey, we're on YouTube. You got to remember.
Apple juice. It's apple juice.
Yeah, exactly. This is water.
Sugar.
It actually is water, by the way. It's just Kool-Aid.
But it's like Ivankov is the best ever. Like, I've read so many lit RPG stories, and nobody comes close to his system.
What's his name?
Oh, I don't need a death setup.
Ivankov.
Not in this guy. He doesn't die, so we don't need a death setup. Okay, core skill sets. So go ahead. Sorry.
So Ivankov's system, and I'm not trying to steal it because I won't. That would break my heart. But the way he did it was when the system comes and there's a system apocalypse and 2 people survive it. And then they get moved to like the immortal endless world, right? So, which is nuts. But when you kill people, you basically absorb their power. And so there's 2 main ways that you can like level up and get stronger. You can either go cultivation, which you start really weak in the beginning, or you go with a class system, which you start pretty strong in the beginning, but it kind of tapers out unless you do things the right way. But then there's a third system, which is skills, and you can merge skills, and he does it in such an insane way. But if you do all 3 of them, you go insane, and you start killing everybody.
And that's how he gets his power?
Yeah, and so one guy, Rion, he goes cultivation, and then the other guy, his best friend, goes class, and then Rion goes nuts because they kill his girlfriend, and he wipes out like the entire Earth. And the only person he can't kill is his best friend. And it's like the greatest system I've ever read. I've read everything in it. It's nuts.
It's very good.
Yeah. Nanovirus, fun. That's brilliant. Good job, Sarah.
It took me a few to figure it out while you were talking. Yeah.
That's good.
What the hell? Am I right?
I love acronyms.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I try to do with all of them. Every system has an acronym for me that has the ability to. Okay. So we know we don't want skills. Go ahead. Or, sorry, stats.
We don't want stats.
Yeah, we don't want stats, but you're gonna have to have some kind of cultivation method. And mana can be the way, magic can be the way, and nanobots.
You cultivate by staring at the sun. Is it sun? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is sun.
Okay.
Species uplift nanovirus. Okay, so structure, level cap, and evolutions. So, okay, so let's talk about the structure then. So what is the structure of this then? Is it going to be cultivation based? And then in that case, what is the trigger for the cultivation?
Skills level up, and every 5 levels you have to cultivate the energy to gain a new power or a new like mutation of the skill. So like for example, you have a flame fist, and then at level 5 it evolves into double flame fist.
But you can target and direct.
Yeah, you can target and direct it, but like every 5 levels you're able to level it up in a different direction.
But then also when you're trying to target and direct it, you basically have to practice aiming towards the evolution that you want from the skill. Yeah. So it can't just be random. You have to be pushing it forward.
And that's what would make the system unique, because your character has to put thought into what they want. It isn't just something random the system gives them.
Yeah, you fire icicles. You fire one big icicle, and then boom, you're shooting your hand, and 5 shoot out from your fingernails.
So to summarize what you're saying there, so as a skill is used, the wielder starts to understand and shape it to a specific function through testing and experimentation, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Path of Ascension style.
And then when they hit level 5, right? Every 5 levels must harvest the energy required to improve the skill to its next iteration.
There we go.
And what is the methodology of acquiring the energy? Is it killing other people infused with the nanobots?
Can we do monster riffs?
Well, the idea is that monsters are infused with something. And so when you kill them and you get experience, all experience really is the energy that they had within them that pushes you to a higher brink, because you're essentially expanding your own energy through theirs. So if you go with that themology, then not only killing monsters would do that, killing humans would too.
Okay, so how about this, right? Everything with all the energy, all the possible potential energy within a creature contained within their body is counted as experience, right? When you kill something, the person's nanovirus harvests that energy.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
You're basically cannibalizing everything.
Yeah.
In fact, you can even call it like that. The title of the story, the cannibal.
Okay, so we have our basic setup. So we're just doing skills. Do we want to have passives? Do we want to have only active skills? Do we want to have that?
I like passives.
We don't need.
Please,
tier suppression.
passives.
Are we going to have a tier system?
Mm.
Like a way to categorize and make sure scaling functions.
Like skill tiers?
No, not skill tiers. I'm thinking like overall tiers. Like let's say you're level 10 fighting someone who's level 20. They're a whole tier above you. You suffer minus 10% to outgoing damage, 10% incoming damage as a leveler. What do you guys think about that?
I feel like that's something that's kind of a given in the cultivation space. I mean, I'm fine with it. Maybe it's based on the number of skills you've leveled up. So let's say you have 5 level 1 skills, but you have 2 level 10 skills, you're considered a tier 2. Whereas if you have, 10 level 2 skills, or level 10 skills, but only 1 level 3 skill, you're still considered tier 2.
Okay, so based upon the highest achieved skill and its rank.
I can hear myself.
Is that accurate to what you just said, effectively?
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. So based upon the highest achieved skill and its rank, and then each tier gap doing a 10% suppression and 10% amplification, capped at 90%, that allows even a weakling or a bunch of weaklings to fight one person way stronger than them, right? Just overwhelming numbers. Because, I mean, yes, you could beat up 100 toddlers, but eventually the toddlers would overwhelm you, right? Using that old hypothetical.
So we're not going to do the typical cultivation thing where a tier up is like universe is stronger.
We could do logarithmic scaling instead of linear scaling. Then things get kind
I don't have a preference.
But those
I
babies,
like both.
those babies were looking at John Saga with a snooty expression. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They deserve what.
They ate his pizza before he could deliver it.
Okay. Okay, so let's keep tier suppression as is. We have our basic structure figured out. We wanted skills, so we'll get to that in a second. We also wanted passives, right?
Mm-hmm.
So passives, do we want to name them something different or just keep them as passives?
Passives.
Okay, just keep them as
You
passives.
want to go with a naming convention based off of Sun, since we're doing that whole nano virus thing.
Maybe this could. That's a good question. That's a good idea as well. I like that idea because using just passives, yeah, it's easy, but it's also so lame.
Yeah. So Brandon Sanderson, I listened to his podcast, which apparently has like hundreds of episodes.
Yeah, right. This has been going on since, gosh, I was in college.
I discovered it towards the end of the school year. So he specifically says when you're developing all of this stuff, you need to have enough of the normal that readers don't have to like. I'll give you, for instance, I have a friend who's an author, and he sent me his first chapter, and he couldn't figure out why I wasn't doing well in Royal Road. And I read it, and I was like, because you have like 16 completely unknown words to me in like the first 3 paragraphs. I don't know what the hell is happening. And he ran into the problem that Brandon Sanderson pointed out. You need to have enough of the familiar for the reader where they can kind of pick up and go with the story, and then you throw in your own little unique twists on top of the familiar, so that way it makes sense. So if you're going to do Sun, and you can do Sun, then you should try and create a thematic thing that goes along with it, so then it wouldn't be passives. Because Sun is this whole thing, and then you can have his whole skill system in his class and whatever be like a constellation.
Hi, Reese. I just realized this thing tracks all my tabs. I was on the wrong tab. Whoops.
Yeah, so I was thinking like the Skyrim constellation tree when you guys were talking skills.
I love that. I think that would work really good with the Sun theme because what is the sun but a star?
Okay, so like we want to call these
something like that with Underverse, but it was like making constellations that created a god or goddess that he was.
Ooh, idea. Instead of classes, they're your star chart, your progression course.
Well, that's perfect.
Yeah.
And how about instead of passives, what is it? The 12 zodiac signs. It's your zodiac sign. So there's only 12 passives you can get, but they're really powerful.
The thing is, Zodiac is specific to Earth and has changed over Earth's history. If this is a progenitor virus thing, then it would be a little more universal to everyone, right? So constellation might work if we want to do that. Like your constellation is your various paths of passives, and then the constellations are based on the constellations of your species when the virus is exposed. So for us, we would have these different constellations as like, Ursa Minor. Okay, that's bear. The system recognizes bear as like resilience, fortitude, endurance. So how does that sound?
I like that.
I like that. So you could also design it where it's kind of like World of Warcraft. Like you pick warrior when you start, but then when you get into warrior, there's like 3 different talent trees, and then as you level up your class, you keep branching in a different direction. So you still get unique classes, but everyone kind of starts at a similar starting point.
Okay, so constellations are passives. So passives are gained upon level acquisition and then upon class acquisition and then at some higher level or tier if we're doing, because we don't have levels, right? If all the skills are ranked and then the highest ranked skill is what determines tier.
Monterey's going to sue us.
Yeah. She's coming for us already. How dare you?
So passives are gained upon tier, or we should say a new constellation can be accessed at every tier, right?
Yeah.
Constellations are a track of passives based upon a civilization's recognized constellations in their night sky as interpreted by popular meaning with the sun, with the system. Yeah, do it like that, just for reference points. So that's that you have like Libra, Taurus, all that stuff, right? That personality has skill traits associated with it. Characters who get the virus.
Yeah, and I like systems that assimilate parts of the culture of the that they're taking over.
So does this look like a decent summary, or do we want to add more to it?
Well, one thing to note is that John, with his, Naruto scheming ways, delivering his, Canadian pizza to Area 51, he's technically a progenitor since he's one of the first. So he would be one of humanity's first whatevers. So if he chose Ursa, for instance, and he's the first Ursa, Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, all that stuff, then that would be the title of the story, because maybe he gets something special from the first pass.
So you're talking about title stuff. Okay, not stuff for the system here.
I'm just spitballing because it got me thinking, talking constellations, and if he's one of the first and he's the first person to choose Ursa, he's probably going to get something special out of that. So, because he's the Ursa progenitor. So you could even say, like, the Ursa constellation starts to look like him.
That'd be a fun thing over time.
Cool.
That's actually pretty awesome.
All right, so I'm going to note the first person.
Great games, though.
The first person who chooses each constellation is considered what, the archetype that it's going to frame itself around? Because then the issue that I see with that is that, right, if this system applies to 50% of all the people on Earth, 50% of all the people on Earth who do choose the constellation
should have been delivering pizza, Sarah. It's a no. You deliver pizza.
Okay, so no, we explain this because they release it, so it spreads from there first.
Yeah.
So he's one of the first people that gets to pick.
Well, I guess then it also fits into the golden cheat, right? That's his golden finger, is he happens to be there, happens to be one of the first. So his golden cheat is effectively rare bloodline, but since there's others who will also choose first, right? They also get rare bloodline, so they do fall underneath the one person we follow by happenstance.
And then what if, when one of the originals dies, then that power doesn't end? It just goes to whoever. You can even have a contest where they see each other, they have to kill each other. So he makes friends later on with somebody who's a Cassiopeia, and all of a sudden, the main Cassiopeia dies, and this person's in the running. And so that's another arc you could set up.
Yeah, and it could even be like the first climax is that tournament and him having to, kill his best friend that's been with him the entire time in the story.
Mm.
Oh, ooh,
wow.
that would be rough, but that is a good plot piece. So when a person with that constellation comes across another prime, they must engage in mortal combat.
Yeah.
They must engage in a fight to the death.
Yeah, Highlander style.
Upon the prime's death, the next person who is strongest in that constellation or to receive it.
So basically, we've created like factional warfare
in that constellation,
where the primes are the head of each faction.
The next person who is strongest in that constellation gets the title of prime, and this is where we do the part where a prime helps to shape the constellation in the future, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Shapes the new meaning of the constellation.
You also need to create like a secondary effect where if a prime meets somebody from their constellation, they don't necessarily have to fight if the other person willingly subjugates themselves. Because otherwise, you're just going to end up with 12 people.
But then why would the best friend and him have to fight at the very end?
Maybe they go crazy.
Maybe the best friend goes crazy?
Maybe they were like secretly a douche the whole time.
Well, hold on. There is something to bring up here. If they're both tagged prime, like, immediately, then wouldn't the fight to the death be instantly instigated? Because they're next to each other?
I wasn't going to have the best friend be the prime. I was going to have the best friend be a candidate to be a prime.
Oh, like an underling, and then after the main character kills the other prime, that next most powerful is the friend. So now they have to fight.
And they're mad because they killed their leader. Yeah.
Right. So if a prime meets someone from their constellation, That person has to submit.
A pizza delivery boy
is the one who's strong.
Is the
He's the one that got the job that the best friend was supposed to have.
Yeah, you could even have it be like a second lieutenant from Area 51.
Yeah,
is the Cassiopeia or whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
So if they don't submit, so this part where you mentioned if a prime meets someone of their same constellation, that person has to submit under them. But then we're kind of building a faction or kingdom builder a little more than a system apocalypse like survival based thing. So that's the issue is if we're trying to make this on market hit, we need to focus more on solo MC with maybe a small cast and not necessarily building a kingdom or tribes or the like. So having to cow other people into your like structure is gonna really teeter us right into that track.
Okay, so is there a constellation that's known for like going solo?
I mean, I just think we should remove the part where people underneath your constellation have to like kowtow or fight you for the prime spot, because that's just gonna make it the main character. 50% of the Earth is gone. 1 out of every 12 people you meet is going to say, "I'm gonna fight you for your position." I mean, that can get boring really quickly.
I think it should be that John, the Canadian, the pizza delivery boy trying to be a pizza delivery man, doesn't want to run jack shit. He literally took on a job to, just deliver pizzas while he's trying to get a better job. He has no interest in leading anything.
Right. So maybe other people look up to him as the prime for their constellation, but they don't have to submit to him or fight him on sight, because that's just going to make problems for us in the future.
Yeah, he gets choices as the prime to decide the road that the rest of the people within his constellation follow. That's part of the nice part about being a prime is he gets to kind of direct.
But he doesn't have to actually like lead or.
Yeah, like he constantly chooses the road that leads to empowerment of the Ursas while still allowing them to be individuals, whereas some of the others are going to be more organized.
Yeah.
So he's like allergic to leadership. Like he gets mad when people try to make him do stuff.
He's just going out and fighting.
That could even be why he ended up as the pizza guy, because the job he was going down there to do ended up being something he didn't want to do. Like he was thrust into a leadership position immediately, and it's like, hey, I didn't sign up for this, so he quits, gets the pizza job while he figures things out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. I think we do need to remove the forced fighting.
Yeah.
I think that's
going to make us problems in the future.
Well, and also it can play out in that's what the villain is doing, is forcing people to submit.
Other primes they have to fight, but everyone else is fine.
If you're the prime, you don't have to fight other people, and the best friend becomes the prime for his thing, and he wants to kill the main character because, again, he's this lieutenant who has been subjugated, second place his entire life, and now this pizza boy is out showing him. He's fucking mad.
Okay. Yeah. So if we do that, I think to fix the issues at the beginning, we need to have some sort of tutorial period where those fights are not initiated, because all the primes are going to be right next to each other at the start. Because they're all picking first.
So here's a pretty straightforward idea for that, right? So, because this is talking about like plot stuff when we're trying to do some setup as well. Yeah. So for plot, what can happen easily enough is that everybody who's affected by the virus, when they are affected, we could do like the Thanos snap type thing where they all go immediately unconscious, and in their brain they're basically having the tutorial, and the virus is going to kill them if they fail their tutorial. Which is why 50% of the population dies, is because they don't survive the transformation.
It be higher than 50 if it's a violence tutorial, like a test to see if you have a violent bone in your body. I know a lot of people who are just not violent.
Right. Yeah. So the species uplift nanovirus.
So maybe closer to like 70.
The host and renders them unconscious. As they are unconscious,
yeah, stay away from middle schoolers.
Their body undergoes changes, and their mindscape turns into a tutorial. If they survive, they wake up And then for specifically the primes thing, right? Story start, primes wake up at different times, right? And the whole entire dual instinct doesn't trigger for a set amount of time, right?
Yeah.
It could just be like the system says you have 1 month to build your faction's power or whatever,
So this
and then this will be enabled.
things, which depends on what kind of writer you are, but pacing. Do we want this to be a quick pace, 3 days of story, or do we want it to be a story that takes place over a full month?
Well,
If-
so I think one thing we have to
Amazon seller, it's got to be fast.
Yeah.
well, so one thing we have to look at as well, right, is how does this all tie into the overarching plot? Is the goal on Earth for the main character to get strong enough to like a high enough tier to unlock the ability to travel to other planets via whatever skill he gets at a certain tier? Because the entire idea is that, okay, planets are infected, you got to start conquering other planets, because if you don't, then your nanovirus is going to go off and die, or like going to kill you, something like that. Because we have this idea of the end goal being humanity at the top of the universe, right?
Mm.
So we have to keep that end goal in mind, unless we're changing the scale of the series down to just Earth-based system apocalypse.
Mm.
So
Yeah,
what
I
do we
don't know.
want to do? Earth-based system apocalypse or universal? Because if it's universal, what is the trigger for humans needing to leave Earth? Is it another species invades because now Earth has the system, so this other species can invade, and now suddenly humanity's in a fight for their life?
So what if once all of the prime sites are settled, which could be at the end of that like 72 day or hour period or the month period, another countdown starts and they have 30 days to prepare for the invasion.
That's where you're using this system as a motivator rather than as a character.
Yeah.
Okay, so this first thing is sort of like a churn to see who's the strongest and
Yeah.
kind of establish a pecking order. And
the reason why the aliens want this to occur is because the more powerful you get, the more energy you have, so the more energy they can harvest from the planet.
Yep.
So they want so the species that made the nanovirus wants people to be stronger because stronger equals more energy to harvest, and that makes them more valuable. But then okay, so we come across a possible issue there, right? Is this progenitor species still around? If that's the case, they're going to be like max level when they show up to Earth. Earth's not going to stand a goddamn chance, no matter how long they've been, like how much hard they've been fighting against a species that's been there for billions of years. So if the progenitor species is gone, then it turns into a survival of the fittest situation, where other species are coming towards Earth because it promises more energy. But then you ask, why do they need more energy, right? Why do they need it? Well, maybe the nanovirus thing forces you to consume your body's energy at an unnatural pace, so it's either conquer or die.
Yeah, conquer or die.
Mm-hmm.
And it could even be something like because they had a problem where people were destroying easy planets, and then it was making where there were no higher level beings available to harvest. They stopped letting, say, A tiers take on F tier planets. You'd have to wait until it was an A tier planet, and then an A tier planet could invade. Or you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
So this is the future conflict engine.
For monsters, the nano or the sun virus, it also affects creatures and animals, gives them sentience, and they are able to level up and they become their own monsters.
I'm sorry, sentience can be messy.
I'm not.
Yeah, well, you
You
didn't
see
say
how he takes credit
you
for my
didn't say
work?
it.
Everyone's talking a lot. I'm trying to let you guys get out your feelings.
So here's the thing with sentience though. Sentience gets messy because, like someone said in the chat, what if your dog is now sentient?
I want him to be sentient.
Yeah, I want my dog Shakespeare the Top.
Yeah, Carmel's a piece of garbage.
He'll write
I
more
would love
books
for
for
him to
these.
talk.
Okay.
Look, you need an animal mascot anyways.
Yeah.
Just have like a what's around New Mexico? Bats? Yeah,
Bat.
Just a bat follows. It's a talking bat. It just follows his ass around. It's like, hey man, you should go kill that lady.
Listen.
I want to eat some. Like I'm hungry.
Only if he has a voice like Quasar from Dungeon Crawler Carl.
More like the goat.
Yeah.
Yeah, animal mascots are all the rage, man. I have one in all of my stories. In Symphony, it was my giant squirrels.
The animal mascot in my book is a talking rock.
Yeah, well, yeah. Quest Ride, it's my horse, Bella. What's it called? Wheel of Time. Then in Little RPG Tycoon, it's a raccoon lawyer.
Nice, raccoon lawyer. I love that.
Yeah, raccoon lawyer is the only way to go.
All right, so I decided to add something here just because I think it makes sense as an end goal point as well. The reason why humanity needs to go out and F up aliens and other things and monsters and stuff is because they need that energy, right? But once a person in a species reaches their progression max, the virus is stabilized. It's got enough energy that it's finally fully stable. They don't need to keep. Exactly, because then that also explains why people at the very end top don't just come down and crush underlings. It's because they don't need it anymore, right?
Yep.
There's no incentive for them, which goes into that heavenly cultivator.
If you beat back the invasion, which is the end of book 2, because obviously John Saga, the super pizza delivery boy, is going to, then a portal opens up and your world joins the greater universe. And so now you guys can go off to whatever Nexus location you come up with. That's some weird ass name.
Yeah.
All right, so the portal is to a single set location?
Yeah, and that single set location has access to everything else.
Oh, okay, so it's like the cosmic corridor from Dark Matter Ascension that I wrote.
Yeah, like a hub.
And the hub itself should restrict violence, I think.
Oh yeah.
It's like the intergalactic marketplace.
Yeah, if you wanna go, and then Earth is now open to invade other places.
Yeah. So let's say violence, skills, and constellations are suppressed.
You can even further, where other constellations are for sale.
Ooh.
Where you can start merging constellations from alien worlds into your own.
And that
I like that idea.
Ice Bitter gets to invade.
I mean, we already have they need it to survive, but it gives them even more.
If you invade another world, you can take their constellation powers for your own, which affects your entire race, humanity. But
yeah. Oh, I like that. Okay, hold on. So it starts for yourself, but then down in that section under constellations, taking over another world steals all of their constellations for your species or your home planet.
Yeah, the Ursa Cannibal.
Yeah, the Ursa Cannibal.
I think that's a cool title, the Ursa Cannibal, because that's essentially what you're doing when you're gathering all this energy.
Yeah,
you don't have a choice. The virus is in everybody. You're basically just eating them to some degree, even though organic matter is different. You all have the virus. You're all constellations, so you are a cannibal.
So we have all work on the system. We have our skills. We have kind of the background world building.
Well, there's a few more things I want to hit with that. How are people going to interpret the nanovirus from the get-go? Does the nanovirus itself, in that like tutorial moment where people's brains are basically processing everything and their body's unconscious, is the system actually telling them this is what we are, this is what it is, or is it left like cryptic and vague and humanity has to figure it out?
I'd rather if it's pushy and kind of a jerk, where it's like, kill the goat.
Yeah.
And you're like, I'm not going to kill a goat.
Okay, so native interpretation. The native interpretation is as is. People know what it is, are told how it works, and have to adapt or die. And the MC's interface, how do we want interface to be? Is it going to be like thing in a corner of vision, thoughts in the head?
Why don't we do wandering in style when you go to sleep?
Okay.
Then how would it tell him to kill the goat, and then he says no, and then kill the goat or die?
He can feel it.
I mean, I like traditional like HUD style,
I just feel like it's. I mean, I do it too. All my books.
Okay. How about you can only do it at night when the stars are out?
Oh, there we go. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, so hold
that
on.
means
So
humanity becomes a nocturnal race.
Yeah.
so one thing that we might need to just have in there, because the whole entire feeling, like I feel that I have to kill this thing or I'm gonna die. How would you actually feel that, right? Because I'm big.
That's actually when I come up with some weird systems.
As a reader, I personally prefer when I can see the system and I don't just get it in
Right,
description.
same here.
A lot of
Same
people
here. I want to see the HUD. So I think basic HUD during daytime,
Yeah.
advanced
Yeah. No, I
HUD
meant.
during
Yeah, I meant for like
nighttime.
leveling up.
I don't know if
Level
you
at
heard
night.
what JD said. The first book title can be Eternal Night because once the system activates, the sun is being used as the energy source, so there is no more sun.
But if the sun's the energy source, basically the planet would die, and like Earth would go spiraling off into the infinite dark. So everybody, 8 minutes, 8 minutes if the sun goes out.
I mean, it's probably a constant drain.
Yeah.
But then you're also saying that they have to take over another world. So that means that
Hail Mary told us how to do it, Sarah. You gotta get the virus attached to the sun, and it's streaking back to us like we're Venus, and a rock guy is gonna show up.
So here's my issue with that is that if we have the sun being drained and humanity's on a timer, that means every species around a single binary or trinary star system has their stars being drained, right? And that means that nobody has an incentive to try to take like, a mercantilism route. Everybody would be constantly focused on warmongering because we got to get another world. But then the issue is that every other world already has the same thing going on. So you have a dead universe eventually with no stars.
Something to note here. First of all, the universe is always expanding. Then second of all, that leads towards a multiversal route. And third of all, there's a very old quote that I became a soldier so my son could be a merchant. He became a merchant so his son could be an artist. He became an artist so his son could become homeless. And so it's like this route where if you're a first generation constellation, you are going to kill people. If you're a second generation constellation and your species survives, maybe you can finally be a merchant.
Well, so my big concern is that if you put a timer on the sun expiring in the short term, that's not like thousands of years, every single other planet that you have access to is going to be under the same exact criteria.
So we have a baby sun.
So the thing is, it would be constant violence at every single tier of progression because everybody's planet is constantly being like on the threat of destruction because the stars are being drained.
The title of the book, is that necessarily a problem?
I'm gonna drop it because I'm not getting anywhere with it and I'm outvoted here, so I'll just leave it as is. So sun gets drained to fuel the system, right? That's what you're saying. Sun gets drained over time. The actual sun.
I think the time frame needs to be long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's the time frame like?
I think thousands of years work, but Earth is special, and we just need to come up with a reason for it to be special. Maybe
my thought was the humanity fuck yeah moment is that they find a way to stop the drain.
Dyson sphere. They just make a Dyson sphere.
Well, there we go.
Contains all of the energy in a single place. They still don't have any sun, but they've made a Dyson sphere now to stop the bleed out of energy. There we go. Problem solved.
That if they beat the guys who are coming to kill them, because that's book 2, then the sun drain stops.
Because now they have all the energy from that planet.
Yeah. So like basically they're absorbing everyone else.
Oh, is my son being distracting? I can.
But so here's the thing with that: if you have to constantly drain everybody else, then it's going to just be constant conflict, constantly. And I mean, yeah, that's not necessarily bad for a system apocalypse, but at the same time, you're going to have the same plots recurring over and over and over. We're just
So-
fighting a new, bigger foe.
You hit a certain point, the energy drain stops by default. Didn't we say something like that? Like you stop having to harvest energy?
Yeah.
So maybe once you've conquered 5 planets, there's no longer a need to conquer anymore. You're good.
That's why I was thinking the end of book 2 where they conquer the conquerors.
Yeah.
That's when you could kind of change things up a little bit. But if you don't want to lose your followers and your Amazon readers, you still have to have for the main character at least constant conflict.
Yeah.
So in what was it, Defiance of the Fall, book 1 through 5 is him defending the Earth, and then the Earth is all good, and then the Earth starts invading other places, and then he just runs off to super planets to join.
And then he gets stuck inside that weird snake prison thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So after the user's homeworld, conquer another world. So after the user's homeworld, conquer another world, the drain is slowed. Enough worlds conquered equals sun stabilize.
There we go.
So then that way at least it's not going to be a constant conflict because eventually, like let's say it's 3, right? You have to conquer 3 other species slash take their world. Then we don't have the issue of eternal conflict at the same tiers constantly because let's say a species never progresses past tier 3, well they can get around their world dying by at least conquering a few others and then they're good.
And then if
there's so many you can go past book 3 with like, oh, maybe there's a conspiracy that the people at the top have the way to turn off this system and still give people power, but they've chosen not to for some reason.
Just culling the universal population. Resources, straight up resources. That's the reason.
Yep.
Okay, so we got the system scaling, origin, native interpretation, system design principle. We don't really need because we've covered it already in other bullet points. I think we should go more into, I think, skills, which I think stars to keep with the theme. Or we can think of something else, because if we have constellations, stars are what make up constellations, right? If passives are meant to augment stuff.
I see fingers. I can't see his camera, so I can't tell what he's doing. I keep going back to the document.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to
I don't know if I'm interrupting it.
You're good. You're good. So stars, right? Do we want them to be only activated abilities?
I thought that Ursa gives you a passive.
No, constellations are passives.
The active skills are like the skills are active things, yeah.
Okay, so they have to be activated. Have to be activated manually.
Yes.
Whether are we going to see like you have to like yell out the name of the thing, or is it like you can think it to activate?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Oh, okay, but at the tournament arc, one of the Naruto running invaders has to be the type that shouts out all of his techniques.
Yeah, and the MC is really annoyed by it.
Or even better, that enemy, he's actually yelling out the names of techniques that are nothing like what he's going to do, so he's playing the trope to his advantage. So he's like, flaming fist, and then he shoots you with a gun, and it's like, what the hell, man? You said flaming fist. And then you look at the bullet, and it's a tiny little fist. He's like, okay, I wasn't lying.
Fireball and punches you.
Yeah. That'd be good. All right, so they have to be activated manually, can be thought, activated, shouted, etc. They do we want to have them tied to classes then?
I think so.
So they are tied to classes, which did we name some classes something separate? No, star charts, right. They are tied to a person's star chart.
I feel like
their class
get annoying after a while. It's just a little long. Is there a short form of star chart?
Great question. Google to the rescue. I don't know. Let me see.
I try to minimize like the length of anything I have to put in there because it gets annoying.
We could do a planisphere.
That's not
a horoscope.
Ugh.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of horoscope. Astrolabe.
That's not bad.
Yeah, I like that.
That one was off the top of my head. That wasn't Google. That was me.
And the nice thing about,
Very impressive.
the nice thing about that is eventually, if you really must, you can just shorten it to Astro, because by the time you're doing that, everybody will know you're just referencing Astrolabe.
Okay,
Oh,
I like
yeah.
that. I like that.
Yeah, that's easy.
Yeah,
check
I love that.
your well, not check your
We
Astro.
got
That sounds bad.
Hey man, what's your Astro?
I'm a very powerful astrolabe.
My Astrolabe.
You wouldn't believe where my astrolabe is right now.
Okay, so I think we should either we should create categories of classes to start with, right?
Well, so you want to create. This is a problem I have with a lot of stories. They don't go with a unique enough class or system. It's always like, I'm a warrior. I can carry big sword and I go snacky dabby. Like it needs to be something where the choices they make completely creates a unique class. So like they go Ursa, so Ursa is always going to be tagged with something, right? Because that's their passive. But then when they start choosing their active abilities, it needs to morph and become its own class entirely.
You know, that's one
So
of the
an idea.
Ripple system was just how unique every class ended up being because of all the different paths you went down.
Yeah,
So
but it wouldn't be
here's
level 1. It'd be like level 25, you get your class.
Yeah.
Because you've made so many choices on the road already.
Right, so here's an idea possibly. People get to choose multiple archetypes that then turns into the foundation of their class when they finally unlock it. So they start out with archetypes. I don't know if you guys can see what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah.
How the hell do you do that?
How does that look?
Is other story.
Oh, okay.
Archetype, yeah, this is for Gravebound. Archetypes with their different roles, what they do.
Sarah's types faster than us.
Yeah, I know.
No, I did not just make this on the spot right now. This is something else. But I can go ahead and copy it over as a starting point, and then we can just work off of it. Right? Ah, shoot! I need to add more rows. Hold on a second. Give me more rows.
Whoever
Okay, based on the chat, do we want to do a point buy system?
A point buy system, but so point buy implies stats.
Murder system.
That's true.
It's cannibal.
We're not doing stats.
Yeah, we were doing cultivation.
Yeah, if you eat enough Cassiopeias, you can shoot a bow and arrow.
So I think a good question to ask: do we want to have civilian style classes?
I still think you're looking at a generational issue. This is not like a nice and friendly thing.
Oh.
DCC does not have merchants.
Saris, I know how to fix this. So, we have like 50 or 60% of the population die. It's because the part of the population that died all went with these things and had no way to defend themselves. So they're all wiped out.
Okay, so do we even want to include them as something listed because they're just not going to be chosen?
I know what the big bet is. House cats. Cats are murdering the world because there's so many of them and they're alpha predators. The moment they get that virus and they kill anything to power up, they take over the world. Don't lie to me and tell me you're not terrified of a cat in your neighborhood.
The Earth is actually flat, and they're pushing everything off, and we have to stop for time.
I'm telling you, house cats with the system apocalypse style that aren't donut would take over the world.
They would.
I agree, but I also think we're getting a little off track here.
Yeah.
We do
All
have
right. So
limited
what
time.
we're trying to do? What were we trying to do?
So classes. So people unlock a class at, let's say, what, tier 2? And it's framed around...
And then the class evolves as you continue to level up your skills.
So hold on, because there was something that was mentioned where the class that you wanted to wouldn't necessarily be a choice. It's based off of your progression thus far.
Yes, but at the beginning, your class is based off of whatever constellation you end up. So it's just called.
Okay, so at the beginning.
And then as you tier up, because you are influencing your skills and turning your flame fist into a throwable fireball fist or a repeating fist or whatever else, you make those choices so that changes your class, which is what changes the constellation because you're becoming powerful.
And then because the design of constellations is leading lines, right? whatever you have at the bottom at the base is going to influence everything else that goes up. So then if you go, this is where things get a little complicated for the author and they have to figure shit out. If you go left and you go right, and you're forming legs and garbage, because that's how a constellation works, right? You're going to see an outline of yourself. Then each of those abilities is going to influence the next after, which empowers them. And that's how you have a scaling progression system. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I went ahead and grabbed a list to hyperlink in of all 88 officially recognized constellations.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, nice.
We're not going to chart them all out, but base classes are named after something related to the constellation.
I think so.
Yeah.
So let's just do Ursa, right? Because I want to make sure Ursa Major or Ursa Minor. We're doing Ursa Major, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's just start with Ursa Major for the main character. Ursa Major, what is the base class going to be?
Well, he's a bear.
Bear Claw.
Yeah, Bear Claw. That's the first ability.
I'm a bear.
He goes, meow. Canadian slash.
He's anthropomorphic bear in plaid.
That was a good one, yeah.
What are you guys doing? God Almighty.
I was
Okay,
kidding.
so what do we want the starting thing to be called?
It would probably be like Bear Pelt or Pelter. Like he's just tough.
How about Cub? He's a cub.
Bear Cub. Yeah,
Bear Cub.
start out the bottom. It'll be real set
He
about
starts
the
out
fact
as a cub.
Now we
As a person gains ranks in skill, or sorry, ranks in, what do we call them? Not skills, we call them something else, stars. Don't worry, I'm putting in parentheses, reminders everywhere. As a person gains ranks in their stars, they eventually hit the next tier up, at which point the class evolves into a new form based upon the skills they chose.
or you can also do not just the skills they chose, but we always have lore about constellations. So maybe there's lore about the person. So it's not just the skills you choose, it's the action you take. Because that virus is in them watching everything they're doing, right? The system is kind of like
learning as they go. So based upon the constellation and the prime's actions.
Yeah. And then that's how you have a unique class system. Because if you're a big douche and you go with, stabby stab stuff all the time, your class is going to be a reflection of that. If you're super nice lady who saves everybody, and then your class is going to reflect that too. You could get a hero class for all I care.
So what would the main character's main skill be? What's his main ability?
Still think Bear Claw. Make him like instead of a pugilist, like what's the thing where they have like the
brass knuckles?
Yeah, like Wolverine style.
Yeah.
Oh, what are those called? There's punch daggers. There's katars.
Yeah.
I don't know what the name of that specific type of weapon is. I know it's fist weapon.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I just had an idea for the title. Fist of the North Cub.
Fist of the Maple Clef Cub.
His first skill could be Northern Fist, which is a frost-empowered punch.
Oh, man.
Yeah, because he's a polar bear.
Yeah, exactly. Frost-empowered punches deal slashing and cold damage. That's the basic one. Yep. So that's tier 0. And then, as he gets it up to... Sorry, not tiers, ranks, right? This would be, rank 0. This would be starting, right? So then, rank 1, what would happen? Add on what? Add on more range? It now has, a phantom sort of, add-on so he can punch further?
Or punch through, where it, it extends further after he connects.
Oh, yeah. So adds on a piercing effect.
Into his fist, right? So we go Naruto style, hilariously. Then when he punches, he's trying to push that energy past his fist, beyond where it goes, and that's how it evolves.
Yeah.
Yeah, like an echo strike.
Okay, got it. So that's the basic.
So that gives him the ability to capture things with it, or
sure.
Yeah.
Cold hands.
Cold hands.
Actually, fist doesn't make work. It should be claw. because bears have claws. We gotta stick on theme. Okay, so we have our idea of how this works. So then, what would his next class be? It would probably be like polar bear, right?
Yeah. Polar bear.
That
Was
Yeah.
always on top.
All right, so there we go. So then we have our class system figured out, right? We got the progression system figured out. We got an example skill. We got our tier suppression figured out. We know how structures and evolutions work. How are we dealing with XP quests and leveling? I know for leveling is like leveling has to be done at night, right? Because we wanted that deeper system interaction during the nighttime. But how is XP going to be tracked? I'm always a fan of just flat XP expenditure without raising scale. So every level costs like 1,000 XP.
I'm fine with that. I like simple math.
I don't do math.
I would do it that way based upon the class he's in. So like when he tiers up, it doesn't have to be an exponential rising rate, but it should be an increase based on the class that he's in. Sean Oswald did that with Welcome to the Multiverse.
Okay, so
Are we giving XP numbers in the pros? Or are we tracking this behind the scenes?
Behind the scenes, I think.
That's kind of what I was.
I would personally do without any stats. I'd say behind the scenes. If we had stats, then I'd say audience facing.
I agree.
Unless an idea, we can treat this energy like currency, like I did with Stardust and Dark Matter Ascension. So that way, there's a reason for that multiversal marketplace or the intergalactic marketplace.
And I mean, it would tie into the greater universe thing of why do universes keep doing this or why. But wouldn't it cause a conflict with why the most powerful ones aren't going after small planets? Because I mean, that's currency they're leaving on the table.
Well, they don't need currency at that point, right? I mean, if you're that strong, you've conquered several worlds for your species.
You say that, but Elon Musk is still gathering more, so he's cultivating trillions at this point.
And it was just a thought. Do we want to keep it as energy and people just trade valuable resources because resources are valuable?
Yeah.
Because if it's just energy, okay.
Well, but that leads me to items.
Yeah.
Do items drop from monsters and where do they come from? That's something I always have trouble with in my stories.
Idea. The nanovirus takes remaining tissue and combines all the creatures, like being, whatever it is, with a new inert version of the virus that becomes the item. So there's no corpses anywhere. Everything turns to loot.
Yeah, and so if you kill somebody that was like, tier 3 swordsman, it turns them into a sword or something. And so you can change your class because now you have that sword and you're able to work on those skills and it'll impact your class changing it.
So when the nanovirus infected individual dies, the sun goes into overdrive, burns through all of its energy. That's not absorbed upon death. Well, actually, no, because it wouldn't be doing anything with energy. It would be like it takes all just the remaining matter because you take the energy as experience, right?
Yeah.
So the sun goes into overdrive, takes all matter, so that's person, clothes, armor, etc., and turns into an item based upon that person's constellation, astrolabe, etc., and then it increases in tier based upon the tier of the creature because they have that higher like nanovirus count in their body.
Yep.
And then bam, we don't have to worry about any corpses anywhere because people are just going to die. And we can also say that initial 50% die off or whatever, the nanovirus never bonded with their body, so there actually are corpses on Earth, so we can have that aftermath you wanted us to deal with of like there's bodies everywhere, but it's like, okay, going forward, you kill a house cat that's trying to eat you because it realizes it's the predator, then it becomes loot.
What happens to the items of the person who died?
Huh?
The person who died had items too. So what happens to them?
Takes all the matter.
Explodes and all the items are left behind.
I just had to
like a
take all of their
pinata.
matter. I just had it all combined in. The nanovirus takes everything on their person, because then you're not having to track a ton of little pieces of loot. It's just each thing you kill drops one piece of loot.
Yes,
and there
I
you
agree.
go. Simple makes it easy.
And then I think something to also add is that in the intergalactic market, there is a progenitor provided vendor to recycle items for a universal crafting component used for trade. Because then we'd have a currency for the intergalactic market system. Does that make sense? Does that work?
Yeah. How do we feel about doing a rift system for fighting monsters and stuff?
So I think it might be a good idea that perhaps the progenitor species is like every number of time your world is going to be visited by a rift invasion.
Okay.
Because then you do have another eternal conflict engine if you need it, that could force the main character back to their home world away from something important.
Is there's not going to be any food left, but if you're absorbing energy and this is universal juice, and you're basically Superman getting charged from the sun, you probably wouldn't need food anymore.
Yeah. Which, for all the foodies out there, it's painful, but I think it would work best for the story.
Yeah. You also wouldn't go to the bathroom anymore. There's no more waste in your body.
Spiritual waste.
Spiritual waste. Yeah.
Okay, so going back to the rift idea, though, is that something we want to include?
Yeah, no, I love that idea.
Can I throw a wrinkle into that?
Yeah.
I do really like how in Path of Ascension they have to work their way up to that. Like
the
living
immortality at tier 15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if we want to copy it, but
that's my
like
favorite fantasy. I read it all the time.
I love that too. The only problem is we'd have to go to figure out a way of how they get food if all the corpses are just disintegrating.
Oh, so all living things died?
Vegetarians. Everybody's vegetarian.
There you go.
Because the thing is, it does work because meat carries more potential energy than plant matter does. So the nanovirus recognizes meat, something that can be, used for energy, which is why it gives all creatures, as you said, sentience and ability to use this system. Yeah. But plants are just seen as food. That's it. So everybody gets turned into a plant eater, even cannibal or carnivores. But the thing is, your carnivores now, you said they're smart enough to use the system. They know I need to eat people to get the energy. I need to kill them. Right? So that answers the question of Narecha in the chat of any obligate carnivore would not survive. Yeah, the carnivore would survive because they would kill things for energy.
Yeah.
But I think just keeping plants out of the equation of nanovirus makes it work.
Simple.
One thing to consider too is if John Saga is the prime, he's only the human prime.
Prime of a specific constellation as well.
Yeah, so you could have a kitty cat prime. You could have
Cow prime.
You could have an actual polar bear Ursa prime.
Killer whale prime.
But then the thing is, the main character is the prime for the Ursa major constellation. So you're saying there would be an Ursa minor constellation that's a literal bear that he has to fight. Okay. And also 88 constellations in a tournament does make it so you have, actually that is a good math question. How many rounds of a tournament would an 88 person bracket have?
44.
A lot.
22, 11.
24 would be a bye in the second round, so there'd be 64 rounds.
It's more than likely if started
7 rounds.
They wouldn't have a choice. It would just move them.
Right.
All of a sudden be in this isolated zone.
Right. I found it, by the way, so I'm just going to add it in real quick. Tournament, just because we have it. So tournament of the primes.
You can even make it where whoever the lowest level is the person who gets to influence the environment. So if you're very frost-powered, blah, 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 it's a blizzard.
Yeah.
So that's how the system balances it out.
Yeah, so there you go. So we'd have 7 rounds. So that's not too much for a tournament arc either. That's like a good chunky tournament arc.
Yeah,
The
I
main
like that.
character has to compete with 6 other primes, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's good. So and he might have a bye round, right? Like here it says round 2, there's a bye round.
Yeah.
So all right, cool. So rifts open. So let's go back to the rifts idea and finish that out. So upon the world reaching a certain tier, rifts open, I think, to prepared pocket dimensions that are in our universe, set up by the progenitor species, imbued with the virus, to act as a constant energy source. That way, the progenitors know, okay, the universe isn't going to die while we're gone, whatever we're doing. We prepared stock in these countless extra dimensional spaces. They can breed, they can reproduce, they got the virus. So when a world reaches a certain tier, every so often a rift's going to open up to one of these places, letting those creatures out on the world so that
Yeah.
the inhabitants have an energy source.
And
It
that's
should
in more unique settings.
Yeah.
It should be a gold rush too, where it's not. It doesn't have to just be one race. It could be 10. Now you've got like a new form of factional combat.
Yeah.
That would continue the theme that we developed in the first book.
I think you would start with only fighting other humans, and then eventually it would scale up to
Right. Okay,
other
so we
planets.
got a whole bunch of system info figured out. I think our system's pretty solid now.
Yeah.
The only thing we need to figure out is XP quests and leveling, if there's going to be quests, which honestly it sounds like probably not if the entire thing is survival, right?
I wouldn't put quests in there, but you could do events.
Yeah.
So XP events and leveling. So leveling has to be done at night. XP to level costs 1,000 XP, and events trigger at a certain time. The author discretion. We can just leave it as that.
Okay,
Right.
make it random. That way it doesn't have to be like forced. Every month I have to go to this thing.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, cool. I think we've done all the system part.
Yeah,
We've got a pretty solid system.
We need to
Wow.
do some characterization
Yeah.
for John Saga, the Canadian delivery boy.
Yeah, I don't think we need any world building because we've kind of already figured that out. So we'll delete that tab because we don't need that. Main character work time. Oh, shit. Main character work time. John Saga, our 20-year-old Canadian pizza delivery driver.
Fist of the North.
So real quick, time check. How much time we got? Because I want to make sure we don't go over. 20 minutes?
Let's see, when did we start? 4:30?
No, well, your time maybe.
Yeah. 3:30 our time.
Okay, so I'm always a big believer in using the Jungian archetypes. So I'm going to vote that we do that. What are your thoughts on it?
I'm fine with trying that out.
The big thing for me is always making sure that there's a believable flaw that isn't necessarily something that needs to be corrected.
Oh yeah, no, that'll be
Sure.
part of it. So which quadrant do we want the main character to have more of? It sounds like leave a mark is kind of where they're going to be heading towards. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so liberation might work.
Oh,
They
okay.
want power. So do we want to take those two?
I would
Yeah.
think. You don't think it's outlaw? You don't think it's anti-hero?
Well, so you take 4, 2 of them from the same quadrant, and then 1 from 2 different quadrants. Because if you just take from one quadrant, then you have a very shallow character. So it's just I'll pull up Gravebound as another example. Where's my thing? Just so you can
So
see.
can you just give an example? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm giving it you right now. Pulling it up. So Luke, the main character from Gravebound, is ruler and magician. Those are in the same category. A sage and an everyman. It tells you exactly what he wants from each. So if we want him to be an outlaw, right, we can have him be an outlaw. I think that fits. He's an outlaw. Okay? He should also have one of these other 2 over here. If his entire thing is a quest for power, which most System Apocalypse is, he should also be a magician. Because he's not really a hero, right? He's not going to be a hero to
No,
people. So
he's
yeah,
yeah.
it's about the power, right?
Yeah.
So magician,
then,
which is the power based. So
and the other one is
liberation.
everyman.
Yeah,
You don't have a choice. He's definitely an everyman.
He's Canadian.
Yeah.
He's Canadian, so he's an everyman. Okay.
Yeah. I agree.
So the everyman, I don't remember what he represents. Belonging. And then last one. So it can't be from these two bottom. We have to choose provide structure or spiritual journey. So which of these remaining 6 do we want to go with?
Do we want him to be an ironic character where he is the most innocent guy ever, and now he has to be this brutal cannibalistic murderer?
Well, audiences don't like that. For System Apocalypse, they like their cold-hearted MC that does whatever it takes.
I would do Explorer.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say too.
Explorer Freedom, got it.
Yeah.
All right, Explorer Freedom, we got it. So, Explorer Freedom. I don't think we have the time today to give him the full Myers-Briggs personality test, so we'll get rid of that row. Okay, so details. So what exactly is the liberation that he wants?
Well, why did he leave? I mean, I know he had a job opportunity, but that's kind of scary at 20 years old to leave everything you know to go to New Mexico of all places.
Getting away from abusive family, give him some character trauma.
Yeah.
And Roswell is cheap to live in.
Oh, very cheap.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Power. Why does he need power? Well, to stay at the top of his constellation.
And to survive.
And, to never let himself be in a situation where he will be abused again.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to have some PTSD.
Yeah. Belonging. This one's tricky.
Sorry.
What's going to give him a sense of belonging?
Oh, we'll get to the fourth one.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, he's a stranger in a strange land.
Yeah.
So Canadian in the U.S. And then eventually human in this universe.
So are we moving towards like a found family sort of eventually?
It seems like that might be an option, especially because we want a side cast, and it would make sense that he would team up with others in his constellation or other constellations, just not the primes of that constellation.
Yeah.
Or after that first tournament, might be after the first tournament, the prime's urge to kill isn't there anymore. It's just for that tournament to determine who's going to be the representative of Earth on the universal scale.
Yeah. Because
and then the main character's like, I don't want to deal with this. You deal with this.
Yeah. If all the primes continue to want to kill him, then it's just the same plot over and over again, and it also becomes a destabilization.
Right. All right, I'm going to pop up to the primes section real quick and just re-add that. So after the tournament at the end of Arc 1, Arc 2, something like that.
Yeah.
Arc 1/2, the urge to kill is gone.
That's gonna be like
and the winning prime is considered the director, because they're not ruling, right? They're trying to give people direction.
Yeah.
Right? The director of their world. MC doesn't want any of that responsibility, right?
Yes. Yeah. But he also doesn't want to die.
makes governments of Earth work together or something like that. He's like, all right, y'all better manage this stuff because I'm gonna come back. Yeah. Rule in his place, something like that. Because then it also makes sense why other worlds would like have different directions that they want to take, because there's a single guiding principle behind them. Okay, back to this. So why does he want freedom?
Well, he's going to have PTSD from his family that ties into his outlaw thing. And so that he always has to have some form of powerful agency, which is why he left. He became a delivery guy. He's deciding where he goes. He gets to set his own road.
Yeah, it's also about not trusting people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And part of the found family thing can be him learning to trust.
Yep.
Gives plenty of room for character growth.
Okay, got it. Coolio. All right, I like it. I like that direction. Now we're cooking with some gravy, as the Canadians do.
Yeah, because he did trust his buddy, and then his buddy betrayed him. So that it keeps the theme up of like, oh shit, I can't trust anybody.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is his internal wound or internal motivator before the story starts? So this is some. It can be something to do with the abuse, but let's be specific about it.
Is this like
is
a core
parent-
belief about himself?
Well, go ahead.
Verbal. My thing is that he's Canadian. He grew up in the outskirts of Toronto, where his family had one of those cabin situations, and his dad was a survivalist, right? He's not a survivalist, but his father kept forcing him to do survivalist-like activities, which is straight up abuse.
Yeah.
So he moves to the middle of Roswell, New Mexico, because it's not cold.
Yeah. Then he hates the cold.
He hates the cold,
which is ironic because
then he gets MRSA. Yeah.
But
Poor guy.
that's the reason he chooses it is because it gives him immunity to cold.
Exactly.
Oh, yes.
So he's insulating himself from the cold ever again.
Oh man, we got themes on themes.
Yeah, so raising a survivalist cabin, father forced including surviving in the cold, informs his constellation choice and class progression. Doesn't want to be cold, controls the cold. I like that. That is, we are cooking with gas here, or maple syrup. All right.
With maple syrup.
We don't have a career. We don't have a death. We don't have an arrival in New World. Career is very small, so I'm just going to remove that. Earth background, how much do we want to... Well,
he has a survivalist understanding.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Survivalist understanding, raised as a survivalist.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, is his parents, his father saw it as a good thing to put him through that. He's trying to protect him. That's his form of love. But it's not exactly helpful.
Yeah.
And that's probably why he couldn't get the job, because he can't relate to average people.
All right, so his current life, when we start the story, he is a pizza delivery boy for UFO pizzas, right? A local chain in Roswell. UFO pizza.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's real or not.
Green Man Pizza.
Wait, what is it?
Green Man Pizza.
Green Man Pizza?
Oh, okay, there you go.
That's a real.
Wait, if it's a real franchise, we don't want to use it.
Oh, we could do Gray Man. Gray Man is a common.
I like Green Man. Green Man's more fun.
There you go.
And you can even have him be like, why do people keep ordering the like lime flavored pizza? And he tries it and just is disgusted by it because it's green. little comedy moment at the start. Okay, so he was delivery boy. He has a best friend on the Air Force base that he met online.
Whoa!
Right? Maybe.
That's a little plenty of fish right there.
Well, okay. Why else would he have chosen Roswell, New Mexico? Right? His buddy said, "Hey, why don't you move out here? I've got a place off base." Right?
Yeah.
If he's got an online gaming buddy who said like,
he's in a cabin in the woods. So
he went to school.
His dad has a antenna, Starlink.
Yeah.
So they had satellite internet. So and he met the guy playing phone games.
Yeah.
So he met a guy playing phone games. That friend heard about his sob story, offered him a room in his apartment off base.
Yeah, because if he's a second lieutenant in the Air Force, which he'd have to be then he would have an apartment outside the air base.
Shit. Yeah.
Idea.
I think
looks right.
I did it right. Yes. There are some words where I have to double check myself because I teach English. Okay, taught English. Not anymore, but
congratulations. I'm not jealous at all.
You'll get there. You'll get there. You just gotta, as Bedivere the Mad puts it, get good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So the best friend heard about his sob story, offered a room for his apartment off base. MC left Canada to go somewhere warm and got a job. So we're kind of shifting gears away from he moved for a job opportunity. He more moved because he wanted to just get whatever job he could in this new place, right? So
just to get away from his father.
So left to get away from abusive father and cold environment. Had to get a job wherever he could, so he went pizza delivery, delivered the pizza, caused some crossfire, boom. Okay, that's good. got a job to help pay bills while he figures out his next plan. Right? Because I mean, this is like, we could say like MC moved in last 2 months. So maybe he f's up on the driving directions for delivering to the base, and he accidentally drives it to the wrong part of the facility, which is why he's caught up in the initial thing.
I think that works.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Note too is that area does not show up on Google Maps. You can't do directions to it,
which is why he has trouble getting to it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you wouldn't call it Google Maps because you'll get sued. So it'd be Lugal Maps.
Lugal Maps.
Lugal Maps?
Yeah.
All right, so Earth background. All right.
Yeah.
All right, so let's come up with his core doctrine, because this is important. What is something that is a driving force, taking all of this into account? What is like the one thing that kind of defines him? So I'll pull up my Gravebound example again so you can kind of see where I'm going with this. So give me just a second. I got to pull it up on my other screen.
So would surviving be important to him, or would he kind of rebel against that idea? I don't know.
Okay, got it. So this is what I have. I don't know if you guys can see this or not.
No, I can't see it right now.
Oh, wrong tab. Wrong tab. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So the core doctrine that I have for this other character, right, believes death has dignity and undead labor is ugly but humane. And then I fleshed out more from there, but like these are ignore this part that's highlighted. This first part is the important bit, right?
Are you basically merging
core doctrine
elements into each of those paragraphs?
Effectively, that's what I did. Is I took each of the Jungian archetypes and I pushed them together to say this is one of the character's core pushes for an internal motivator.
Well, really easy then is that explorer and outlaw go together.
Yeah.
And then magician and exploration, or magician and what was the other one? Everyman.
Yeah.
You would just have to find a way to put that together.
So
I need to figure out hotkeys like this because that's fast.
Yeah.
So are we making him someone that approaches problems in a sort of a MacGyver-y sort of way? Like he has a unique perspective?
I don't know enough about survivalists to be able to make that call.
I mean, I have some in my family. Yeah.
Are they MacGyver-y?
My understanding, they are like that.
They'll figure out. I mean, it's like scrap work to get
you
things.
Have what you have, and if you don't have something, you have to make do with it.
Yeah.
Oh, say that again because I love that.
You have what you have, and if you don't have something, you have to make do.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
I like that as a core doctrine. Okay, and then what about the explorer outlaw part? Like, if you're being abused or in a non-optimal situation, escape it ASAP.
You just like inch it into the camera's frame.
Escape or resolve. Right? Because he's not going to stick around in a crappy situation just because he needs to tough it out for a friend. If there's something bad going on, he's going to either resolve it or get out of there based on
and then it can lead into like a very stereotypical like sidekick that follows him around and just won't leave.
It's a
there
bat.
we go.
Yeah.
It's a bat. You haven't seen animal bat mascots.
Is there any moral line in the sand he won't cross?
Children,
no,
he won't hurt children.
He's a
children.
Yeah,
he
that's a valid point. Yeah.
So
you can't kill dogs.
And
trust me.
You can't kill dogs or children, but cats are on the menu.
Well, we're saying the line in the sand, not what's okay. This is the line in the sand of don't do.
Have it coming.
Well, it's just the reason I bring these up is we want them to be things that are used against him in the story, right? So maybe there's a situation where his best friend is trying to...
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
I think of the famous example where you have to choose between saving the girl or saving a bunch of doctors that have the cure.
Oh, yeah.
He's got to choose between saving a house full of kids or a house full of dogs. And the dogs are sentient, so they're yelling, save us, save us. Oh yeah. Oh, that's a harsh choice, ain't it?
Those kids would lose for me. I have to save the dogs. I can't.
Why do you have armor made of puppies all tied to you?
The trolley problem.
He's got two huskies.
Okay, that's his moral line: is he won't hurt children or dogs. I think the children part is more important, so we should have that. And also, it could be like one of the primes he faces in the tournament is a child, and he has no choice but to kill them. And there's got to be a constellation that's a cat. So the person's a cat lover, and their powers are cat inspired. So there's like, oh, I got to kill a child, but they're cat inspired, and I hate cats. I think this is a quirk that you've added to the main character now, is that he hates cats.
He despises cats.
Which you are going to piss off and alienate. I'm gonna put a note here and say like to
What if it's like specifically bobcats?
Anyone writing this story, having an MC who hates cats/dogs will alienate part of the audience. Because some people are cat people, because some people are dog people. If we were writing it, sure, this is something where it's like, yeah, it's fun, let's do it. But realistically, if you had that as the quirk, then you would be screwing yourself over because half your population theoretically likes cats more than dogs.
Birds, man, because like bird people are 8% of the population. You're fine.
But then you piss off Dawn Chapman, and she's an angel. You can't do that. You can't do that to Dawn.
Is that why there's no bird hatred in these stories?
Yeah, no bird hatred. Okay, what is his main flaw?
I love birds too.
Right. I think. Well, you said it's something we don't want to change, right?
A main flaw should be something that persists with the character and doesn't change without extreme trial or hardship. And if it does change, something else has to replace it.
Claustrophobia.
Oh, there you go.
Claustrophobia, yeah.
That's a real problem for people. I have insane claustrophobia. And since he's a constellation guy, he has to be out in the world looking up at the sky. There's so much space.
Yeah, from his dad forcing them to live in such a small space.
So like, and then that also ties back to the core doctrine of explorer plus outlaw, because for him, agency is everything. And readers will love that shit.
And the problem with claustrophobia is it removes that agency.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where is that? Agency is everything. I'm going to add that as another one.
Yeah, agency is everything, which is huge for Royal Road. Anytime I take away any agency from my main character, holy shit, do I hear it.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is something we add now, but I just had a thought that the way that he forms that first connection with whomever it is they help him through a moment where he's experiencing that claustrophobia, and so that's how he learns to trust them.
He falls into a small cave and there's a bat. The bat works. It's a perfect mascot.
No, I do really well with this.
Why don't you just fly? I can't fly. Why? I'm not a bat.
Why would you make a skill with the system?
Okay, so relationship to power. We don't really need to worry about that because his entire goal is to send to power, so that's not an issue. We don't need that. Okay, so just let me renumber these. Core fear. What is the thing?
He's back in a scenario where someone else controls his life.
Yep.
He actually hates the system and everything that's going on because it's forcing him into these scenarios.
And that's why he doesn't want the power at the end and just tells the governments to figure it out, because it's like, I don't want to have to do this. I don't want to be forced to do it.
I don't want to lead anybody or tell anybody how to live their lives.
Yeah.
That's really good. I like that.
Okay. Well, we have successfully set up. Oh wait, core skill set. What are some of his skills? Like 3 or 4 skills that are like unique, like archery.
Fist of the North Bear.
No, not actual skills. I'm talking like he's archery. He knows how to shoot. He knows he's got good endurance. Yeah.
I mean, honest to God, you could just put survivalist and come up with 100 different things with a Google description.
Okay, but let's think of like 3 more.
You know, he's freaking MacGyver. Oh, did he spell right? Oh, fix
It's
it.
a person's name and it sounds weird, and I'm not old like you guys, okay? Sorry. I joke, I'm 33, but I wasn't in the 80s with you guys.
I was in the 80s. I was in the 80s too.
What?
I was in 85.
I'm the old guy.
Beards. It's the
Oh,
beards
no.
that add it. The beards add it. That's what's going on.
I'm gonna be 40 in 2 months.
What is his relationship with romance?
What?
I don't see any of this at all. Talking about him with guys or with girls or with anything. So is he scared of? Is he scared of men? What is it?
Well, okay, so if we're talking about System Apocalypse that's actually going to sell, marketable, he has to be straight, and it can't be harem. It's just got to be straight.
Yeah.
Yak. I know, Yak. I know, Yak.
Sorry, but we're talking about
Fine.
on market. An on market System Apocalypse
awkward.
has like a single
Fine.
interest.
Here's my suggestion. Make him a slut. All right, just make him a big slut. He does not want a relationship because relationships tie you down.
And that does fit the character.
Yep, straight up man slut. I need Saga to be a slut, damn it.
I guess that does fit into the outlaw persona.
It actually really freaking does.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I say two more things that are like skills, like things that are real world skills that can be applicable in the apocalypse scenario. We've already got survivalist and MacGyver. What else?
He knows how to drive stick shift.
And he's really good at hand-to-hand combat because that's a survivalist thing.
Well, but that falls underneath survivalist, right? So do we want to do a specific martial arts style, like his dad knew Krav Maga?
Ooh, that's pretty good. Krav Maga is terrible. I got trained up.
And that works with the whole his dad forced him to learn all this shit he didn't want to know. And a lot of survivalists that I know love stick shift over automatic because they hate the computer system and don't trust it, which also ties back into his other.
He doesn't trust computers.
God damn, we're cooking so hard with this thing, guys. This is like, I love it. This is great. Okay, well, I think we've finished in an hour and 30 minutes, or I'm sorry, 2 hours. We've made a whole system. Granted, it's a framework, and you'd actually need to make the skills, make the experience, like the level up screens and whatever. But most of us are pantser type writers, so we'd make that as we go, and then just add on a new tab for system messages and be like, I use the system message. I'm going to put it here for later use, right?
This is actually, I've never used something like this before. This is actually great.
So here is the link to everybody to view. It's in the chat. Anybody can view it. This entire activity was we make a story together, and anybody can take this story's foundations and write it.
Go with that.
None of us are claiming it. It's for you, the audience, to enjoy, to play with. It is on market. Oh, real quick, because we have like the 30 seconds left. We can run through the marketability test.
Hey, Yak, before this, make sure that link goes into the YouTube description.
That's not my job.
I know.
All right, so can the story be sold in one sentence? A guy with trust issues becomes leader of the world. Stars give people power. I think we can sell it in one sentence.
Yeah.
It's doable. It's just not right now, but it is doable, right? So we hit that.
Hone that down into a sentence, yeah.
It's not a fail state. It's not Swords and Levels clone. I will say, one thing we are out of market on is medieval-esque setting and, like, swords and sorcery. That is one thing that we are not meeting. But with System Apocalypse, you can kind of waive that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, market fit. Clear visible progression system, check. Visible advancement, check. Power fantasy for the main character, check. Competent MC, check. Satisfying victories, planned in the writing, so check. We're good. Revenge arc, probably not. We're going to have some type of, like, tournament system that kind of falls underneath the ladder ranking system, so I think we're good. Protagonist design, we're human, good. Male MC, good. Clear personality, I think we hit that with all of our points. Active decision maker, strong desire, and they're competent. We're good there?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, they got their cheat. They get the first constellation, or they're the first in their constellation, but they're not the only one, so it's the rare bloodline issue, right? There's 88 people total, because there's 88 recognized constellations. That work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
He doesn't have any free victory buttons. That's important. As you write the story, you don't add in an insta-win button.
Yeah.
Like, I am Atomic, because that's bullshit. Sorry, we're on YouTube. Bullcrap. Clear system design. Figured that out already. We can move on. Numbers go up. We got that figured out. Early book execution. Won't be able to do that. Check until it's written, so we'll skip. Conflict engine. We've got several, right? We've got rifts that can show up after a certain point. We've got the other worlds invading.
We've got a
plenty
system that gets mad at you if you don't do what it tells you to.
We've got evil cats.
Yeah, conflict engine is pretty solid, I think. Stakes escalation is going to constantly go up because of that, so we're set there. We have an ally already set up, right? We've got the bird or the bat, right, that can talk. We're going to have the system itself, which is like a minor character, but are we going to think about love interest?
Well, he's a man slut, so there will be several, but it will be one-off things.
So he's not going to grow as a character in that regard.
He's like a half harem, because he just has ladies he can call on.
Okay, that's fair. Betrayer might be that friend who ends up being a prime and he has to fight.
Yeah.
So I think we hit that.
Yep.
Villains and rivals, we're not really doing that because this is a system apocalypse, and unless there's like a big bad evil guy we set up as the final end boss, which it doesn't sound like there is, we're gonna skip villains and rivals. The world building supports our progression. We have our theme: survival, gaining power, overcoming obstacles. Pretty straightforward. I think it's serialable. Long series premise. Let's think scale. Earth is 1 or 2 books, right?
Yeah.
Other. Oh, go ahead.
Earth is 2 books. Then they have to conquer 3. That's 3 more books. That's 5 books.
Yeah.
And then that's a halfway point for a series.
Yeah.
So then you have 5 more after that, where probably there'd be a greater tournament arc, where constellations are all getting pulled into this major tournament that happens every 2,000, 5,000 years.
Right.
And then you start scaling up even further, where you find out this hub is only one of the hubs, and
there's other universes, not just your universe.
Yeah, and then the power starts getting condensed down greater and greater into this one major hub, and you have to claim it, and then you're the ultimate bullshit. Sorry, bullcrap.
Audiobook adaptation, that'll be easy enough. Distinct voices, hype moments, recurring catchphrases. That's something that could easily be done with our main character having a certain thing that like is a mantra that he used to say back when he was abused as like a way to calm himself. Easily done. He's got a let's see. Commercial positioning is set. Yeah, I think we're set. We hit the test. Great job, everybody. Give yourself a little round of applause. We just made an entire system set up for a story. You could take this and run with it. And I think that we're going to hand it back over to our hosts to wrap up.
I just add something, kind of the teacher in me, that you have to realize you don't have to plan, but when you start planning, ideas start to cascade off each other, and it really just makes your life easier to have stuff like this set up. Because
Agreed.
you don't have the full story, but you can see how we can easily make a story from this.
Yeah.
This is really easy to write.
Yeah, and to add on to it, very much like if you start to write something with a system, keep track of your system as you go. And I've always said this ever since I started writing with RPG, but even when I was designing tabletop game modules, set the bones of your system in place first, even if you are a pantser. Figure out the basics of your system, and you can always build on top of the bones. But if you have to fundamentally alter something at the base level, the other stuff's going to be unstable, and readers want predictability, consistency. If your system's constantly changing because you want to change stuff and it's like a BS change, it's not like this had to change and it's part of the plot and narrative, you're going to lose the reader's trust.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. Yay!
Woo!
Where's our host to wrap us out, please? I'm tired of talking. I want to go play Baldur's Gate 3.
I'm playing Deep Rock Galactic Road Corps.
I've been playing.
I know it's super late for Simon, so he might be asleep.
Oh, he fell asleep.
I can end the stream.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, thanks for having us. Oh, can we do sign-offs to plug our stuff?
Oh yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Cool. So again, I'm Sarah Streams, aka Alex Economy. My website is just sarahstreams.com. You can Google it and find it. Author of several series, and I run the Community Mentor Program, which is a free mentoring program. Look on Royal Road Writers Guild, ping somebody like Milk or Saga Scribe or Butopia, and we'll give you more info. Thank you for having me.
I'm Fiddle Soup. I'm the author of Lazy Loops and Build Fight Survive. I'm on Royal Road, but I hope to start branching out to Amazon within the next year. And I don't run anything currently, which is really nice. But I do have my own author Discord, and you can advertise your stuff in there if you want to join it and advertise to my readers. So,
JD Molinary Sr. I'm actually one of Sarah's mentors. I'm mentoring two people. One of them just released a story actually called Play Scared. It's a horror lit RPG on Royal Road that's working its way up slowly. I'm the author of Symphony and Questwrite, which is both a question of how to build a lit RPG world in Symphony and where do quests come from in Questwrite. And my new series coming out in a couple of months is Lit RPG Tycoon, which is going to be how to buy an apocalypse.
it sounds really fun.
Yeah, the blurb looks amazing. Absolutely.
So,
I'm Yak. Let's go by Levi. Most of you probably know me here. I do not have anything to boost at the moment, but eventually I will. However, I will say join us tomorrow on the Weaververse for day 3. If you want to see an explanation of what the day is going to be like, go on YouTube and rewind to the beginning of this panel. I went through the whole schedule. If you want to know more about tomorrow.
Like the brain behind everything, so this wouldn't exist without him, and I am very, very proud of him.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, thank you for putting this on. It's greatly appreciated.
I'm glad it survived, even though
I have a really good team of people helping me. It's been awesome.
And no controversy with publishers. Yay!
All right.
Peace.
I'm sorry.
Bye, friends.
Bye.